Go live. Whoops. There we go. We are live. Hello, Aaron. Welcome, Aaron. I hope you're good. Style, smiles, peace, love to all the brethren. As always, 5 minutes late. That's how we roll. I should put on that we start 5 minutes later, but then I'm 5 minutes later than that. No, actually, then I'm on time. As you can see, I'm sweaty. I was busy getting dressed while pressing the button. Hope you're having an absolutely great, awesome day. I see there's 2 of you that have arrived. Sorry about being late, as always, as usual. Nothing new there. It's the way I roll. Got always 1,000 things to think about and 2,000 things to do. And I leave my shower till last, as always, because it's just so damn hot. Had to go for a swim in the sea a little while ago for my son during a thunderstorm. And his mother had a nervous breakdown. She was like, oh my God, the child welfare are going to get you. She was like telling me we're going to get our child like lost to the child welfare because I'm taking him for a swim in a thunderstorm. I was like, relax. You know, I live next to a mountain with this quartzite and iron ore in the mountain, right? Guess where the lightning's going to go? I mean, it doesn't take maths or science to figure it out. Besides, there's a lot of rocks and boulders around with different crystalline compounds which are more likely to react electrically. So, welcome. Hope you're having an absolutely awesome day. It's been a terrific week. It's been an intense month. January. February is gearing up to be a follow-up, intense, funky, powerful month. I'm sweating so much I might have to take off my top. Oh, well, it's just as well because I'm wearing it inside out anyway. I think the only way to wear a top inside out is to not wear it. If that makes sense. Because inside out tops just don't work for me. So I may as well just take it off. And that way, I'm less likely to sweat everywhere. It is so hot. It's a bit humid because we had a thunderstorm. And I just put this top on like 2 minutes ago and it's already getting damp.
Man, it's cold here.
It's cold there. It's hot here. And it's humid. Okay, so who am I here with? To begin with, I'm here with Quintavious. Quinty is a philosopher brother. He's Christian mystic school of thought, which is quite broad when you think about it. What is Christian mysticism? Well, the Torah is the Old Testament. So we're talking about the Kabbalah, essentially. And the Kabbalah has a very powerful Greek resonance, and it's hermetically based. For Hermetics is essentially where the Kabbalah comes from, which is where the Torah comes from. It all comes from the same stories. My favorite story is from the Great Flood, the Sumerian story of the Great Flood. The same story as in the Bible, just a few more details. So yeah, we've got Quinty here. Quinty's going to share his wisdom and his thoughts with us. Welcome, Quinty, if you want to say a few words. Hello.
Hello, thank you, Shaman. You always give me long, undeserved intros. Well, I don't know where to start, actually. You said the topic is about healing. And I think there's so many ways to heal. And it depends on what we're healing, right?
Exactly. So what are we talking about? The various modalities of healing, transformation, and spiritual guidance. Those 3 factors. Hello, Aaron. Yep, it's a loaded topic. Definitely a loaded topic. And basically, before we get to that question, Aaron, I'll just introduce the topic. So we're going to be talking about the modalities of healing, transformation, and spiritual guidance. They encompass things like Reiki, Shiatsu, yoga, Tantra, Hermetic Alchemy, Kabbalistic practice, various schools of magic, pagan practices, pagan rituals and rites towards alignment spiritually. Also in these vein of treatments type practice type things, there'll be EFT, emotional tapping. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's when you're tapping and you use the tapping to diagnose your consciousness and your central nervous system, and to find ways to realign your CNS and Kinesiology, which is more muscle testing. It's similar to EFT in a way, but different, unique, quite an in-depth science because they're studying the meridians. It sort of aligns with Shiatsu, but it's not Shiatsu. And then, of course, you've got acupuncture, you've got astrology, you've got astrotheology, which is wonderful devotion. And from there branches off things like the tarot, which is a great way for diagnosing the physical body, the psyche, understanding where we are at, using the tarot to understand the forces operating in our psyche and how that can benefit us, and how to use the tarot ritualistically to realign the forces of the psyche, and other forms of energetic healing. So it's a very broad sphere of topics, and I've only mentioned a few off the top of my hat. I think there are almost 20 topics listed, and there's going to be more that are going to come up. So we're going to be looking at what is common denominator between all of these topics, and obviously prayer. Let's not forget prayer, faith healing. These are all fundamental. A lot of them sort of branch off from prayer and faith healing if you want to get right down to it. So yeah, it's a broad spectrum topic. What is the common denominator? How do these all fit together? What is it that is corresponding with all of these? What is the correspondences between these that are shared to give us an insight into the nature of the psyche, the realignment and the healing, and diagnosis, and things like pendulum as well will come into it, reading of the ley lines, Cherionomy, reading of the palms, psychometry, reading of ballots, reading of stones, items. Obviously, scrying falls into this as well, because one can scry into one's own psyche, into one's own subconscious, into the astral planes. So there's so much, like you say, Aaron, and welcome, Aaron, Quincy. I hope you guys are having an absolutely awesome, lovely day. It's stupendously hot here. And then, of course, there's the medical science. Well done, Quincy, for pointing that out. There's the medical sciences as we have them, unfortunately under the supervising eye of the pharmaceutical industry, which isn't necessarily the best. And we've got Indie Sage, and a lot of these incorporate working with the shadow. A lot of these incorporate engaging with those deeper, darker, subconscious parts of ourselves that we've got to sort of come to terms with, because that's essentially what realignment is. And I'd love to welcome, speaking of the shadow master, Indie Sage. He works with shadow alignment. Both of you, welcome. Om Shanti. I can't see your face, Quinty, but Bam Shiva to you. Bam Shiva. He works with shadow alignment, helping people to engage with their shadows, helping people to resolve the issues of the shadow and reabsorb and reunify their consciousness fields by coming to terms and becoming one with the impulses that they've been repressing. And what a wonderful brother. What two wonderful brothers we have to start the session. I'd love you to have a moment to introduce yourself and the wonderful shadow work that you do. Bless you, brother.
Bless you. Om Shanti. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So glad to be here today. And yeah, when I saw this topic today, I thought, wow, this is really relevant to my life work and endeavors that I do, which began with helping myself with self-mastery to overcome the inner turmoil that I had been carrying along with me in life. And it had been dragging me down like an anchor. And so when I was able to transmute that energy, I was able to acknowledge it and access it and transmute that energy with forgiveness, self-forgiveness, and self-love. I was able to give myself the love I never got. As a child, my parents were both orphans, bless their souls. My father was raised by orphans. And so it's been a beautiful process of self-transformation. And in that process, which everyone has the capacity for, we overcome the suppressed emotional wounds that we've carried with us in life, whether that's from trauma or emotional suppression or stuffing demonized emotions that have been called out as bad or not worth sharing. They say, if you don't have anything good to say, don't share anything at all. And so we hide that information. We hide those feelings. And by starting to question ourselves, like, how do I fix myself? How do I heal myself? How do I find that inner peace that I seek? We start to realize that we distract ourselves by looking externally, seeing the problems in the world, and then identifying with those as our issues, but our issues lie in our hearts. And so by opening up our hearts and taking responsibility for our self-mastery and stop trying to change other people in our lives, it's not our responsibility. We can come into a beautiful place and become a shining beacon for others to find that door of self-healing themselves. So that's just a little bit on what I do, and I'll be glad to go deeper into this. We're going to go deep dive into healing, transformation, and spiritual guidance today. It's going to be beautiful. I have spiritual guidance I've gotten from guardian angels, ancestors. I do a daily mantra to Shiva and Ganesh and Lakshmi. And respectively, those are the gods of transformation, removal of obstacles, and abundance and fertility. So they've helped me bring things in and transform and overcome these obstacles. Some of those being obstacles of old habits that die hard. And that's one of the things you have to overcome through self-transformation sometimes. And it's been very helpful for me to use Ganesh, the elephant-headed god of Hinduism, who was granted an elephant head for saving his mother, is great at plowing down obstacles for us if you call for his guidance. So for any of you who identify with that, I give you my testimony. It works quite well for me. Mantras and yantras, and what's the third part of that, Franklin? There's the mantra, the yantra, and then I think there's one other aspect.
Were you asking me? What was
Yes.
the third part?
Yeah.
Tantra, yantra, mantra, tantra.
Tantra. Yeah.
Bringing it all together
Mm-hmm.
in the
So
cauldron.
the mantra is spoken, the yantra is written, and the tantra is the practice. Is that right? Cool. I love that.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you're chanting, so you would draw your yantra, and it'd be your image, your sacred glyph. I suppose if you want to get right down to it, a set of runes that are carefully constructed into a image of consciousness could be a yantra. Normally yantras are geometric patterns, possibly with colors involved that represent numbers and numerations, numerology. And then you would chant while you create the mantra, chant, and bring it together by putting the intention of the yantra and the mantra together in the present with the actions, like you say. Yeah, no, definitely there's a lot of powerful systems out there. No doubt about that. And there's a lot to be gained from all these various ancient technologies, is how I like to look at them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in the world, this is something we're going to get into as well, the new age and how what the new age has done. And I use the word the new age very broadly in an almost generalizing kind of vein, because we can consider what has fallen under pop culture spirituality as the new age, which is, I suppose, what it is, and how they have turned a lot of these ancient things sort of almost on their head at times, how some of them have been positively brought into the lifestyles of people. Like the new age has done a lot of good. It has brought yoga and put yoga on the map. So a lot of people that weren't exposed to yoga are doing yoga, and they're practicing asana yoga and hatha yoga, which is a damn lot better if a lot of people are practicing it than not practicing it, because it means that our lifestyles are better. People, by doing yoga, are starting to work towards achieving a physical, mental, spiritual balance, which will automatically feed through into their lives and improve the way that they live and the choices that they make. Because all yoga is based upon karma yoga. So when you start practicing yoga, you have to start thinking about karma yoga. And karma yoga is religion. So what Christ's message was basically about living a clean life, living a life that doesn't impact other people harmfully, and actually generates positive currency, if I can use that term, spiritual currency. So we're in this world of currency. We're in this world of spiritual currency. There's no escaping it. What we do in the physical plane carries over into the spiritual. There's no way to pretend it doesn't. What we take, we lose. What we give, we gain. There's this funny little equation of inversion that seems to be sort of fundamental to the spiritual realities. What we learn inhibits us, and what we let go of frees us, ironically. So this whole idea of knowledge, the pursuit of knowledge, philosophy, which is something that I didn't add to the list, should probably add it to the list, because philosophy is a valid form of personal inquiry towards gaining an insight into the nature of existence, our place in the world, and why and how this all ties together, pointing the finger back at us. So there's a lot to be gained and understood by putting these systems into perspective. Also, how the New Age has inverted much of what we're learning, how pop culture has done its job. Example, the Dalai Lama, how the Dalai Lama has tried to own Buddhism, even though Dalai Lama represents a cult, which is the greatest minority within the Buddhist egregore of peoples. It would be the equivalent of the Jesuits owning Christianity and being able to dictate what Christianity is for the world. Or worse, what do you call those guys with the hats who live? There's the guys with the hats, man. They refuse to have anything to do with the rest of the world. It's a very cult form of Christianity. They have their own Bible, Mormons. So you could consider that the Dalai Lama's version of Buddhism to be equivalent of Mormon version of Christianity. The Mormons are such a small percentage of all the Christians in the world. The Dalai Lama represents that tiny little percentage of very fringe Buddhists that have their very crazy ideas compared to the rest of the Buddhists in the world. And they have somehow managed to get into the public press. And so they own the public space in the media because of contracts that they've signed and agreements that they have with all the publishers and all the TV channels. So the Dalai Lama has been fronted as the face of Buddhism, when actually what the Tibetan Northern Canon is not so Buddhist at all. And this is why the Dalai Lama has been attacking Dorje Shugden worship, for example, the roots of Tibetan Buddhism, because it's based in shamanism, something he doesn't want to acknowledge, which actually says that the Buddhism that they practice isn't quite as Buddhist as what they say it is, which is a little bit of an interesting concept, which is why he's been so actively trying to get rid of it. But so there's so much to consider, I think, when we look at this topic, in terms of how much humanity has grown, how much humanity has lost and gained. And we've got one more addition to our little party that has arrived. We have the Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster is a fascinating guy. He's got a system of magical practice and cosmological inquiry and philosophy that he has been channeling from the Fae for some years now. And he has been steadfastly and steadily plotting it into a working system, a system that can be used and that can generate some kind of personal relationship with the cosmic forces, state of reality, and the spiritual hierarchy of beings. And he's a wonderful brother. I'll give him a moment to introduce himself. I'll just introduce as well. We've also got Jeremy that's just arrived. Oh, he's just here. See him popped up. I haven't put him on the screen. And Jeremy is another brother, also a wonderful brother. His inquiry, he's been embedded into martial arts, and the philosophy obviously touched his heart. And he's a poetically inspired, shamanically inspired, and philosophically inspired man that is close to nature, and he's a father as well. And his ideas and stories are beautiful. He's touched my heart with many of his little stories. I'm going to have to go and let the little dog in a moment. And so we've got Jeremy, our brother that's a philosopher, and we've got the Cosmic Prankster. I'd love to give you both an opportunity to introduce yourself. Cosmic, if you would introduce yourself, followed by Jeremy, please do. I'm going to let that little doggy in before he
Yeah.
Change of
As
title.
far as the system I created, I think the first stuff I really channeled, I think, was like just the alphabet in general. So I'd say probably the system really started working around 2019, but I think it was maybe a year or two later before I really got into the more like in-depth stuff. So it's been a really interesting process, and I'm still working on and still uncovering more stuff. It's basically be kind of like I don't know. It's like just figuring out how extra dimensional space works, how consciousness reflects, and yeah, it's been a really interesting journey so far. If anybody has any other questions, I can inquire further.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, you can go.
Okay, cool. Good to see you guys again. Great to be here. No, he's not here at the moment, but thank you, Franklin, for all your kind words. I guess I'm not too sure about everything that he was saying, but that's what he sees, at least. So I'm really happy to have found this circle of people. And a good friend of mine, I think I mentioned last time, my buddy Aaron, who's in our Telegram chat, and sometimes he's here, introduced me to this group. And I've been working my way through Franklin's YouTube series, and I'm almost just a few episodes away from finishing season 1. And it's been I've come at it sort of ritualistically. So I'll wake up in the morning, take care of my little one, and then at some point after breakfast, she usually goes down for a nap, and I'll work out in my gym in the garage there, shower, and then sit down and put all my focus into a few bush whisperer videos. And it's a good it's been a good meditative process for me, and I take some notes. And I only watch 1 or 2 videos a day so that I can throughout the day sort of work through for myself what they mean for me. So I'm very thankful for those. But I'm trying to come at things right now. How do I describe this? I'm trying to look at things like as they are. There can be a programming that comes with the way we look at things, and I'm trying to break that programming within myself. I suppose if you were to refer to Castaneda, it'd be the mold. So I'm doing my very best to break the mold. That's where I'm at right now. So happy to be part of the conversation, and I really look forward to hearing everything that you guys have to say about what we're talking about.
Thanks for joining us, Jeremy and Cosmic Pranker. Glad to have you with us.
Bum Shiva, bless. Yeah, Cosmic, we saw you there for a moment. You flashed in and out. Yeah, that's so
I
true,
teleported
brother.
in and out. Now you see me, now you don't. No, I meant to hit the mute button. I hit the cam button instead.
What you were just saying, Jeremy, is so true. To break out of our conditioning is, I think it's the life's work, and I think we will always be trying to do that. I don't think we ever really have broken out of our conditioning. I think it's a continual process. It's sort of like swimming in the sea. You always have to take into account the bloody currents. That's just how it is. Like, you got to swim with the currents. If you're surfing, you can get really tired if you don't. Mexico, what a pleasure. Welcome, Mexico. Lovely to see you. We're going to be talking about Kinesiology today. So that's your field. But yeah, it's an amazing world that we live in, that we seem to create in our minds, and we seem to idiosyncratically to anthropomorphize everything that we touch, everything that we look at. Even God's a male. Why? Because we're men. God must be a man. I'm a man. So we've got these concepts of everything we look at is human. The idea of God for a lot of people is a bloke sitting on a chair. Why shouldn't God be a bloke sitting on a chair? I mean, I'm a bloke sitting on a chair, right? So we tend to project ourselves onto everything. It's very hard to look at anything objectively without doing that. The only way to do it is to look at things subjectively while being objective about the subjective process, which in itself is a mouthful and a headful and a chunk to digest, and even more challenging to maintain as a state to move through, as a mode of operation, we could say. But yeah, so where should we start? I'd love to throw the ball out there.
That's just kind of an interesting line of inquiry, and objective subjectivity. How would we go about establishing an epistemology in regards to that? It's kind of interesting.
In a lot of ways, we already have without body experiences and things, as research has been done. It's a subjective experience, but we know that we can all do it. And so even though the viewers won't be able to observe it, the experiencers can be giving their testimony and compared with other testimonies to make it objective subjectivity.
Can we describe real quick, so we're on the same page, what is subjective and what is objective?
Yeah, subjective is a personal experience that's experienced subjectively by the individual. I shouldn't use the word subjective to define it, but it's experienced only by the individual. It's not something that's experienceable by others, like feelings, for example. Objectivity is something that we can all agree upon, that we all experience commonly. So usually people refer to external things.
I would say that's macrocosmic subjectivity and objectivity, but I would say there's also microcosmic subjectivity and objectivity. And microcosmic subjectivity would be a subjective information would be I write a poem, and through the writing of that poem there's some kind of a message. It's a subjective message, right? An objective, personal objective thing would be I sit down and I rationalize. Objective. So I look at the rational situation. Like, you got a problem walking, so you objectively observe, well, what is it that's giving me the problem? Well, I notice when I step in that way, there's an issue. There must be that muscle that's sore. So you do tests. So one can be a scientist internally and look at the world with rational questions and answers, which is an objective, personal objectivity. And a personal subjectivity would be to throw oneself in. So the subjective and the objective relate to two different ways of dealing with things, to invoke or to evoke. So objectively, we invoke an experience and we invoke a thought pattern. Subjectively, we evoke a thought pattern. So shamanism is all about evocation. It's all about subjectivity. When you look at what the shamanic path is, you drum, you go into a trance, something comes out. You don't have a choice of what's going to come out. You don't have so much of a choice of what's going to happen. You're throwing yourself into the ocean and allowing the currents to carry you. Objectivity would be when you do a ritual and you carefully consider every part of the ritual. You carefully consider the date that you do the ritual. You carefully consider each word, each action of the ritual, the props that are used, the colors, the representations, so that you can objectively move around the personal forces within yourself to create a particular shift in consciousness. The shaman would subjectively just go into a trance and allow what is inside to be moved by the presence of the intelligence of the guides. And the guides are once again subjective, because we then become subject to the guides. The guides appear and they show us things, and the guides are part of the chain of life that are moving through us, part of the chain of life that binds us through experience of existence. So we think of ourselves as being an individual in divide and dual, a dual division, individual. So the word says it all. Though we aren't just an individual, we are part of a conglomerate of beings, just like our body isn't an individual body. It's a part of a conglomeration of beings, different microbes, different organs, different tissues, each tissue in each order of life within our body having a different purpose in order to create a symphony of life through which the experience of the subjective individual can be objectivized as an individual. So that's a very interesting concept. And then, of course, like Indy says, there's also macrocosmic objectivity, which is what we can share with other people, right? And the macrocosmic objectivity becomes a little bit more tricky because of the subjectivity that we're all stuck within. So we're all having a subjective experience that we're objectively viewing. And we believe that we're objective, but we can't really fully ever be objective totally, because we are experiencing reality subjectively. I hope that makes sense. So it's a bit of a challenging series of concepts, but looking at having a objective perspective of subjective experience would be to subjectively experience something purely, and after subjectively experiencing it, then take time to rationalize it objectively. So one needs to, I'll give you an example. Shamanic trance entered into, and the guides come and the guides show us something, and we have to follow the way that the guides are pointing us. And through this experience, we gain an insight into something that's fundamentally out of harmony that needs to be shifted. And the tools to shift it are provided through the guides who do the shifting. And then after this, we've learned something about the situation. Now we can sit and rationalize what we've experienced, and sit down and rationalize it, and do a series of scientific analyses, if you could, tests, in order to confirm that our hypotheses of what we've experienced subjectively has been put into objective consideration. All emotions are essentially subjective, if we think about it. If we're having an emotional intelligence is subjective intelligence, and rational IQ intelligence is objective intelligence. And so there's this fine line between the emotional IQ and the intellectual IQ. And so we've become completely fixated upon objective in this world. We've become so fixated upon objective that we've repressed the subjective. And so we're all walking around with incredible repressed subconscious parts of ourselves, emotional parts, which we're not allowed to express in society because society says it's a no-no. And so we have to behave in a rational manner all the time. And if you're in a situation where you just say, well, I'm not having a rational idea, I'm having an irrational idea, people would say, well, irrational, that's bad. If you listen to the word ration and irration, rational is when you limit the span of your thinking to these parameters. Irrational is a very broad feminine way of thinking. So I think of irrational as being the divine feminine expressing itself within us, and rational is the divine masculine. But we've been so fixated into being obsessed with the divine masculine that we've repressed the divine feminine to the point that most of us have got emotional problems, hang-ups, issues. And so we live in this disassociated form. Welcome, Magic LaCroix. Boy, balling out, brother. Big blessings to you. I started watching one of your shows, but it was so late. I'm going to get back to it. It was an interview a little while ago. I look forward to it. Thank you for joining us and welcome. So yeah, we're living in this world where we've mostly are subjectively repressing all of the good stuff, the divine feminine impulses within us, the emotional broad bandwidth consciousness that we've been taught is not okay, which is why I allow my child a lot of leeway to be wild. He's too wild for people. You see, he's impulsive. He walks down the the path with me, and he'll grab strangers and he'll walk up to them and he'll poke someone in the belly and say, "You're too fat. You can't have a fat belly like that." And I'm going to be like, "Oh my God." Yeah, he goes again, like, "I'm sorry." Like, he's very honest, he's very direct, and he's very impressive in terms of he gets emotional impressions. So he'll get an impression about someone and he'll start talking about them. And so what he's actually picking up on is that that person's got a complex about the way they look. And he immediately goes and throws himself in there. So there's something to be said about children being irrational and us allowing children to be irrational so that they can become emotionally complete. If you want your children to be artists, painters, musicians, philosophers, then they're going to have that emotional impression ability to tune into their emotions. And we've mostly been taught not to. We've been taught that we have to rationalize everything. So I think that's one of the reasons we need the healing that we need so badly, is because we've been taught to over-rationalize. And the whole path of healing very often relates to re-engaging with our emotions, re-engaging with our deep feelings, re-engaging with the parts of ourselves that we were taught as children are no-no. So if we weren't taught as children, would we need healing? There's an interesting question as an introduction to why we need these modalities of healing. I'd like to throw that at the table for a moment and see, how much of the problem is conditioning.
Well, it seems like if you're stuck too far into the rational or irrational, you're not facilitating movement. And the re-engagement of movement is gonna move you towards a balance. So you have a subjective spiritual experience that in the moments of it are are hitting core parts of you, but maybe you don't quite understand what's happening. You see colors and you have these emotions, and maybe things are coming to you and dancing behind your eyes, but then you come out of it, and then you start going through the process of rationalization, which is good, because you have to rationalize to make your way through this world, and through man's world and his laws, if you want to accomplish certain things. So what I was picking up from what you were saying is that there needs to be movement between the polarities, and being stuck in hyper rationalization or hyper irrationality is you're being static. You're not moving, and you're backing up the energy that wants to balance. It's backing up and it's building like a bubble, and eventually it's gonna pop. You're gonna pop. Collective hyper rationality or irrationality is gonna pop. Bad things are gonna happen.
Beautiful explanation for what we were talking about to begin with. The objectification of the subjective experience is exactly what you're saying, is that achieving of the Tao, the Yang Yin, having the experience of the irrational and then being able to rationalize it is the key to finding balance. Like Indy, working with the shadow is working with the irrational, isn't it? And absorbing the shadow is that rational work that needs to be done in order to face the irrational and bring the irrational and the rational together till they resolve each other. And there isn't irrational or rational, there just is. So I think that's beautifully put, the way you've put that out there for us. And I think here's one thing I'd like to add to this. The tarot. The tarot is a wonderful way of giving a rational voice to irrational impulses, because the tarot is speaking irrationally towards the symbols of the subconscious and the archetypes, and allowing us to consciously, rationally gain insights into the nature of each corresponding archetype. what it represents, what it means, so that when we have these spiritual experiences, we're able to put them into rational context retrospectively using the cosmological framework of the tarot to understand the situation and structure of the psyche, and that the psyche has a certain number of impulses, a certain number of forces. It's a diagram. It's got different qualities in the same way that our body has got different fingers and different hands and legs and feet and toes and different organs and different things that it can do in order to create the composite being physically that we are, which can do a lot of different things. Our mind, our psyche is very much like that. And so to understand the framework and the way that we can understand the framework of the body, we can understand the framework of the psyche through the tarot. So it opens up one of the first disciplines, which I think is fundamental. And this incorporates astrological, numerological, and various different layers of the structure of being, because we can see the same metaphor expressed in the stars, the same metaphor expressed within the structure of language and numbers, the way in which numbers express these fundamental principles, and the way in which language is structured out of numbers in order to express the same concepts, which astrologically are expressing the numbers and expressing the sacred geometry of being, which is the expression of number, which is sound, which is the shape of sound, which is represented as color. So, and this is something I'm sure Cosmic's going to be quite tuned into as well. The way in which color and sound are the same thing. It's just a different perception of the same reality. And so I think that's what it is. There's something that is at the core of all of these experiences, something at the core of everything that we're touching on, studying, experiencing, that is of similitude. There's something of a sameness. And I think when we're speaking about the Taoist path of Taoist alchemy, which I find to be very engaging, and let me know if my voice is too soft, too loud, too scratchy. How's the sound quality? If there's anything off, just let me know. But the Taoists speak about the uncarved block. And I think the uncarved block represents that naturalness of being who we are, without any pretenses, without any ideas of who I'm meant to be, any structures of what I'm trying to be. Just being the uncarved block is being. It's being like a child. There have been many masters that have said, like, be as a child, be childlike. So I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the healing, which is becoming like children again. I don't know. Well, what do you guys think?
I want to make a comment here, because you mentioned that your son will poke at the truth in people, and it's not to be a little rude, however, but I like your I like what you said about the uncarved block. I saw it once as like almost like a crystal ball, like a beautiful smooth crystal ball. And so the block, the ball, it has to move through this life, and it's gonna pick up some grooves. But there needs to be some sort of structure or discipline that comes from well, in this case with the child, a parent or a parental figure that can direct that block, that irrationality, because it knows that the block is headed towards a destination, and that it can be more than it is at this moment when it gets there, and it can help set a path or set a way of thinking about paths that will lead to the greatest amount of expansion, spiritual expansion, or whatever. I like thinking about things as like what you said, like be as children, right? Like you have a child, you watch your child, and the child is basically just filled with joy all the time at everything it's experiencing, right? Because it's seeing it as it is. But it has to be directed. And when you were talking about the tarot, when you are looking into the tarot, it's like you're setting up some boundaries for yourself, right? This card, it does mean something. The symbols, the numbers, the shapes, and the colors. It does mean something. That's kind of like hard, right? This symbol means something. Okay, that's like a boundary you set for yourself. But the tarot is just one thing, and the more things that you look into or are properly directed towards, like the more you have to draw from, kind of like you have more parental authority with which to guide you. So that was my thought.
What do you guys think?
What was the question again?
No, we're talking about the uncarved block of the Tao and
Be childlike.
about children boundaries, and it sort of represents the self in this story. It also represents children, bringing up children, setting up boundaries for ourselves or not setting up boundaries, allowing a totality of freedom, or setting up a structured zone within which some simulacrum of freedom can be experienced. Where do we draw the lines? And do we draw the lines?
I feel like there's definitely a huge aspect to childlike state of mind, at least in one condition in which one can transcend programming. There may be others in which it's not like that, but I feel like in I don't know what this is from, but there's it might be from the Enneagram. There's the seeker. Are you guys familiar with the Enneagram? I've been tested in the Enneagram and come out as the seeker. I believe that was the test I got the result from. And the seeker is all about just going into the darkness with the light from within and just trying to find a new path for yourself and then being a leader for humanity. It's like basically like I'm fed up with this programming. I'm not going to go along with the herd. They're lost. I'm going to start taking a new path through a path untraveled, like Robert Frost said. And it's all about like just trying to find a new way of doing things. And I feel like that's probably something that's been they would want to repress from us because people find a better way and it makes people fall away from being controlled. And it can be chaotic. If people are all going into new ways, it's going to be hard to lead people in one particular way. They might be going head to head, they might be running away from each other. There might be a lot of divisiveness there that's unintentional. So there's benefits to having a collective that's united, and then there's benefits to having innovators, but there's also detriments to both sides. So it's an interesting process, but I feel like since Taoism talks about the uncarved block, and I feel like it's mentioned in other philosophies as well, there's definitely some merit to that line of thinking. And I feel like it's somewhat expressed in the story of The Catcher in the Rye, which was read by the killer of John Lennon, and he experienced that book as a disappointment that when we come into adulthood, it's all about losing your innocence and falling into this corrupt way of doing things. And he had music that he had created was stolen by the Beatles, which is why he had such animosity for them. But I feel like there's something to the message that was conveyed in that book. The idea that I think when we're young, we feel like we're going to come into a better way. When we get older, we feel like somebody knows everything. We can learn it all from them if we want that. We can find the happiness that we're promised when we're young. And I think when we get older, we start to realize that that was a facade. The programming that we're pushed into to get that house with the picket fence and have the money, and that's going to make us happy. I think a lot of folks who've gotten there started to realize that this was misleading to us. What we really seek is something that I think is not about the material. It's not about financial gain necessarily. You can use it to get there, but I think that distracts a lot of people. What we're really trying to get, and I think that's a big difference between the emotional and the rational, is that the rational kind of focuses, it's more of a template or like an outline that's gained from dissecting things as they are. And so things as they are seen as chaos or irrational. But when we can get them into a way that we understand, it's rational for us, but it's not how things really are. It's really, you killed what is and you dissected it and opened it up, and you think that you know how to understand it by its parts. But the parts themselves don't operate like the whole would. And so when we're operating through rationalism, it's really limited to materialism in a lot of ways. There's really not too much of an understanding about irrational things in rationalism. We have the paradox, and we have things like emotional intelligence, which is a rational way to understand the irrational. But you can only go so far. But I feel like there's a reason why emotional intelligence is something that we've just started to explore. Another thing is social intelligence. Those are things that women tend to have a greater capacity for, that and spatial intelligence as well. And so their strengths have been denied and obfuscated for many millennia. And we're starting to see those and understand the powers of them. And in that process, men are starting to realize, okay, we're not that good at this. We thought we like to see ourselves as the strongest and the smartest. And so it's been hard for men to be able to let that come into the forefront and understand there's things that the right brain focused people, which women tend to be more right brain focused typically, and there's always exceptions and everything, but right brain focused intelligence tends to deal with things like intuition, which can really help us overcome programming towards like confusion or divisive brainwash or psyops and things like this. When we have intuition, we can understand the difference between misinformation or disinformation and true information from within. We kind of have a gauge of what's right and what's wrong. And I kind of came up with an analogy from what Franklin was talking about earlier, mentioning the currents. You kind of have to go with the flow of the currents. And I feel like when we're in life, when we're going through programming, it's like a river, and the currents lead out to sea. And if you just follow this programming, you're eventually going to get lost at sea. But there's these little eddies that we come across, and if people are interested in reprogramming, or they're like a black sheep, or they have that intuition that like, wait, this feels wrong, what if I were to do this? And they go against the grain, and they do maybe like childlike things like, oh, I just wanted to use my imagination, or I just wanted to like take an adventure and go where I wasn't supposed to go and see where that leads. They can lead us back to a place where we can go back towards shore to have a firm foundation of knowledge and understanding instead of being lost and astray. But in a way that can lead us away from the herd, kind of like Nietzsche's novel, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, who went out and lived in the cave for who knows how long and found the truth and spoke to God. And then when he came back to society, he realized he was so detached from being able to understand and communicate with society and resonate with them that he was mocked, and they laughed at him a lot. So there's so many interesting aspects here when we have like the main collective is being led astray, and then these individuals are reprogramming and kind of isolating themselves a lot of times. A lot of people feel like there's a meaning for this. Like if we're separated out in the world and there's some of us are everywhere, but there's not too many of us all together, then we can reach the others more, and we won't run off away by ourselves. But there's an aspect to stuff like this where people who are reprogramming can connect from across the globe. So even though there's not that many people in our own communities necessarily that are in this similar state, we can find people now in this golden age of information that are resonating with us, and be able to put this message out for folks to show the powers of reprogramming and how it can bring us inner happiness. And that inner happiness, even though we might isolate ourselves from the collective somewhat, that inner happiness is pure gold. You don't necessarily rely on things like you used to. You won't necessarily need things like feeling like you need a mansion, or you need like the best job, or you need to have like the coolest circles of friends to like go out exploring with. You'll be happy and content with having a couple good friends or one good friend, you know,
Or a family.
or a good book or a family.
That's so true. That
Yeah.
is so on point. And I think there's a lot to be understood about the way in which we've lived. Cosmic, I've seen your mic popping on a couple
Yeah,
of
I've
times.
I just had a thought in my head that I kind of wanted to bring out. So I have a question for the roundtable, and you can just sort of answer it in your heads. You don't have to say it out loud, but just think in your head, like in regards to childhood and innocence and so forth. What is the age when you first started to generally retain memories? I guess for me, it was around like 5 or 6, but I think for some people it might be a little bit, younger or older. But I was just kind of thinking, like, if I think of like, 6 years old to where I am now, where I'm like in my 30s, there's like this straight linear line where it's like I look at myself like, here I am now, and here is where sort of like my consciousness experience really took off and began. But I'm thinking to myself, if I transport myself back to when I was 6, 7, or 8 years old, little kid, you don't have that clear defining line of my life begins here and my life is currently where I am now. It's not the straight line when you're a smaller child, because there's no clear discernible beginning point of your life from your own subjective point of view. So everything has this kind of singularized, non-linear. There's not this sense of like, when you're a kid, you don't really have a past. You don't have a past to reflect on, and in a sense, you don't really have much of a future, thought of either. You might think, oh, I might want to, be this when I grow up or whatever that, but there's not really like a set trajectory in terms of the past or the future. So in a lot of ways, you're able to not only remain in the present, but do so in the way where you don't really even feel the momentum of linear time. And so I guess if you're bringing that, back to the whole idea of the Tao and the kind of the universal singularity, I think when we're younger, we're more in tune with that singularity, because in a sense, it's the earliest amount of time before like we incarnated into this world. So that would probably be our memories of our previous life would probably be at their freshest and that they're most relevant. So I think, yeah, when it comes to childhood, I think we also have to remember that we perceive reality in a very, very different way than we do as adults. Perhaps in some ways we can facilitate that perception again.
Yeah, it reminds me of that philosophy of be here now. When you're here now, you let go of the past, and when you let go of the past, it's really about what you can do in the moment, and it's not really about the future or the present. It's just just this moment and what you can do best with it. I think that when you're a kid, you're fearless, more fearless than you are now. Like when you're a kid, you'll do lots of crazy stuff. Like Shaman said, his son pokes people in the stomach. But as an adult, you don't do that because it's socially unacceptable. But as a child, you don't know much, and even when you do know, you kind of don't care. Like for example, your mom might tell you, "Don't jump down the stairs." And as a kid, you're like, well, I'm gonna do it because I can do it. Nothing gonna happen to me, right? And then you do it enough times, you might hurt yourself. Then you realize, oh, that's why I shouldn't be doing that. But as adults, we get a lot of our information vicariously. And so we have fake fears, we have fake worries, we have fake ideas of what could happen if you do this, what could happen if you do that. And a lot of us point the finger at the outside and say, oh, it's a system, it's a paradigm, blah, blah, blah. But it's not really, it's you. if you watching too many other people and copying them unconsciously. And if you stop doing that, you can really go your own way. I think that I've been learning for myself that man, that Jesus is really trying to teach us this in different kind of ways. But going back to being a child, I think that he made a point where he said, unless you become like little children, you cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. And I think what he meant was that you have to be like a blank slate, like a kid is. Kids wake up in the morning, they don't even remember their dreams, and they're just ready to rumble. But when we wake up, we're thinking about our bills, thinking about where we have to go, thinking about our jobs, thinking about what we got to do with our hair, if we smell nice, we got to brush our teeth, what we got to eat, all this stuff. But kids don't give it, they don't care. they're just trying to live the best thing they can live in that moment. And if we go back, not even go back, I shouldn't even say that. If we just open up to letting go of what we remember so much of, the things we hold on to, we can actually be here now for real and have no holding back, I guess you could say. And I want to tell Jeremy, I want to take pictures of. I love the way that you're just like in a contemplative look, and I want to take pictures of it and put it on my background because you remind me of that statue that's always thinking. I love it.
Well, let me tell you what I was thinking there. I think when Franklin's son, or I think when Franklin sees, I'm going to use you as an example. Joshua, poke at someone or follow this impulse, and I see that in my daughter as well. She's a year, so quite a big difference between 1 year and 6. But we see our children doing this thing that's innate to who they are, and it's coming from the best of themselves because they don't know anything else. And the authority figure has enough wherewithal and sees that genuine self coming through and expressing itself through this action, right? And that's a good thing. We don't want to diminish that, but we're constantly working on being the authority to set parameters and boundaries to direct that energy, because that energy is good, and if it's directed at the right time in the right place, it can do even more good. So when you were saying that, you wake up and you gotta worry about the bills and the bills and the job and whatnot. I mean, that's like that's not like being an adult or a parent, like worrying about those things, but having that responsibility is. And I was thinking how we have to have those things so that we can better, we can use that original energy. We can use those things to direct that energy. So the authority figure directs energy for that childlike innocence of the self, which is that original block. And I think I'm gonna rescind on my idea of how life puts grooves in the block. I think a better conception is that it adds things. It sticks things to it. And some of those things are like JB Weld. And then some of those things are like water that'll just evaporate. Anyways, that was the end of that.
Yeah, I like that analogy better because it's kind of hard to imagine like having a carved block and being able to uncarve it. But in Taoism, they usually talk about things in such a paradoxical way. It really stirs up your mind. Helps you think deeper.
Maybe it still can get grooves.
Yeah.
And that's when you know you're really fucked up.
Right?
I'm starting to think, though, the older I get, Panini, something that Eleanor Mexico said was still working on my subconscious, and something that was also sort of rather well articulated at a couple of points by Aaron, is leaning towards the idea that surrender is somehow quite fundamental towards wholeness. And that was what Aaron said. And it resonates deeply. And what Eleanor said was that there is chaos has its own set of rules. I'm paraphrasing what Mexico said here. But the idea is that chaos has its own rules. It seems like it's just out of control, but there is something going on. And it makes me think about the journey of the fool, because the tarot is essentially the journey of the fool. And in the tarot, we are the fool, journeying through these different aspects of ourselves in order to come back to the fool. There's something quite interesting being explained here. It's the journey of the fool in order to embrace what it means to be a fool. So we start off as a fool, as a child. We learn all these great things, and then we need to unlearn everything that we've learned to become the fool once again. And I think there's something that's being said here. And it makes me wonder, which is one of the reasons why, obviously, I do put down limits for my child. But if I'm honest, a lot of those limits are a little bit selfish. Because I have like a limit of tolerance. And so he's got to work within my limit of tolerance. So I've got to lay it down so that he doesn't go overboard to the point where he pushes me, that I get annoyed. Because obviously getting annoyed is not the answer. So I can be a bit strict when it comes to certain things. And obviously consequences, like, hurting the dogs, playing too roughly with the dogs, especially when your dog's big. And so there is something to be understood by certain limits. And I think the limits of safety are certain necessary limits. Just because, a young child doesn't know that the fire is hot, you will keep them away from the fire. They're not allowed to go near the fire. Why? Because it's dangerous. Play with that thing and it gets out of control. The whole house goes woof. It's a big problem. So there are certain parameters of limitation that are required. But I do believe that if a child is left to its own devices, it will learn. You see, something that you said, Jeremy, triggered like a deep recognition within me, that you mentioned the word joy, that children are in a state of joy. Now, what I have realized is that joy improves learning. So why it is that children use more of their brain capacities than adults is because they're in a state of joy. When an adult embraces the state of joy that is the child, well, our capacity to learn and actually uptake information is greater. So through the emotional intelligence, I do believe that children are able, and this is what I think the uncarved block is saying, is that the limitations will be evident, right? Some people let their children do what the hell they want. I've noticed this. And funnily enough, those children, okay, I'm going to use a friend of mine when I was a child. It was one of my closest friends. In fact, Mexico and myself were talking about this family just the other day. She might realize the older brother. His mom had a like do whatever the hell you want attitude, right? And he, if anything, was far more rational than me. I had like a strict father when I was young, who had sort of been a little bit strict about like what can and can't be done. So I was wild as a rebellion against the strictness, if that makes sense. He was the opposite of me. He kept me in check because he had to learn for himself. Like the fire is hot, you put your hand in the fire, it burns. He learned very quickly consequences. So I think that the universe of karmic interaction will teach our children very fast the laws of the chaotic reality. So the uncarved block does seem to hold a lot of merit because we will learn what are consequences to certain choices. But going into the chaos, the ability to learn because of the joy is so much greater that what we could have taught our child in 10 years, they could have learned in 2 years, I believe, through their own emotional intelligence, through joy, because the joy will improve the intelligence. And it will get to the point that the children will surpass us in the ability to to consider things and cognitively put things into perspective. So this is where I think the uncarved block of the Taoist system is what they're getting at, is that fear is what holds us back. Fear is what prevents joy. Fear is what prevents love. So the fear holds us back from being able to be as an uncarved block because, oh, well, there's this and this and this to think of. We need to rationalize in society. We need to do this. We need to be like this. Even something that was being said about how, the story of Zoroaster, not Zoroaster, but the book that was written about the Zoroastrian thought of a hermit coming back to society. Was that because this person was disconnected from society? Or was that because society was disconnected from divinity to such an extent that society didn't want to recognize the truth? Because the recognition of the truth meant that it had to change. And so its resistance of change was thrown in the face of the seer, of the one with the wisdom. And if that seer came to society and said, listen, I've got a system that you can find. You don't have to change. You can just be exactly what you are. Well, how is that going to change anything personally for anyone? So if one does have any wisdom that can produce profound shifts within and growth, that'll involve change. And people will often resist change. If people are getting what they want, an example, someone has a pornographic addiction, someone has a cocaine addiction, someone has an addiction of, getting easy money. Classic example, a gigolo with an addiction to porn, gets easy money from sex, buys cocaine with the money and calls it a lifestyle, right? And some enlightened being comes and says, listen, man, this gigolo business isn't working for you. The cocaine isn't working. And the easy money is actually doing you harm. You really need to go out there and work like a normal person. The gigolo is going to be like, damn, I don't want to work. I'm like, I've got it easy. Oh, how am I going to buy my cocaine with less money? No, I need a lot of money to maintain my cocaine lifestyle. And I enjoy my porn. My porn teaches me how to do my job better. So, in that level, a gigolo that's using porn to make more money, to buy more cocaine, wouldn't want the wisdom that someone has obtained in a cave, and they would throw it in their face because it's like, I like my porn, I like my money, I like my cocaine. So if many people in society are living in such a manner that is so divorced from themselves, what space, what care would they have for the Buddha? If the Buddha were here now in this modern day society, would the Buddha walk around picking bits of old tomatoes out of the hair or the face? Do you know what I mean? Would this be an individual covered in rotten vegetables? And that would be like, oh, there's the rotten vegetable guy again. No, that's the Buddha. Oh, well, he's known as the rotten vegetable guy because everywhere he goes there's rotten vegetables. So I think that this is endemic of our society that we're living in, that we've become so addicted to our way of life, even though it's destructive personally, destructive to the environment, destructive to each other. Yeah. Like the idea of cigarette smoking, think about it. When we were younger, it was normal for people to smoke in cars. It was normal for people to smoke in buildings. It was normal for people to smoke in restaurants, in bars. I mean, people smoked everywhere except for schools. And you got onto a train, people were smoking on the train. There were ashtrays on the trains.
They smoked in
There was-
schools too.
Did they?
The teachers could smoke in the teachers' lounge, and then the students would smoke like outside on the corner, and then
Yeah.
there was an outside area for the teachers to smoke too.
There you go. But I'm just saying, like when I was young, it was smoking was everywhere. You couldn't not get secondhand smoke as a child. You were forced to be a smoker whether you wanted to or not, basically. And it's just interesting, you know. It was just so normal for people to just smoke. I remember people, if my mom was ever given someone a lift, they'd want to take their cigarette, and my mom was, oh no, this is a non-smoking car. It was like a novelty, you know, like in the 80s, like people smoked everywhere. It was just normal. In the 70s, it was even more so. So I remember when I was really young, you speak about memories in childhood. This is interesting. I think we form our desire body at age 7. So it's actually a band of the aura. You actually see it forming around your child, by the way. It starts to take shape. One more layer starting to become clear, new band of color and resonance. And before then, we're not operating with personal desire. So at age 7, the structure starts to come and it's not really well shaped yet. And personal desire starts to rule. With the personal desire comes the desire of what is and is not desired. And that's the distinction that starts to create the structure of holding on to memories. But I have an unbroken timeline that goes back to like weeks, right? Like before I could move, before I could turn my head. And I can remember everything, like everything. I could draw you a floor plan of the flat I lived in up until the age of 1. Where the bed was, where the bathroom was, how the bath looked, where the toilet and the bathroom was, where the thing was in the bath. I couldn't walk. I could just sit up in the bath. But I remember I used to grab at the things, and the containers, and the soaps, and the shampoos, and everything. Obviously, I never really got to experience the kitchen. I just knew there was that place where mommy and daddy went, you know. There was like a high up place where they did stuff, and then the food came. But and at that stage, I wasn't really eating. But I saw they were doing this thing there, and I was like, some part of me was like, what's going on there? But it's like another world away from me. But everything else, my memories are clear. So it's interesting how we do formulate the memories as children. It's just that we don't have a reason to learn to access them. And having trauma points in our lives is actually a benefit. Weird as that sounds, because by the resolution of those trauma points and reabsorption of the shadow that's been repressed due to the pain and the suffering of those trauma points, we're actually able to regress ourselves to those memories and recover all of those memories that we thought we didn't have, which is a very interesting point. It points at Gurdjieff's self-remembrance in a sense, which I think is something which is quite valid and needs to be looked at. You know, the principle that we've forgotten ourselves and we need to remember ourselves. And that's really what healing is remembering the self. So I think that forgetfulness and memory, and somebody was pointing out about how memory is movement, right? Movement is memory. And I would say that mem is the water through which movement happens. So Ori means light, right? But Or is light, and Ori is the light that informs Ori. And so you got the Arya, which is the informational light, the song of the angels, right? So you got Ori, the light that informs, and the Mem is the water. The word mem means water. In old, it's an old hieroglyph for water. So Mem Ori is the light that informs bouncing on the water. And the cascading light creates an image, a reflection on the water. And so the reflection of the light that informs upon the water is memory, which is the moving principle of the light upon the water, which is quite an insight about memory and movement. And resonance, vibration is obviously the key, because the light is vibrating on the water's edge, so to speak. So that gives us an idea of what memory is, because life is memory. Everything that we can experience is memory. We're not living in the present. We talk about being in the present, but it's a joke, because our present that we're talking about is still 2 seconds in the past. Okay, it's a damn sight better than being 4 seconds in the past, because 4 seconds in the past is like extra 2 seconds. So we're living probably 4 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds in the past. And if we can get to a much more conscious state, we're living 2 seconds in the past. And if we can become super, super conscious, we might just be 1 second in the past, but we're still in the past. Because what is it that differentiates this time? Well, how many neural pathways are you using to structure reality and to put the experience of reality into context? If you're only using 3 neural pathways, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and it's going to take a long time before the idea of reality is formed. If you're using whole brain function, you're using millions of neural pathways simultaneously. This is the emotional intelligence, chaotic intelligence. And all of those many, many neural pathways simultaneously used can actually give us a far quicker response time for the neurological structuring of reality as an image, as an experience, which is then remembered and experienced as a memory. So this is neuroscience, basically. They've done the calculations. We're living in the past.
This just
So
gave
how
me
can
an
we ever really
idea.
be in the present? Yeah.
So I was just thinking about the image of, like, I'm thinking about time as like a string. So I'm thinking of, like, the idea of, we're being 2 seconds in the past. And I'm kind of thinking of, what if the present is like, imagine it's like a car, and our present perception is like a bucket at the end of the string that's attached to a car while it's moving. So as the car moves, our time perception follows along with it. So it's almost like time is pulling us, in a sense. Like there's that pulling momentum. So something is pulling us from the future. Maybe time is more of a pull from the future than it is a push from the past. That's something I've been thinking about. That's a good retro causality. That's a good subject matter. I'll let somebody else take it from here. I just wanted to bring that thought onto the floor.
Well,
To me,
that was a good idea. I have to go soon, but I did want to answer Aaron's question from the beginning. And I also wanted to point out something, Shaman, you made me think of, which is boredom. Because you said fear is the opposite of joy. I think boredom also, because I've looked at monkeys being taught how to, what do you do? What do you say? Like they have these memory tests that monkeys can take, and they have better memory than us. And they said it's because they don't get bored. But when a person gets bored, they don't find joy anymore. It's almost like, when you play baseball or soccer or any sport, you love it because you're winning or you have a possibility of winning. But when you're not winning, it's not fun no more. And you get bored of it. And it's almost like when there's a guy I watched yesterday, Napoleon Hill. He taught me a cool analogy about tying shoes. He said, when you learn how to tie your shoes as a kid, uh, it's not so much fun, but when you get it right, you feel joy. You get a lot of endorphins or whatever, and uh, you don't really know how to do it the first time or the second time or the third time or the fourth time or the fifth time or the sixth time and so on. But eventually you get to a point where you can tie your shoes blindfolded, right? And I believe that repetition is a part of learning, but also repetition will make you bored. And it'll make you not want to learn anymore or would not want to enjoy that thing that you learned anymore. I think that's interesting. And then for Aaron's question, Aaron, I've healed people, but not. I'll just say me, but it's a different thing than me. And I've healed people through uh, God, I suppose, or Jesus Christ, whatever you want to call it. And I'm not sure if that's the answer to your question, but for me, there's this lady. She had arthritis, and there's another lady who had a hurt knee. I don't know what was wrong with her knee, but she used a cane. But the Holy Spirit allowed me to heal these people. With the lady with the arthritis in her wrist, I just used salt and water, and I I prayed for it and it worked. And her arm, her wrist, it doesn't have arthritis anymore. It's completely gone. And then the lady with the knee thing, she still has pain in it sometimes. But when I prayed for her leg, I didn't use any salt or water or anything. I just prayed for her leg, and her knee was fine. She went jogging that day. She's like 50 something, 56. So I think there's some things that are unexplained, maybe, or maybe there's some things that excite people out of their boredom. I believe that diseases and ailments are a product of boredom. Like when I read, I went to a class for Lord of the Rings, esoteric class, and they actually taught a lot of concepts in it where the wars in Lord of the Rings are a representation of your brain, and that when when the enemies come in and fight the whatever all the other people, that is an idea, a new idea coming in to destroy an old idea. And when the new idea wins, you have something new you learned, and it kills your boredom. I believe that when I'm healing people and I'm praying for them, giving them a new way of seeing the real world, they get excited. And so when they're excited, I guess it causes their body to heal itself. I don't know. But it works. So I gotta go. And thank you guys. I love you all. It was a fun topic. Have a nice day.
Bless you, brother. Have a good day. If you're still around later on, you can pop back in and throw some more at the table if you've got time. Otherwise, have an absolutely grand and awesome day and keep smiling. And I like what you say about the healing, remembering, forgetting and remembering. Remembering to forget at the appropriate time. It actually makes me think about something, an anecdote. So my son woke up yesterday. He was unable to walk. And he sleeps with his leg under his mother's leg. And he curves his leg and hooks it under her and gets it like completely under her and hooks it up. He tried that stunt with me. And I was like, he came to get into bed with me, tried a couple of weeks, and I said no. He tried it again. I said no. Tried it again. I said, listen, buddy, it's getting personal now. Like this is going to result in someone's Wi-Fi camera getting stomped on. Be careful. I will go fetch that Wi-Fi camera and turn it into a junk pile of plastic bits, and I'll give you the opportunity to throw it in the bin. Don't worry about it. I will take action. And I explained to him that, you're going to hurt your leg, right? And that it's hurting me. Because he'll curve his leg in under you, and you'll fall asleep, and you wake up with this thing stuck under you. What is this thing? The instinct is to move it out of the way, but that's it. That's your child's leg, right? In your sleep, you can't move his leg out of your way. So I said to him, no, it's not a good idea. And he says, yeah, but I do it with mommy. So anyway, he did it with mommy last night in her bed, and he woke up and he couldn't walk. And his mother was freaking out yesterday. Oh, he needs to go to hospital because like he literally couldn't walk. He was in so much pain. And I sat him down and I explained to him, I said to him, listen, this healing thing works like this. It's here. And I said to him, you're going to go to sleep tonight. You're going to wake up. It's going to be fine. Because you know that it's going to be fine. Because you've inherited grade A body from mommy and daddy. You lucky little bugger, basically. Daddy was South African championship. Mommy was a South African sprinter. Her records were unbroken till she was like older. She set records when she was a teenager, and it took them years to break it. So between mommy and daddy, you've got two like we could have maybe gone to the Olympics, sports. So I was like, you're lucky. You got a top shelf body from mommy and daddy. That's why you're so strong. That's why you're so virile. That's why you're so fearless. Because you know you're going to be a little alpha male, you little bugger. which is an interesting perspective, with him being the way he is, because he's got to learn to self-manage, because he's not going to be able to be managed easily when he's older. That's the impulse I get. And so anyway, I sat him down, I explained to him, and then when I took off the crepe bandage, I just touched his leg a little, and I said, I'm just going to touch your leg a little in a healing way. And he said, wow, Daddy, you touched my leg just a few times and you healed it. And I said, yeah. So now I go to sleep and wake up with it healed. And he woke up and his leg was completely healed. And his mother was freaking out about him being hospitalized last night. We need to hospitalize him. I was saying, seriously, we need to hospitalize our child? It's basically it's a pulled muscle. He's twisted his leg. He pulled the muscles in the front, the ligaments, but children have got such incredible abilities to retune their bodies, right? Because of the neurological interface of the brain, they're using so much of their brain capacity. They're able to, through sympathetic realignment, sympathetic magic works like this. Your nervous system is telling your DNA how to manifest your physical body. So children have the ability to change their bodies faster than adults, because they're using so much of their neural capacity. And as a healer, we learn to use more of our neural capacity, because we notice that we can channel more energy, more chi, more shen, more vibrational force can flow through us when our neural interface is working better, because the heart has got access to such a tremendously large amount of energy. It just needs something to channel it, right? Like the mind needs to be able to become like a single like pipe that a lot of stuff can flow through, and children have that automatic impulse. And I think that there's something to be said about healing, about being like a child when it comes to being able to be a healer or being able to be healed, because children heal at a fast rate. And I've always been childlike. I've always been a prankster, been a terrible prankster my whole life. Seriously. Like ridiculous prankster. I used to play pranks on everybody. I had to learn to stop playing pranks on people. I was like, seriously, dude, you're in your 40s. You've got to stop playing pranks on people now. It's getting a bit much. Like this is not appropriate. And I've always been a little bit of like, take the mickey, as they say in Irish, have a little bit of a laugh. And I think it's one of the reasons why my healing has been so fast. And everybody else has been a surprise. Like I'll have like a really bad injury. I'll give you an example. I fell on a roof when I was doing activism in 2011, and I twisted my foot that it was facing the wrong direction. Right? It was literally 180 degrees. It was loose, dislocated, bone fracture, all the stuff. And I was laying alone on the roof, and I grabbed it and I carefully realigned my foot, put the cartilage back into place. I used to just do a lot of dislocations. When I was like training in martial arts, when I was young, I used to dislocate something often. I used to push myself beyond my limits. I used to train too hard. I used to train 27 hours, 30 hours a week. I dislocated fingers and toes regularly. I dislocated all sorts of parts of my body because of, over driving myself. And so for me, it was like almost natural instinct to put it back. So, and I was lucky. So anyway, I put my ankle back, and it was huge. It was swollen like this. It was massive. And everybody was like, oh, you need to go to hospital. I was like, nah, don't need to go to hospital. It's back. It's put right. I can feel that it's right. It's just damn sore. They go, well, you need medication. I said, I don't need medication. I need ice. So people went to get me some ice from the local pub. They got me a big bag of ice, and I iced it. And it healed fast. People were shocked. Like, I was walking a little while later. They were like, how are you walking? Like, your foot was this big. And it wasn't long until I was walking, and then I was running again. And people were like, how the hell? What's wrong with you? Like, how do you heal that fast? I've broken bones, and they've healed fast. I've had seriously deep gashes where people are like, you need stitches. I'm like, on my face. I'm like, I don't need stitches. I'll just hold it closed. I wait for the body's glue to enact. They go like, you seriously, dude, that's not going to work. And I'll do it and it will work. And the body will glue itself back because I'm patient. I'll hold like that for a long time. And then like 2 weeks later, people be like, what happened to your injury? I'll be like, what injury? Oh, I'd actually forgotten that I was injured. Because I'd forgotten that I was injured, my healing just kicked into natural healing. I had 2nd-degree burns in India. Everybody was like, you need to go to hospital for that. What do I need hospital for? I've got urine. I'll pee on it, you know? Anyway, my point is, I think that when we let go of our rational, we become irrational. That's when the healing starts, which is quite interesting. Because the rational rations how much life force we can channel. The irrational, well, there's nothing being rationed. There's no rationing. You can just tap into an incredibly irrational amount of life force and just allow it to flow through you, and it just does its work. And so faith healing works in that way. Prayer works in that way. It's very irrational. You just tap into something profoundly big and you channel it. And whatever your triggers you use in order to release that life force, that prana, it does its work. And I'd love to put that in front of the group, getting it onto point where we're talking about actual healing of the body and obviously the psyche as well. What do you guys think?
I think when it comes to the rationalism thing, I think I have a different take. I think of it instead of a switching over from rationalism to irrationalism. I think instead of it's a more of a balancing act. I think oftentimes, here's something I've been thinking about lately in terms of like some of the weirder like beliefs out there. I think that in a lot of ways is that because our society is so hyper rational, we try to compensate by being hyper irrational. We go into the complete opposite extreme. It's like almost like we need to create these narratives of just total insane nonsense as a way to kind of, compensate for the hyper rational like thinking. Like one of the reasons, well, say what you will about flat earth theory. I'm sure I know there's some people in this space who believe in stuff like that. But I do think in a lot of ways that, the reason people are, glomming onto that kind of stuff is because we have kind of like lost a sense of mythology in our society, and we're just kind of desperate to sort of jump onto any kind of mythological island we can find. So I think that, to me, when it comes to the rational, I think it has to be tempered. I think it's not something that you have to completely get rid of and, throw to the birds. I think that it's like a masculine feminine dynamic. If you have a totally patriarchal society, things get, it's, violent, it's very strict and authoritarian. But then if you go the opposite direction, where you get like this, matriarchy, where you have this kind of this woke, communist bullshit that we got right now, the real thing is you got to have both sides playing equally and both sides putting in input and sort of respecting each other. So I think that when the rational and the irrational work together in synchronization, and they work to complement each other, where the rational helps to sort of refine the sort of the beauty of the irrational, and the irrational helps to kind of give the rational mind new sort of forms of logic to work with. See, this is the thing my thing about order and chaos, which I guess you could kind of like think about as the rational, irrational, objective, subjective, is that, if you think about it, chaos, in order for chaos to truly exist, it needs order. It needs something to destroy and something to tear down. And in a way, order can't exist without chaos, because in a way, chaos gives order new forms of order to create. It's like you'll see some new chaotic form, and then order can impose a new form of order, and that order complexifies, and it has more dimensions in which to express itself. So I think when it comes to the irrational, because I used to be very much in the camp of, oh my God, total subjective idealist, deny the objective, deny the rational. It's all mental. It's all a dream. But I think when I started working with the Fae, they started to make me appreciate more the body and being and nature. And you're starting to see that there's a kind of a complementary like force between the rational and rational. You really need both of these things to work in harmony. And I think when it comes to the madness in our society, it's people who embrace one over the other. They're all rational, no irrational, no subjective, no poetry and music, or they're just all irrational, just no science, no math, just completely, off the rails, believe whatever sounds cool and interesting. So when you have both of these working together and they're complementing each other, I think that's when you get real healing, because there's a sort of an integration. It's like, because they're parts of who we are. And I think that if we, embrace one, we don't want to neglect the other. You got to have them, like, when they're both working together, and they both can, it's like you're taking your heart and your mind and you're trying to get like, you think of your heart and your mind as like two children who are fighting with each other. So wouldn't the goal then to be find a way to get the two children to get along with each other, as opposed to favoring one child over the other? So that's kind of my thoughts on the rational versus irrational divide.
I think that's very beautifully put. And what you're describing here is essentially the chariot from the Tarot. And now the chariot has got two horses, one black, one white. And how the charioteer has to maintain navigation using these two horses. And there is a time for the black horse to lead, and there is a time for the white horse to lead, and there is a time for the two horses to move together. If you want to turn right, the black horse needs to be pulling more than the right horse, than the white horse, right? Because you want to be able to move that direction. If you want to turn the other way, the other horse needs to be pulling harder. So you've got these two leashes. You've got to release the one with one hand and tighten the other one with the other hand in order to turn right, sorry. So you release the one on your left, you tighten the one on the right, the one on the right slows down, the one on the left goes faster, and your chariot turns to the left, to the right, and vice versa. Or if you want to go forward, you've got to release the two equally. So it's very much like what you're saying. Both forces are fundamental. And in order to be able to operate with a whole brain function, we do require to have mastery of the Idda and the Pingala from yogic philosophy, to bring that into the picture. And the Idda represents the operations of the hypothalamus under the direction of the pituitary gland as the left channel and the back channel. The left channel and the falling force of the front, and the rising force of the right and the rising force of the back is represented by Pingala. And Pingala is the rational. So there's something to be considered here, because the rational is moving forwards, right? It's moving from behind, it's moving forwards. The irrational is moving towards the behind. So it's moving like a circle. You consider yourself inside a wheel, it's turning. You consider yourself inside another wheel, that's turning. And so you've got the Idda and the Pingala representing in the physical body these forces that are flowing through us. But they're also brain interfaces, the way in which the right brain is managing the left side of the body, and the left brain is managing the right side of the body, though it's not quite that simple, because we have a set of polarities with our arms, we have a set of polarities with our legs, and then we have a set of polarities between this arm and this leg, and a set of polarities between this arm and this leg. To think about how much goes into running for a moment. So the two legs have got to work as a polarity. The two arms have got to work as a polarity. And this arm's got to work as a polarity with this leg. This arm's got to work in unison. So there's four things happening when you're running. And the brain is doing them all at once. Incredible how if we were to consciously think about how to do that, rationally, we wouldn't be able to run. It's got to be an impulsive thing, like dancing. So dancing is an impulse. And so the powers of the spiritual powers from Shiva come out from an impulse. When you dance, you bring out those spiritual powers. But when you don't dance and you rationalize, you contain those spiritual powers. And containment of those spiritual powers means the ability to focus them. But the release of those spiritual powers means the ability to be overwhelmed by the pranic force. So when you're needing to heal, it's because you need to be overwhelmed by the pranic force. You don't want to consciously think, okay, that cell must heal, then that cell must heal. Okay, that energy must go there. That moment is no. You just want to flood the system with the life force essence and allow it to do it at once because it's already intelligent. Each cell is intelligent, each part of the body. So, but when it comes to navigating where you want to get to, you're required to rationalize to a certain extent, or you're going to get lost in the city, if you're driving around or walking around, or even if you, gosh, those of you that have been to London, navigating the underground system, that's a job in itself. So I'm sure it must be the same in New York, right? They must have an extensive underground system. You got to know which tubes or which trains are going where and what, and be able to get on the right ones. I don't know how extensive they are, but in London you've got a lot of different lines. And if you're not sharp, you can waste a lot of time. If you're sharp, you can zip where you want to get to quickly, which is pretty cool. So there is both elements that are totally fundamental to life. Though I think that when it comes to healing, we have taken the rational path of healing. And the rational path of healing means cut out the organ, replace it, right? Because it's rational. The irrational part of healing means say a prayer or dance and allow the organ to regenerate itself. So there's two different ways of dealing with every situation. And at sometimes the irrational needs to lead. Sometimes the rational needs to lead. Sometimes they need to walk together. I don't know. What do you think about the integration of the shadow when we're talking about these things? Indy, you haven't said that much lately. Are you present, firstly?
You may have stepped away.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think about this idea that each thing needs its moment in the sun?
Yeah. So if healing is direction of energy to where it needs to go so it can flow and it can heal, especially like within the body. Like I'm thinking about like acupuncture, right? They're using those different needles in different areas to redirect flow of energy, to either break it apart or bring it to somewhere that is lacking. And so all the, what is it? It's like a Newtonian law, right? All the energy that is present is present and will forever be, right? But it can be directed. Like I like what I think Cosmic was saying about chaos having rules. I mean, chaos can be contained or dissolved. So it does follow rules. I also thought that hyper rationality is like a form of chaos. And I was thinking, this is a tangent, but I was thinking about there's this computer game somewhere out there. I don't know what it's called. It's probably pretty old, but it was one of those games where you can basically build systems. You can build a city. So the game presents itself as like, you're building a city. You're building a grid, a traffic grid, buildings, commerce. There's numbers on the sideline, and you're trying to like balance all these numbers to have like a very smooth running city. Well, I remember I saw somewhere something on YouTube, but someone built like the perfect, most efficient city, and it was like the most brutal form of fascist communism that you've ever seen. It was just this brick. It was like a Borg brick, and you look into it, and it's like it looks like chaos. Anyways, that was a complete tangent. You were talking about this, Franklin. We're traveling the underground of London, the subway. Seems like chaos. You really have to know where you're going. But you can have yourself an irrational experience if you don't know anything and you just go down into the tunnels and you just kind of just bounce around. What I was thinking of is following a bird through a forest. So you go into the woods, somewhere. It doesn't have to be a forest, but that's just what I'm thinking. And you hear like a chickadee or something, right? And so you look and you see the chickadee, and you just go over towards the chickadee, and maybe it stays or maybe it goes somewhere else, and you can just kind of like follow it around. You're having this irrational experience, and if your intent is just to have a good time, I mean, you probably will. And it's kind of like the irrational side of healing, where it's like you're just going with the flow of what you're feeling, of like your body's going to tell you what it needs. Does it need rest? Does it need heat? Does it need cold? Do I need to be outside? Do I need to be in water? Like, you'll feel these things. This is all dependent on your level of awareness. And the more that you're aware of, the more connections you're making in your brain, and the more your brain has to draw from, the less crap there is in the way, especially when it comes to healing. Using a compass, a map, and a road, or even making a road through the forest is kind of like the surgery. But sometimes you have to get to where you're going, and you can't necessarily rely on a bird to get you there. So you have to have those tools. So there's definitely the bird in the forest came before your tools. So if you attempt to follow that first, you might heal faster. So maybe you hit a spot where you need some climbing equipment to get across this ridge or something like that. You know what I mean? Anyways.
That's a beautiful analogy, and I love it, because it's actually very much how nature works. And it's funny that you mentioned nature, because nature is what heals you. The fastest way to heal is to go into nature, if you ever need to heal. If you're sick and you go into nature, you're going to heal faster because there's more life force. There's more prana. And if you open yourself up to it, I used to do this thing. I taught my ex-wife this trick in London. It was like, okay, we've got nothing to do for a few hours. Come with me. She didn't know like what it is. I'd say, come. Like, we've got travel cards. Like, make sure our travel cards are updated. We can travel on anything. I'll say, okay, come. We jump on a bus. Like, a bus comes past and stops. Like, jump on the bus. She goes like, she looks at me like, where are we going? I said, we'll see. I said, oh, look at that car. It's a nice car. Okay, let's get off here. Get off at that stop. She's like, what? Get off. Look for something. Oh, that looks like a cool direction. There's something interesting happening there. There's an omen. Let's follow the omens, And the omen will lead you to an underground, and you go on this crazy journey. You end up a weird place, but you meet so many cool people along the way. She's like, oh my God. But at the end of the day, she's like, we spent like 3 or 4 hours just traveling randomly. We met all these really interesting people, and had these really fascinating conversations, like unusual people. How to meet a lot of unusual people in the city where you live in one day. This is how it's done. You follow the bird. And then you come back having had like a wow experience to think about, rationalize what you've experienced, because now you need to rationalize this. Because you come back having had this totally out there experience, and you're trying to rationalize like how it is that I've met like 5 people that I had like profoundly deep, insightful conversations with, and had like really interesting, lovely time with in 3 or 4 hours, where normally in a week you might meet that many people and have that. Do you see what I mean? Condenses time and energy. So the prana, the information, everything is condensed quick when you follow the bird, as you say. So that's sort of what it is. I'm sort of trying to get at is like that and exactly irration. Chaos has rules. Chaos isn't what we think it is. We think that chaos is just lack of structure. No, chaos is the structure within the structure that we know exists. But it's a superstructure that we can't perceive and understand. But it's got laws. And even chaos conforms because it will always be chaotic, right? That's conformity. What makes it always be chaotic? What makes chaos not suddenly become linear? Because it's got rules. It has to follow the rules. Its own rules are to be chaotic. So it has a what to be, an inherent somethingness of it, which is a characteristic that we can recognize, maybe not understand, but we can recognize, oh, that's chaotic. But chaotic impulse will always be chaotic, which means of its own accord, it's following a set of rules, just rules that we can't necessarily understand. Welcome back, Indy. We were talking about how the shadow and chaos, embracing the shadow, embracing those parts of ourselves that are repressed, and walking the path of chaos, being chaotic. Can one control the process of engaging and assimilating the shadow, or is it something where one becomes drawn along a path?
I think one has to have like an equal or at least a balanced amount of rational and irrational thinking, because part of the whole process of shadow work is embracing something that can't be communicated to you. So it's like somebody that was able to get there was able to go to a rational place and then use their rational mind to create a map there for people. And so without that map, it would have been lost. It would never be able to be communicated to others. So rationality helps us allow people to show each other the way. And so without having that rational understanding, you might be able to do amazing things. But when you try to communicate it to people, they're going to get their own subjective intake on it, because they're not going to be able to conjure out what you're trying to mean. That's how we get better communication with rationality somewhat. But the thing is, it's limited. So you're not going to be able to say what's going to happen when you get there or how it's done. You're just going to be able to show them, like, this is how I was able to open this door, and you can try too if you're interested in that. And so that's really helpful. And it makes things work on a collective and social level instead of just on a personal level. So that's been really helpful. But like with shadow work in particular, a lot of people who don't have a good right brain would be completely turned off by it, because it's like, oh, you're going to be able to go into this like imaginary place in your heart where like your child at heart is there, like locked away, and like it's kind of all in your imagination, really. Like there's just not like an actual place. But by using these analogies and these thoughts of feelings, you're then able to go to that place, and then in that darkness inside your soul, you bring the light there. And this is stuff that somebody that doesn't have an intuitive understanding would really be able to even wrap their mind around. And they'd probably be blocked against it. You know, like a lot of times people that are overly rational will say that's airy fairy BS. You know, this stuff doesn't mean anything. So it's sad that some people are in that state. And I think I mentioned this before, but we've been programmed to shut down our right brain by suppressing sadness, been programmed to shut down our left brain by suppressing anger. So when we can overcome that limitation and we can embrace the subtle gender of the opposite gender, the subtle aspects of that gender, which of those aspects would be in the masculine would be like assertiveness and directness and rationality and such, whereas in the feminine would be indirectness and feelings, emotional intelligence and such. So when we can integrate those two, that's what alchemy is all about. We want to be able to take what's lacking and then bring balance there. So some individuals might be in a state where they're extreme on one side or the other. Maybe their extreme is the side they're not supposed to be on. They can embrace the side that they're supposed to be on. And it's not the appearances of it. When you're doing alchemy of the spirit and the soul, you're not embracing the appearance of the other gender, that what would be the conspicuous aspect. It's the inconspicuous aspects, the things you don't see that you want to embrace through alchemy, to be able to make it so that you can think rationally and irrationally simultaneously. And the paradox has been a good way that Taoists use to bridge that gap. They say that, like, when you mention something that seems like a contradiction to the rational mind, but then you can reason through and understand that there is truth to it, you can start to realize that you can transcend the limitations of the rational mind. With the paradox is a good key to be able to understand that. One exercise I like to use, I use two different exercises. One is the heart goes fonder with distance or time apart, but at the same time, out of sight, out of mind is a thing. It seems like those are contradictory at first glance. You might think that if someone's out of sight and they're out of mind, you're not going to grow much fonder of them because you're not even thinking of them. But if you reason through it, you could come up with other ways to integrate those two and think, even though I don't think of my partner all the time because they're out of sight, when I do think of them, I think of them more fondly, and I wish they were here with me now. And I'm willing to put up with their things that I don't like about them more now because I miss them so much. And so there's a way that two apparently contradictory things can be integrated through paradoxical thinking.
I think one thing I should like to point out, because I like your idea, but I think it's actually important to make, I think that paradoxes and contradictions are actually different things. They're actually describing two different things. So I think it's actually important to make a distinction between those. So I would say something as a contradiction is that it's when you take two ideas, you put them together, and they don't make sense. They don't logically, put together. A paradox is when you take two ideas that seemingly wouldn't work together, but for some reason beyond your comprehension, it works. It makes sense and it fits together, and you can't explain why, but it just happens to work. And I think this is an important distinction to make, because I think that, we can kind of get sort of like, we want to be able to justify when something, in a system doesn't make sense or it's bullshit. We want to be able to have a tools and mechanisms. Hey, this contradicts, here. And I think sometimes people will use, they'll conflate contradiction and paradox together to sort of put together, trick people into believing in bad ideas that don't make sense. Oh, it's not that the religion doesn't make sense. It's just a magical contradiction that's beyond your comprehension. So I think having that tool set, this is why, like, one thing I'm, rationality is good, is it allows you to kind of like focus on the stuff that actually is more of a paradox and not just a blatant contradiction. Because to me, if you know the reason why something is wrong, and it just, it's like it's like you try to put some, you're trying to build a car engine or something. You put the car together and you know it's a contradiction, but it doesn't work. You mangle a bunch of the other parts, the car doesn't run. That's a contradiction. A paradox would be, I'm going to take a duck, a screwdriver, a lamp, and, a Swedish massage chair. And for some reason, the car runs beyond my ability to understand why. It shouldn't work, but it just happens to work. That, I would think, is more of a paradox, where it's like the thing works and it makes sense and it's truthful despite not the parts seeming to not gel together. Whereas the contradiction is like, okay, I know why this doesn't work, and it just doesn't work. So it's good to have that distinction, I think.
I disagree, but I think it's a matter of abilities of reasoning per se. It's maybe just a matter of like personal styles of reasoning. I feel like all apparent, what I was saying was apparent contradictions. They seem to be, which means that they're not. So the phrase apparent contradiction means it's not a contradiction. So I like to point out that I use that phrase when I'm talking about the paradox, but I personally believe that all contradictions or apparent contradictions are just a blockage from the inabilities of reasoning to actually gain the understanding beyond things that seem to be conflicting. I feel like all things that seem to be conflicting can be understood through paradoxical thinking. I feel like all contradictions can be rationalized and understood through paradoxical thinking. If you give me the most challenging one, I could probably come up with the answer real fast. Like, with the ability to think with intuition, rationalism is second line thinking. It's really diminished thinking. Once you're able to integrate the two, you can really jump hoops through that stuff easily. It seems to me that rational thinking is something that they've tried to wrap men into, that allows them to be just puppets. It's hard to think for yourself without a right side brain activated and integrated and balanced. It's easy to just follow along and do what you're told when you just think with the left brain, and just not be able to overcome these obstacles that we come across. But like, you could say anything that's a contradiction, and then we could rationalize it through paradoxical thinking. Like, a man is a woman. Okay, a man is a woman in the state when they're a fetus up until a certain point before differentiation. That's not untrue. It's just one example.
Actually, I think from what I heard, it's more that the sperm doesn't necessarily have a gender until it meets the ovum, not necessarily that it's female.
Sperms and no gametes are a person. Once the two gametes create a fertilized egg, that's a person.
Yeah, I think it's something along the lines of that.
Yeah.
I had a line of thought and I forgot what the
And even this, we don't know. Once again, we don't really fully know.
I guess my
Because
point of contention here.
The people that are looking at it, I'll just add this in. I won't be long. The so-called science, and I'm going to be clear here. Look at science for a moment. Science is like fashion. What was science in the 50s is not science in the 70s. What was science in the 70s is not science in the 90s. What was science in the 90s is not science in the 2000s, and it certainly isn't science in 2024. Quantum entanglement did not exist 30 years ago. It did not lead credence. String, well, they called it string theory. It wasn't string theory. It was string hypotheses. String hypothesis has now actually become string theory because we've been able to observe quantum entanglement. Actually observe it. Not consider it, not theorize it, not philosophize. We've actually noticed that there's something that disappears and reappears. Where the hell does it go? It was there. It's not there. It went somewhere and it's back. It's quantum entangling. Something is happening and we can see it. So science is going to change. The science of health has changed. Gosh, a little while ago, the science said that the drug was for horses. Remember? But when I went in 2001 to a doctor to ask about that particular exact medication, I was assured by a doctor that that is one of the most used medicines since the 50s. And it has been used by, and I'll quote the doctors, hundreds and hundreds of millions of people in the UK have used that medicine. Quote unquote, a doctor, when they prescribed it for myself and my wife, which we carried in our box, in our medical box when we went to India. And I noticed that every other person in India had it, or a lot of people had it too. So, ivermectin was basically the most commonly used drug by people, prescribed by pharmacists and doctors for malaria. And it was written up in the guidebooks as being the safest drug that there was for humans, not for horses. But a little while ago, the science said it was for horses. So can we trust the science when they tell us this nonsense?
Here's the way I phrase it. I think we can trust science, but not the science, if that makes sense.
Exactly. So we don't know when sex is actually determined. There are going to be different theories. There's going to be different opinions, and there's going to be different papers that are going to come out, and there's going to be different breakthroughs. And so we might find that that sex gets determined at a different point of development. It might be bound in the genetics, but it might not. So how much is genetic and how much is phenotypal and how much is genotypal? So when you're working with plants, for example, even plants can reverse their sexuality, by the way. It's possible to turn a male plant into a female or a female plant into a male. I don't know if you know this, cannabis-wise. So you can literally change sexes. And I wonder, in the future, will we discover how to change sexes? Not change sexes with surgery equipment, change sexes with genetic equipment, with medicines. So what I'm saying is, like, I think that there's still a lot of research to be done there for us to quote it as the science, or, you know, because once again, as we've learned, that is going to change. But we definitely do know that there are 22 genome pairs that carry all the information. There's a 23rd pair of genomes that only dictate sexuality. And that in itself is something to consider. So the other 22 genomes have got nothing to do with male or female. So the actual genetic information has got nothing to do with male or female. There's these other two genomes that dictate the male or female. What causes those two genomes to trigger the way they do is in itself a mystery. That 23rd pair of genomes, and there's a reason why it's a 23rd pair. We don't understand much about the number 23. Speaking of 23 and numbers, I wonder where Dr. K is. I hope he's okay. I hope he'll be joining us. But yeah, Cosmic, you were going to say.
What was I going to say? I was going to, about what?
It was a response to something that Indy had said about when Indy was talking about how the polarity of thinking that we call paradox.
Right. On the whole idea on paradox. I just think that we need a way, as in, you know, Terrence McKenna would like to put a quoting shit from Shinola, you know. You need to have that, because I think in a lot of ways, like, you know, you think, oh, you know, everything is meaningful, but then, you know, when you got a cult program and it's like, you know, they come up to you and they say, oh my God, you know, the world's going to end. And, you know, they say, oh, but, you know, your doctor doesn't make sense. But, you know, it's like the contradictions there. You got to have something. You got to have, I think what I'm saying here is that you got to give yourself some kind of psychic self-defense. So in my system that I'm working on, there's this concept known as a Würfix. And this is sort of a kind of like a dream reality in this kind of like this dream universe that tries to basically kind of like, you know, convince you that this narrative, that this world is ultimate reality. And, you know, I would also like, wait, I had another line of thought. Hold on, I got to keep myself focused here. So the Zerfix is basically kind of like, it basically makes you think, like, if you think of dream worlds as a big, like, a big bubble foam, like you get a bubble bath and there's like a big like foam of bubbles, and all these dream worlds are like little bubbles. And it's like, well, a Zerfix is like a bubble where it's like you can't really escape it when you enter it, because it kind of creates the idea that, you know, it's kind of like the movie Logan's Run, where it's like, oh, there's nothing really outside the dome. There's nothing outside the dome. And I think belief systems in the astral plane, if you kind of conceptualize them visually, sort of present themselves in that way. You know, if you think about like maybe like Christianity or something like that, or even atheism, it kind of says like there's nothing that exists outside of the belief system. And I think that, and I've kind of realized is that, you know, that kind of that paradoxical sort of like contradiction, kind of thinking and being able to see the contradictions within a belief system allows you to sort of escape it and sort of step out and see the reality that exists outside and around it. in a dimensional sense. And I think that because I think that there is certain things in this universe that are definitely, you know, paradoxical. But like it's not so much that it's not so much like a skeptical thing where it's like, oh, you're going to, because you have to like sort of arm yourself against, you know, getting lost into bad ideas. You can't be just like, oh, I got to sort of accept everything, because obviously, you know, hearing from the stuff, you know, you say and you guys say, there's obviously things you don't agree with. There's obviously certain things that you think are bullshit, you know, and the reason you're able to discern those things are bullshit is you expose the contradictions within it. Because if you're just, it's like, you know, if you're gonna, like, you know, when it comes to things like that, and how do you, if you're just going to accept the contradictions of everything and see them as all this greater truth, what's the methodology for determining whether something is false or whether something is deceptive or a lie? I think that's why having that distinction between paradox and contradiction is a helpful one in sort of navigating that extra dimensional space.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good way to discern truth from lies or misinformation and disinformation or confusion. A lot of times people won't reason through their lies, and there will be contradictions, which will point out that there may be some total BS going on. And I think we've all experienced that before at some aspect. But I feel like at the same time, those contradictions can be reconciled with a paradox in a constructive way that wasn't chosen in this way. But it's good to point out the distinction between contradictions that are accidental, that come from trying to deceive people, and then paradoxes that become a blockage in our reasoning because it's stopping us from being able to think deeper. And I feel there's an integration there too between the two aspects, but it's a lot to wrap my head around.
I think that's very interesting, and I think that's an important distinction to keep in track is the fact that we've got this we're duality. We can't really move away from this fact that we generate duality with our thoughts. This was something that I was sort of insinuating, getting at with the idea of, for example, the fact that you can change so you can take a female plant of cannabis and you can make one part of that plant turn male. Then you can take the male part of that plant and cause that plant to impregnate the female part of that plant in order to generate feminized seeds. And the seeds that come out of that generation will only be feminine. I wonder if there's a reason why certain bloodlines like inbreeding. Just putting it out there. Maybe they're looking for active wombs. So there's something to consider. Why some bloodlines just pump out women and why other bloodlines pump out boys. Maybe there's something more going on here about the designation of male and female than what we realize. And how much of it is based upon nurture. And so if we can do this with a plant, that's how you make feminized seeds. It's very easy, you know. And all you need is silver, monatomic silver. Introduce monatomic silver into a cannabis plant and you change its sex. What a concept. So what happens when you start playing with monatomic gold? So, you know, I think this duality is consistently a part of our reality because we're living in this generative state of consciousness where the 7 principles of Hermes, and I think this is getting back to healing now, the 7 principles of Hermes. I'd love us to get into that because I think it's really fundamental to gaining an insight into all of these systems. But to begin with, Reiki, so that we can get on point, because I really want this conversation to be 6 hours. That's the goal. The goal is 6 hours. Try and keep it to 6 hours. If we can do 6 hours, my mom's complaining that this goes on for too long. He's like, she falls asleep. She's like, I can't do it. It's just crazy. So the idea of Reiki involves completely surrendering to the chaos of life force. Life force is intelligent. The chaos of life force, has its own intelligence. And this is something that we've not really broached upon here, which is going into the religious sphere, that there is an intelligence that supersedes our own intelligence. And that intelligence is a conglomerate intelligence that involves all parts of the whole, the structure macrocosmically of life. In the same way that if you observe a group of ants, right? If you observe them, the whole colony of ants, it's fascinating. When you really observe them, you notice there's a single intelligence operating the whole colony. And I'm pretty sure that you notice this with humans too, because I've observed when we're in groups and that there's group minds operating through us. We don't recognize it, but these group minds are operating through us, and we don't even realize that we are being moved through our chaotic impulses. So what we consider chaos is the group mind moving us towards a particular direction through our emotional bodies, turning into passions, and the passions directing us to go down a particular line of choices, which will have a particular reaction in the group. And so this is a very interesting perspective. Why do you feel a natural instinct to put yourself in danger when there's a child around? Right? Anybody who's experienced this will understand. If there's a child in the way of a car, you don't think. You rush into the road, you know? If there's a danger of someone, you might often just do something impulsively to try and, to interact, to intercede somehow. And this is one of those things that we it seems like it's chaotic, but it's totally not chaotic. So I think paradox has got a dual nature, and like both what Cosmic's saying and what Indy said before, I think they're both completely relevant, because we can see certain rational reflections of certain aspects of the chaotic reflection of what we call the duality as expressed as this paradox. But also there are dualities of paradox that transcend our ability to conceive. And we are all generally conceited to a certain degree, sadly, because of our conditioning. Which Reiki, on the other hand, as a practice, it wouldn't exist today if it wasn't functional. And I remember when Reiki used to be spelt with 2 eyes back in the 80s and the 90s, when Reiki was like first becoming, well, more popular. So it seems to me that like something that has existed for like more than 30 years, there's got to be a merit for it to be existing today. And a lot of people get a lot of benefit from Reiki because it triggers the release of the pranic flow that is stuck, in the same way that an acupuncture session would release the certain points of tension that are actually blocking the flow of life force. Reiki can have the same effect. And that is totally without anybody who's learned anything about Reiki would explain to you that you don't direct the force. You just allow the force to channel through you. You allow the chi to flow through you. And it's intelligent, and you know and trust its intelligence to go and do what it needs to do where it needs to do it. And it does. So there's something quite interesting in this. There's 2 ways of achieving everything in life. There's the one way of rationalizing. I was always the diva of a dance floor when I was young, right? And everybody used to come to me and like what the hell? Like, what is that? What is that dance that you're doing? And I used to just say, look, basically it's some kind of an angelic language that happens when I go into a trance. I don't know what it is. And it's just what it is. I can't control it. I can't shape it. Half the time I'm dancing, I'm not even in my body. I'm somewhere else experiencing some other thing. And my body's here dancing. So That's like the total surrender to the irrational and allowing it. Then you get people who used to try and learn how to do like moves. And it always seemed so much more, I don't know, choreographed. What's the word? It just didn't flow. It just wasn't working in the same way, you know? So it's interesting. Like there are certain spheres when it comes to like healing energies where there are lots of faith healing is the same. Yeah. Faith healing, you don't know what you're doing. You just have faith and you allow it to flow through you, and it works. There are countless people that will come to you and they will tell you that they had cancer and they came in contact with a faith healer and they woke up the next morning and they felt perfect. They went to the doctor and the doctor said the cancer's gone, but it was there last week. The only thing that happened was they met a faith healer on Wednesday, and by Friday the cancer was gone. There are millions of people with this story all around the world. Laying on of hands, some people just generate faith in another human being. They exude faith. That pranic intelligence is so rich and strong within them that it overflows and gets into the other person, sort of hijacks their fear and just kicks the fear's butt right out of the back door. And the fear's like, it doesn't know what happened. It got knocked out. It's laying on the side there somewhere, done. Faith came into the room and fear was like finished. So, there's faith healing, there's Reiki. Other disciplines that rely on such mechanisms would also be okay. Then you have the rational mechanisms, which was mentioned: acupuncture, Feng Shui. Feng Shui is acupuncture of the earth, in a sense, if you want to consider it as a metaphor, where you are aligning the earth's energies to create positive flows of healing force, with faith that your body will receive those healing force and it will cause all of the meridians in your body to flow better. So it is sort of like acupuncture, but it's macrocosmic acupuncture, and it's based very much on rationalism. You rationally look at the structure, although there's more going on. There's irrational too, because you would dowse. Another way of doing Feng Shui is to come out with dowsing rods and just irrationally dowse until you know where to put the things. And put the things in the place where your dowsing is telling you to remove and move and put until your dowsing says, that's it, done. And dowsing works. In South Africa, we've got a big problem with water. Yeah. And so boreholes are a big thing. And you'll be surprised how many of these companies actually pay dowsers. You know why? Because they save money. They realized it's worth finding good dowsers and paying them. Because if you can dowse for water, when you're drilling down deep to get water, if you don't drill on the right point, you've wasted all that money and resources. It's worth getting somebody that can actually dowse and feel the electromagnetic field and allow their subconscious to interpret what is a irrational piece of information and put it into context using a piece of wood, or even you don't need to use wood. You can dowse with nothing. You can dowse with your shoes off. You take off your shoes and you walk on the ground and you feel the ground. You get to a place where, there's water, right? Because you're feeling that, something feels good here. What feels good? The diamagnetic quality of water is channeling increased life force. You feel that life force. It's positive. Wow. Water is the source of life. So, there's lots of ways to dowse with a pendulum healing. It seems airy-fairy, but it works for a lot of people. In the same way that you can say, okay, now you've got EFT, emotional freedom technique. What is that? EFT is tapping. It's sort of like a form of, it's not quite fortune telling, but there's an element of it, because they're tapping out patterns, rhythms and patterns. And the tapping is converting the information from your subconscious, which is irrational, making it accessible through the codes that you've structured, and allowing the tapping to be like a Morse code between your subconscious and your conscious in order to diagnose and tell you what's wrong. And when you've got other kinesiology, They do muscle testing. It's different, but there's something similar in it. It's basically going in, using your muscle testing to access the gates of your subconscious and allow all that chaotic information to be accessed and downloaded. And with that comes amazing, and Kinesiology gets amazing results. I know a lot of people that have had incredible results with Kinesiology. They've been to doctors, they've been to specialists, they've been to these people, been to those people. They had no results. They went to Kinesiologists and they got results. Same thing with EFT. I know somebody who's been through every different kinds of NHS and all the different medical people and these people and psychologists and this and this and this, and because of psychosomatic disorders, right? Fibromyalgia. And they go to EFT, emotional freedom techniques, which has got to do with focus on the central nervous system, the tapping. They get results. The results that they couldn't get from the rationalists, they get it from the irrational. So I think that you get different kinds of people that can get different kinds of results from different things. And I don't think that there's one system that's going to work for everybody. For some people, the rational system might actually yield better results. I know a lot of people that have gone for acupuncture and they say it's a waste of time. It doesn't work for them. But those people go for EFT and it works for them. Other people go for EFT, they say it's airy-fairy, it's a waste of time. They go for acupuncture, it works for them. You see? So I think the reason that we've got all these different modalities is because there's so many different characteristic personalities in the world, and what works for different people might not work for other people. And depending upon your own natural disposition, you should find what works for you, like a diet. You can't tell people this is what you got to eat. You got to be vegetarian, you got to be vegan, you got to be this. Some people actually need to eat some flesh. It's just how it is. Some people, they should never eat flesh. That's just how it works. Those people eat flesh, they get sick. Other people with teeth that have got canine, they've got canines for a reason. Some people are born with big, sharp canines. They are meant to eat a certain degree of flesh. And the vegans will come out and say, no, you can't eat flesh. It's bad for you. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's like it's black or white. I think like most people should be vegetarian, because if you study their teeth, most people have got like vegetarian teeth. But I do come across people that need to eat meat. You can. It's so easy to diagnose. Look at the teeth. They tell you the story. And so, there's the intelligence of the chaos of life. The universe is giving you a particular set of teeth to eat the exact food that you need. So if you diagnose your teeth, you'll know what kind of diet you need to eat. Some people shouldn't eat lettuce. It's bad for them. Other people should eat loads of salads. My ex-wife was warned by an Ayurvedic doctor not to eat too many salads. She loved salads. He said, no, you mustn't eat much lettuce. She was like, what? I love salads. Because the Ayurvedic doctors, they study your skin tone, they study the pitta, the kapha, and the vata in your body, and the particular components of the systems in your body, and they basically give you a diet that's customized for you. And so she was told that she mustn't eat too many salads, and she must be careful of not eating too much fruit. I, on the other hand, was like, you can eat as much salad as you want. Fruit, you can just knock it away. So it depends on your disposition as to what you should be eating to be healthy. And so we've learned to rationalize that we need to eat X, Y, Z to stay healthy. That's a lot of nonsense. You see, by dropping the rational act and just engaging with the irrational impulse, what do I feel drawn to eat? Eating it. You see, we are creatures of habit, so we think we're drawn to certain things based on habits, but we're not really. We're habitually feeling comfortable with what we're used to, and we're being drawn towards it. So the same with these systems, like acupuncture is a very powerful system, in my opinion, and it works really well. What other systems are there? So there's using the alchemical systems of Daoist, using microcosmic orbits, using the generation of Shen and to sustain the prana, and using the prana to circulate it through the various points in the body to align yourself with the pole star, using the energy of the pole star, drawing it in to enrich the flow of your microcosmic orbit in order to generate a powerful chi body. And so this is the beginnings of Iron Shirt Chi, for example, Iron Shirt Kung Fu. If you want to learn that, you've got to first align with the pole star and increase your chi. so that you can start to focus your chi and create armor for your body using the chi so you don't get hurt. But a lot of people have natural armor. I once fell out of a building, only on the first floor, fell off a bloody hell. Someone was passing me a spliff. And I was sitting on the edge of a balcony, and they passed me the spliff and it slipped. Now the problem is my reflexes are faster than my brain. So I had already caught the spliff by the time I realized what had happened. Only I had caught the spliff off the balcony. And I was on my way, brain was like, hold on, you're on your way down there. Okay, there's grass down there, but it's a long drop. And I was falling. And I was like, what do I do? And I thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to relax. And I just relaxed as much as I could. And I hit the ground. And I didn't even have a bruise. And I didn't fall. I fell on my side. I literally fell on my side, just fell right off the balcony, started falling. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to go with this. I'm going to flow with this. And I flowed with it. And I completely absorbed all of the force from the ground into my chi body. I did it without thinking. I did it without even considering it. I didn't even feel the impact of the ground at all. It was pretty good weed. But my point is, I was very relaxed. So there are times when the rational and the irrational come into contradiction with itself. There's a guy who fell out of an airplane and his parachute didn't open and he survived. People asked him, how did he do it? He said, well, he just relaxed his body, curled up, and imagined that he was a ball of laundry. And he bounced 6 foot into the ground, made a hole 6 foot deep, and he bounced out of the hole. He was okay. Jumping out of an airplane.
Wow.
Tens of thousands of feet. Can you believe it? Wow. The reality, this has happened. I think he broke a couple of bones. Nothing serious. So it does happen. And what else are we looking at in terms of the disciplines? I actually wrote them down so that I wouldn't forget. So, okay, geomancy, the tarot. We've discussed the tarot. The tarot is understanding the archetypal language of the subconscious and the dreams. The I Ching is another beautiful one. The I Ching involves understanding the 64 hexagrams. So those little drawings with the broken lines and the fixed lines represent drawing hexagrams. And there's 64 hexagrams. This is basically relating to the energetic meridians of the physical body. And so it's used as a diagnostic tool for health, but it's also used as a diagnostic tool for the path through life. So it's become fortune telling. Interesting how these things can be used with different purposes. What else are we talking about here? So Western occult systems as well, using of the Sephirot and the energizing of the Sephirot, and using the etheric currents to strengthen the etheric body. And by strengthening the etheric body, the flows of prana through the physical body become enriched. One becomes healthier, heals faster, gets stronger. Then pagan ritual, reprogramming the subconscious to release the blocks. Someone mentioned Ganesha, Ganapataya. So Gana is the 5 restrictions, the powers, the gunas. And Gana is Ga, Na is the root chakra. Ga is the application of the root chakra's power. Pataye, Pati means father. Ya means the purification and spiritualization. So of the masculine impulse of understanding the 5 restrictions, forces that bind us to matter. And so we can release those inhibitions. So Ganapati is the one that unbinds us from our restrictions, which is an interesting perspective to hold. Then we've got music therapy, which is rather interesting. The therapy of music and how music can be used to stimulate the emotional body. We've got Shiatsu, which is very much similar to acupuncture, but without using needles, right? Pressing the points to arrange the meditation. Meditation is total alignment with the forces of chaos in order to allow it to flow through you and reestablish the natural inherent harmony of the intelligence of life force. Color therapy, another thing that's irrational. So Feng Shui, we've mentioned. Different forms of geomancy as well, numerology. That's very rational, understanding the numbers, how they affect our lives, and how we can change certain aspects of our subconscious by manipulating numbers. The Enneagram system, which is sort of like the Greek version of the Kabbalah, I would say. Once again, understanding the forces that are restricting us and the aspects that are moving through us, the roles that we are playing in life, and being able to, through that role, reverse engineer understanding of where we're at. Scrying. Scrying is by allowing the chaotic impulse to flow through us in such a way that we're actually able to see into the etheric and the astral realms directly and gain an insight into the energies that are working directly through the etheric channels. EMT, emotional freedom technique, we've discussed this. This is the tapping. Omen reading, this is a shamanic path. You go into the wilderness and you read the omens. What's going on around you in nature? Look at them. Follow the omens. Sort of like what our brother was saying to us about going and following the bird, in the woods. Aura reading, that's another one. Reading the aura. The eyes have the capacity to shift the frequency and start to see the etheric currents directly and be able to see the reflections of the astral through the etheric currents and see the colors and the different bandwidths and shapes of the etheric forms within the aura and be able to diagnose what's going on. And it's not some kind of a metaphysical, spiritual thing that's happening. It's a physical reality. It's just the eyes are changing the frequency that they're looking in. Runes. Runes can also be used in a similar fashion. The reading of the runes. Once again, it's similar to the tarot. I don't know. What do you think, brother? I've been banging on about going through all of these. What do you think is the common denominator running through all of these? Seems to have something to do with the shadow, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I feel like it's the unseen. Like, I feel like there's this thing about the unseen where we call it chaotic and irrational. And because you have to trust and have faith in it, we don't really see what's happening there at first. I think some people eventually can start to see the unseen. So, like, if we were all able to see the unseen, would it then be considered rational and not chaotic then? I feel like it could. But no, I know that some people can really tune in on that. Like, you can try to see auras and on your own hand, and we all see it, but we kind of tune it out. But we can open up those doors of perception to be able to see the unseen. Yeah, and there's a great book by Aldous Huxley called The Doors of Perception about that. I haven't gotten to read it myself, but I've heard great things about it. And I hope to read it soon someday. But I feel like that's it's a really interesting idea because when we can work with the unseen, it mystifies people. But if you work with it a lot, it just feels natural after a while. You don't see it, but you start to feel it. And so I wonder if, like, for people who are blind, like, maybe working on trying to conjure up these energies and work with things unseen might be easier for them. They might be able to have a greater sense of capacity to sense things that we don't see with our eyes. They could really feel it more potentially. So I wonder if that could be a thing. That could be really interesting. But yeah, I think palm reading is one that you didn't mention. That's another one that is considered to be somewhat mystical and irrational. But there's a lot too. If you're in your palms and your feet and your ears aligns with all of your parts of your body and your organs. So I just learned the other day that if you have appendicitis and somebody slaps on your heel and that hurts, then you definitely have appendicitis, and that's how you can tell what it is. And I would think that slapping on the palm would be the same thing because the palm and the heel connect to the same part of the body. So there's definitely something there when it comes to palmistry. The palms, you can heal the whole body with a hand or with a foot or the tongue, actually. And you can diagnose a lot of things with the iris. So a lot of these things have been lost, and they're considered to be like mystical now. But we can really do better medicine when we can diagnose people with the tongue and the iris, and heal people with the hand and the foot and the ear. There's real magical power in that stuff. It's used with traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurvedic medicine still to this day, and I've worked with it, and it's really powerful. But when it comes to palmistry, that's a whole nother level of interpreting the palm and seeing astrological aspects there, and so many different things. Your heart line, your lifeline, and conjunction of Venus and Pluto and all these things. My mother's a good palm reader. I'm trying to get into it myself. It's fascinating.
Yeah, there's definitely something to it. And I'll tell you something that's fascinating is I've been to astrologers in India, and they don't want to know your time of birth or your place of birth.
Really?
They read your astrological chart off of your hands.
Huh. Amazing.
And they draw your astrological chart. And I've been shocked. I've been like, wow, that's impressive. Like they can tell you when you were born and where you were born by looking at your hands.
That's incredible. There's actually a lost principle called Harmony. The Harmine is the idea that we have limitations based on our astrological being, like certain astrological houses or planets are weak for us, and so we have high harmony of it, like our connections with the stars makes us have certain shortcomings or idiosyncrasies that we have to work with. And so knowing your astrology can help you with that kind of stuff. It can really help you understand what's going to be more challenging for you than other people, and how can you work with that? How can you make sure that doesn't create too many detriments in your life? And I think a lot of stuff in the Bible was referring to high harmony and misinterpreted. We don't really have that concept anymore, but the idea of the inner adversary, the Satan in Hebrew, can deal a lot with high harmony. Our inner adversary can get the best of us when we don't understand our weaknesses, and they can overcome us. Like some people that's anger, some people that's fear. It can be all kinds of things. I have anger issues in my life that I've found great ways to adapt with. I use adaptogens like rhodiola because I have blood type O, and I don't use St. John's wort. It can have a reverse effect on St. John's on blood type O. St. John's wort can be detrimental, but rhodiola is a better option for adaptogens for mood balance. I also take the amino acid SAMe, which can also help with mood balance, and both of them help with muscle and joints as well. So it helps me with my exercise and labor work and stuff too. It's interesting how supplements can have side effects and help with extra things instead of having so many detrimental side effects like these chemical medicines do. Of course, supplemental medicines, organic medicines can also have detrimental side effects sometimes, like ginkgo biloba I take as a brain supplement can actually cause headaches for some people. So you have to see what works for you and what doesn't, and find out what's magic for you. What's your elixir in life? It could be lots of different things. It might not be a plant. It might be a practice, a meditation, yoga, something like that.
That's very interesting what you mentioned about ginkgo biloba, because I used to find that if I used ginkgo biloba, it could cause headaches for me if I didn't balance it. And there was other herbs I used to use with it. I've forgotten the name. There was this herb that I used to use with the ginkgo, which basically was considered an aphrodisiac.
Oh, wow.
But if I used it with the ginkgo, it balanced and it made my body feel good. So it brought the warmth into the extremities of your body, so that the blood generating, flowing through the brain would actually be positive, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is rather an interesting concept, and it makes perfect sense,
Mhm.
because maybe I'm already quite cerebral to some extent. So for people that aren't, maybe Genko is good, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think it can over accentuate certain aspects. Like blood flows readily to my brain, basically. If I, although I've never suffered from migraines or headaches, my ex-wife used to get migraines and headaches all the time, and you know, which is interesting. Why do some people suffer from headaches or migraines, and why do other people not? Why do some people get bitten by mosquitoes, and me, I can get bitten by mosquitoes, and I'm okay with it. I won't even have
Was
a
the
problem.
was the herb yohimbe?
Sorry.
Was the aphrodisiac herb you used called yohimbe?
No, it was a different one. It was a one from the UK. It was
Oh.
indigenous to Europe.
Oh, yohimbe is from West Africa.
Sorry?
I know one from Amazon and one from Africa, but I don't know if I'm familiar with the one from the UK.
It was a local European herb.
Huh.
And someone had suggested that to take that in concert with the ginkgo. They said they balance each other out. And when I ran out of that one, if I took the ginkgo, it wouldn't give me a headache, but it would make my head feel uncomfortable. You know? Like there was too much pressure in my head. Maybe what I consider pressure in my head, other people call a headache. I think that might be the case. It just felt like pressure in my head, which wasn't particularly comfortable. But I didn't mind it because I like a bit of pressure in my head, to be honest. Like I like feeling like a little bit of pressure, just not too much.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it's interesting how these things all come together and come to a head and how they operate. I think another a port of call to understand as well is the fact that we've been so heavily indoctrinated with beliefs. I think that's a big problem. I think it's one of the major problems that we suffer with here is the fact that so much of what we experience is totally subjective, if that makes sense. And that we're not really recognizing and putting into perspective the fact that much of what we think we know is just a belief, right? So, for example, if somebody were to tell you that you've eaten food that's going to make you ill, right? And that's food poisoning, that's got like amoeba in it, and you were to tell everybody that, get 100 people to eat a meal and say, oh, can you vomit it out quickly because you're going to get food poisoning, you would probably find like 20% of the people would get food poisoning. That's quite interesting, the way the psyche works. If somebody tells you you're going to get a headache, you're much more likely to get a headache. Suggestion. So how much of what we're experiencing in health and illness is suggestion?
I feel like there's a lot of it. I feel like when people get a stomach ache, that the food is digesting and making noises. It doesn't hurt. It just means that you're using your food right now. And then people eat food when they're using the food, and I'm like, oh no. There's a lot of people overeating out here in America. It's rough, especially in the South. It's really hot here, so they eat comfort food to feel better, and then they're overweight in the heat. I just don't see it. I feel bad. I'm like, come on, guys, let's do better here. It's hard. But as far as headaches go, I've always had a strange experience with headaches. I don't get them. And I got one time. I got a migraine one time when I was about 7. It was excruciating. I felt like I was like, was it the Poltergeist or Exorcist? I think it was the Exorcist. The girl that like spins her head around or whatever, is that from the Exorcist? Her head spins around her neck. That was like me. I was projectile vomiting because like my My headache was so bad, I screamed until I lost my voice. Like, get me some Tylenol. It was just, I didn't really expect anybody to get me anything. It just helped me to get out my anger because the pain was so bad. But it hurt to talk. But then bright lights were really bad. So when I went out of the dark, it was too much. And I just lost my lunch or whatever there, so to speak. But that was horrible. And then my heart goes out to people that experience migraine headaches, because I know it's absolutely excruciating. And that might have been a bad one, a really bad one, but it was rough. But I personally don't get headaches really ever. And if I ever do, I'm always like, dang, I see what people are talking about. I've maybe had 3 in my life. And I wonder what that's about. I really don't understand why I wouldn't get them. They say it's from dehydration. I don't really drink enough water most of the time, but I still don't get them. So I don't know. I feel like it has something to do with, I don't really care what other people think. I kind of have like an independent mind. I think it has something to do with dissonance in the mind. When there's cognitive or emotional dissonance in the mind, and the mind's fighting itself, I feel like that could cause headaches, maybe, where they're trying to adopt an idea of someone else, and then their own ideas disagree with it, and it's like causing chaos. It's like a battle of the mind. I feel like that could be something to do with it, potentially. It's probably something a more physiological thing.
That's very, very interesting that you say that, because I've also had the same disposition my whole life. I literally just didn't give a damn what anybody else thinks. I don't give a damn what they believe. I'm like, that's fine. You can believe it. I believe what I believe. You believe what you believe. That's fine. I really just don't give a shit. Like, I'm happy with what I've got. You enjoy what you got. I'll enjoy what I've got. I'm good with that. I've always had that attitude. So, and which is why I've often had the attitude even of, wow, thank you. Thank you. You can put it on there for me. Thank you. Oh, I'm getting served sweets. Naughty. So I've always been of that disposition where I've always thought to myself that we're all a little bit stupid. So why would I want to adopt somebody else's stupidity? I've already got enough of my own. If that makes sense. Like, I got enough stupidity on my own to deal with. Why would I want to add yours to it? Do you know what I mean?
Same, yeah.
And it's like an almost funny thing, which is sort of makes it easier to do social talking, to like, to stand on a podium and talk to people or something if you have to, because you wouldn't care that much what people think of you as much as what other people do. And my ex-wife had a problem with that, actually. She was like, you can't just say that. I said, yes, I can. That's what I think. I want to say what I think. I want to say what I feel. And yeah, but what are other people supposed to think? I don't know. I don't care. You know what I mean? Because this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm thinking. I'm going to say it. They're welcome to say what they think. I'm happy with that. I'll say what I think. I'm happy with that. And a lot of people have a real problem. And you're totally right, because all the people that I've known that suffer from headaches have been people that focus on validation from the outside. And people that don't seek validation from the outside, they don't get headaches. It's fascinating. You just actually unlocked something for me. Wow, something big. Because I never realized why. The only time I got a headache, it almost killed me.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. The one time when I almost died, I got a headache so bad that it changed the shape of my skull.
Whoa, that's intense.
And at that agony that you're talking about, I managed the pain, and I refused painkillers.
Wow.
I refused medication. I refused it. I was like, I don't want it. I want to feel this. and it lasted 8 days. And I dehydrated so badly that I couldn't walk. I'd lost the ability to crawl safety. I couldn't even crawl.
Man.
So I had to slide on my shoulder. It was the only safe form of locomotion I had. Because if I crawled, I would fall on my face and I'd end up getting hurt.
Yeah.
And my ex-wife was freaking out. She was like, you're going to die. You need a hospital. I said, no, No, I could just about speak. All I could say was no. No doctors. No. No doctors. I could still think. And it got to the point where I couldn't crawl anymore, because when I crawled, I had like a bleeding nose and a bleeding lips, and I smashed my face on the ground because I couldn't crawl properly anymore.
Ouch.
Like, yeah. So I looked like I've been beaten up.
Yeah. I bet.
Yeah, I had like fat lip and like
Sure.
black eye from trying to crawl.
I got a guest
That's-
that's coming in for a visit for about 10 to 15 minutes, but I'm going to be here.
Yeah, it was in Rajasthan, in Jodhpur, that this happened. It was incredible. So getting back to the actual topic at hand, and I think it's really fundamentally important for us to be able to consider this healing modalities, these various healing modalities. A lot of them are sneered at by the public. A lot of them are pushed down. A lot of people tend to look at these, what they call new age healing modalities, and they poke fun at it, and they suggest that it's basically a lot of nonsense and that there's nothing to be gained. I'll give you another example. The Bach remedies. A lot of people have poked holes and poked at it and said Bach remedies don't work. But I know a lot of people that have actually, the Bach remedies have actually retuned their systems for them. So what is a Bach remedy? How does it work? Well, it's a tincture of a flower that's got such a small amount of the essence of that plant's vitality in it that it's not enough to be considered having an effect on your physiology. However, it's just enough to affect your endocannabinoid system. And the endocannabinoid system works as a go-between between the neurological system and the hormonal system and the nervous system. So we've been taught to appreciate the physical force, the physical drugs that will change our neurology, that will change our hormones. But the endocannabinoid system, they taught us in medical science that it was nothing. So all our doctors were running around being trained, told that the endocannabinoid system is just there. It's not relevant. It's not important. I remember when I studied biology, endocannabinoid system was mentioned, and our biology teacher was like, "Oh yeah, but it's nothing. It's not important. It doesn't do anything." At which point you stop and you go, "How were our doctors convinced that something as important as an interface between the brain, the hormones, and the neurological system, the nervous system, doesn't do anything?" Now, with modern research, we've realized that the endocannabinoid system is fundamentally. And I think it's fundamental for us to really get an insight into this endocannabinoid system, because terpenes have a huge effect on the endocannabinoid system. What that means is that aromatherapy works. They told us that aromatherapy isn't science, that it's foo-foo, that it's nonsense. But aromatherapy is not nonsense. Aromatherapy works, and it works well. And it gives us an insight into understanding and realizing that much of what we were taught and conditioned with in our schools, and yes, welcome. I think that's really interesting. I think it's very interesting to look at these fundamental things for a moment, like the endocannabinoid system. How much of what we've been conditioned into believing, chemotherapy, right? I'm not a doctor, so I can't give people advice legally. That's another interesting point. So you have to be trained by the people that told us that the endocannabinoid system is nothing in order to be able to lawfully give people advice for health. But now we've discovered, because of the lawful change, the change of legislation means that cannabis could be regulated. Cannabis could be studied in universities. So universities started studying the endocannabinoid systems, and suddenly the big pharmaceutical corporations want to get their hands on all of the cannabinoids because of the way it retunes the endocannabinoid system. And they're realizing that many of the things like migraines can be mitigated by the endocannabinoid system. And I think that like what India said here about migraines is it's an endocannabinoid breakdown. And the endocannabinoid is what manages the changes in hormones with the changes in neurology. So when your hormones shift, your ida shifts. When your neurology shifts, your pingala shifts. This is yogic cosmology and philosophy. So when we understand the way these two synergize, work together, we understand that any shift in the hormones need to be reflected by a shift in the neurology. If your emotions are shifting fast, your neurology has to shift fast, which means that your central nervous system has got to change the way it's working in respect to the neurology, which means that the blood has got to reroute itself in proportion to these changes. If one is emotionally not stable due to the thoughts that one is thinking, if one's mind is at odds with itself, the emotions are changing from left to right, chopping and changing. That means the blood flow is going there, then it's going there. It starts to clog up parts of the brain. It starts to put pressure on a part of the brain, which generates migraines. So the endocannabinoid system could be directly responsible for generating most migraines as a result of the conflict within the mind that produces hormonal shifts in relation to the mind, which causes this dissonance between the neurology and the hormonal systems, which the endocannabinoid system has to manage. And it manages it by creating endocrine resolution. And the endocrine resolution causes a backlog of endocrine juices, which also is corresponding to the backlog of blood, which means that everything gets blocked up in your head.
It seems like
And it's
all
not.
animals have systems.
Sorry?
It seems like all the animals have endocannabinoid systems, and so maybe there was some marijuana that came across our ancestors long ago. But yeah, are you familiar with the stone ape theory?
Well, I don't know those words, but I believe that like there's a lot more to the animal. I believe that the animals, as we know them, are an extension of ourselves, and that everything came from one living being, and it came out of this. Is why from a shamanic perspective, okay, now we're going into shamanic healing. What is the story with these animal forms and these archetypes? Well, they came out of the original Adam, if I can use that term loosely. And over time and evolution, these forms left the body, right? And populated the world. Or shall we say that they're all part of one superstructure? So what happens to human beings affects the animals. How we evolve affects the evolution of all the animals, if that makes sense. What changes have happened within us happens to the animals. So
I love that.
I don't believe that cannabis comes from this planet.
It's said to have come from Sirius.
Yeah, and I didn't get that from books. I got that from being in the Himalayas and rubbing charas. And I was rubbing charas. So all you do all day, do in the morning, is you connect to the plant and you rub the plant. You go and you basically, it's a very sexual thing. You're rubbing all the plants and you're collecting all of the stickiness from the plant. So you're caressing that plant and you're making it come for you, effectively. It's what it feels like. And you get just a little bit of the plant ejaculation onto your hands. That's literally what you're collecting, pollen, plant sex. Right? Then you go to the next plant. You make that plant ejaculate for you a little. And you go to the next plant. You make that plant. And then you collect all the ejaculations on your hands. And you pull the ejaculations off your hands. And that's pure resin. And so you do this every day for about 30 days, 40 days. And you collect up these bits of ejaculations and it turns into what they call black gold. And I started noticing that I didn't need to smoke. I was absorbing so much THC through my hands that I didn't need to smoke. And I if I smoked, it didn't change me. I was like, I don't get stoned anymore. And I was with another Babaji, another two Babajis actually, and we would smoke these chillums. And we'd smoke like 4 or 5 chillums in the morning, and like it does nothing to me. I'm like, I'm not even going to bother smoking chillums anymore.
Wow.
I'm not getting anything off of it. I'm smoking these chillums, and I'm like smoking like between us, we're smoking like about 8 grams of resin, right?
Wow.
And yeah, big 1.52 gram chillums, and we're not even getting stoned.
Damn.
I must be myself consuming about, 3 grams of pure resin.
Through your
And
fingers?
that resin's running at about 50% plus THC. So that's like, 1.5 grams of pure THC in the morning, and it does nothing to me. So I stopped smoking. I was like, it's just actually winding me up because it's taking my mind off. I'd rather wake up and go and like meditate with the plants
Yeah.
and tune into the plants and go, okay, I'm going to make love to you first, baby. Then I want to jump on you. Then I want to jump on you because you're just in this ocean of plants and you go around looking for like the sexy ones,
Oh yeah.
So it's a very sexual thing. And what I started noticing was while I was doing this with the plants, they started talking to me. And how they spoke to me was they were showing me their legacy. And they were reflecting within my inner vision would open up and they would show me the mandalas, the yantras of their form. And they would show me their forms on their original planet, how they looked. And I was like, oh my gosh. Each plant looked like a piece of sacred geometry in 3D space. Perfect sacred geometry bound in the plants. And the more I connected with the plants, the more they showed me this. And I was like they were basically telling me like, we're on the wrong planet, dude. That's why we grow the way we grow here. On our planet, this is how we look. Take a look at this.
Whoa.
And I was like, wow, where do I get that? And they were like, no, not this planet.
Man.
So the spirit of the plant was talking to me, right? And the spirit of the plant was showing me and basically teaching me all this stuff. And I was like, wow, this is mind-blowing. So I do believe what you're saying is that it's our genetic line doesn't come from this planet. But we've bound with the animal genetic planet somehow. So we've brought, I believe cannabis was brought to this planet. You know how when you take a plant to a place where it doesn't belong, it becomes a weed.
Okay. Yeah. Invasive.
Cannabis is a weed everywhere. Right?
Yeah, the weeds are the best growing ones. They're so vigorous.
No, well, because then they're not in their proper place. They take over. So if you take a Port Jackson tree and bring it to South Africa, they take over. If you plant cannabis here, it will take over. It will replace all the other vegetation. When you go into the Himalayas, the cannabis takes over. It becomes fields of cannabis.
Wow.
And it's just natural. At an incline of about 1.5 to 2,000 meters. Just fields and fields of cannabis on top of mountains. And so I started realizing, oh my gosh, that's why it is the way it is, because it's not from this planet. Because there's no place where cannabis doesn't take over. Anywhere where it grows, right? It either grows or it doesn't grow. And if it grows, it takes over. Whether it's at 2,000 meters high, whether it's at sea level, whether it's in a moist, hot climate, whether it's up there in a cool climate, it takes over. Fascinating. So I definitely believe there's something to what you're saying. And the endocannabinoid system, having so many of those cannabinoids locked into the cannabis plant, there's something powerful about cannabis that we're going to discover. And here's another thing. When it comes to our cures and our medicine, I think 80% of all the medicines from the 1700s and the 1800s had cannabis in it. Because I've seen a lot of research into this.
They used to sell it like right over the counter in a jar. They had like cannabis extract or something, and mushroom like extract, tinctures. Yeah.
And it was in everything from cough mixture to pain medicine to everything, every ailment that you could imagine had cannabis in it.
Well, you think somebody that smokes cannabis on the daily isn't going to get sick as often as somebody that doesn't.
This is my buddy Levi here.
Bless
yeah, and there's something to what he's saying. If I tried to stop smoking cannabis and I was like, oh, this is gonna be good. I'm trying to write a book. I want my mind to be more clear. and my mind got clear, all right, but my joints got real achy, bad. All my joints was aching, and I could barely walk, and so I had to go back to CBDs. So my mind was still clear. I was on the CBDs, and my joints were better. But I can only imagine for people that aren't on CBDs or cannabis, how much pain they're going through in life. And I'm sure that stuff can develop into like a condition and worse stuff. It starts with the pain, and that's when your body starts to break down.
That's an interesting perspective. Yeah. It does do something to the brain when it comes to dealing with the effects of pain. It might not take away pain, but it makes it so that we can deal with pain.
Yeah.
And it doesn't become a problem. We
No,
can
it-
embrace different
it takes-
experiences.
It takes down the inflammation in my joints, so actually I'm not in pain with it. But when
Yeah.
my inflammation's up from not having it, it's bad. I have to wear like a belt on my elbows.
That's interesting. That's fascinating. So that basically makes a lot of sense. It's probably the CBD that does that a lot. Yeah. And
Yeah.
probably the THC, you see, the endocannabinoid system is what would cause the inflammation as a defense measure,
Mhm.
right? But it's being put into perspective by the cannabinoids, so it doesn't need to create that reaction within your psyche. Yeah, there's a lot to be said, I think, about why cannabis was illegal, if we're going to be honest. Yeah, because they did flash a lot of nonsense about why it was dangerous, which has been overturned after the research in universities,
Absolutely.
and all of the reasonings behind it was thrown out by the constitutional courts, which is why it's becoming legal in most countries, right?
Yeah. Did you read the book The Emperor Wears No Clothes? I think that was the book that was written about cannabis.
I don't know it. No, I don't know it at all. But it's interesting. I mean, do tell us about it.
Yeah, in the book they suggest that what was going on was after prohibition, the police were kind of out of business. There was really not that many criminals around, and they were kind of like being put off work, and so they needed to come up with a new crime, a new criminal to contest in society and exploit. And they found that the black jazz musicians were stealing up a lot of white ladies at the jazz bars with the reefers, and so they chose to go for those guys. They said, we're going to get these guys out of here.
A lot of the Hispanics.
And so they targeted the African American jazz musicians and made marijuana become illegal. And that's how it started. Over time, they made it so that you had to pay the government to be able to allow to grow hemp. And then eventually they took those rights away.
And brought it right back.
Yeah, and now it's back.
It's a boomerang.
So they're trying to use it now. They know there's money behind it. And that people have figured out that it was a lie. And so now it's being used as medicine again. And now in Cherokee, on the tribal lands here for the Cherokee tribe, it's being legalized for medical use, and you can get
recreational
use now. And you can get a medical license there, even if you don't live there and you're not part of the tribe. And you can go there and use it recreational anytime. So that's great. And we got it in Virginia. It's starting to come around down here in the South. When I was in the North, in New England, we had it legal. In Massachusetts, you can grow as many plants as you want, I think, at home, and you can have up to an ounce on you anywhere.
Also,
Very cool.
with the THCA flower being available in 50 states, if you know anything about THCA, it is the precursor to THC, the active state of the THC. So,
Delta 9 THC is a state that is the inactive form of THC. And if you test your marijuana and it comes up with 0.3% or less of actual THC, it can be declared as THCA, which is legal in all the states. And it's just regular pot, but it hasn't been exposed to heat that would change it to THC from Delta 9 THC. So technically there's a loophole in America where all marijuana can be illegal if it's tested.
Yeah, I've noticed that there's this other form of marijuana that isn't the right kind of THC, but it's taken Europe by storm, but it's not so good for you.
No, those ones, I think some of them are different
Synthetic.
cannabinoid synthetics. But
Man-made.
man-made synthetic cannabinoids.
Yeah.
That's like the spice. It's legal in the military. Military people use it. So then you have other ones where they take cannabinoids out of hemp plants and then they make it an extract and then they spray it on a distillate.
That's man-made shit.
So that's man-made, but it's also it's an extract. So you're not smoking a real flower. You're smoking an extract. And when you extract things, like when we process things and make it into like white sugar or like white flour or like an extract, you lose a lot of things in that process that balance it out. So like when you take like sassafras out of the sass tree, it can become toxic. But if you have like a sassafras tree bark, that can
It's
actually
kind of like the amanita with the muscimol.
Yeah. So he was mentioning that Amanita muscarium. And what's the muscimol?
It's the main psychoactive.
Oh, so instead of psilocybin?
Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's so if you consume the raw mushroom or up to a certain amount,
Yeah.
the toxicity can kill you.
Dang, yeah, you got to be careful with that kind of stuff. Psilocybin mushrooms are also toxic to the liver and can cause food poisoning and seizures potentially. I've seen that happen. So you got to be careful. Yeah, moderation is key. And when dealing with entheogenics, you want to be careful about your dosages and understand different tolerance levels. Always very important to do. There's some cool entheogenic ceremonies out here done by the mestizo peoples. It's like a new tribe of entheogenic ceremonialists. The mestizo culture. It's integration of Peruvian and other Latin American indigenous shamanic tribal ceremonial traditions. And they're doing stuff out here in Asheville right now. Ceremonies are about $500 now, so it's pretty intense. But we do grandmother ceremonies and grandfather ceremonies. So interestingly, how you were talking about earlier, you were talking about the plants and they're communicating themselves to you as shapes and things. It's fascinating how the Peruvian people communicated to the ayahuasca vine and to tobacco, and they presented themselves as goddesses. I've also personally seen that what's that other one called? What's that stuff that Salvia Divinorum presented herself to me as a goddess. And it's really interesting. They say that there's a connection between ayahuasca and the tobacco and a snake. I think they said that the snake was the mother of the vine, or vice versa. And then there's a connection with tobacco being in the family. But I read about that in, I think the book was The Cosmic Serpent, and it talks about the traditional ceremonies of the Peruvian shamans with ayahuasca and the use of tobacco in those ceremonies. They would actually channel the Ashaninkas, which I believe are their like Incan ancestors, Ashaninka, but I'm not sure about that. But the Ashaninkas were the ancestors of the forest, and they would channel their songs. And so when they would sing and blow tobacco smoke on the people to purify their spirit during the ayahuasca ceremonies, they would sing these songs. They don't know the songs. They're just channeling them. And they would sing those songs. And that makes it a bona fide, authentic Peruvian ayahuasca ceremony where the spirits of the ancestors are being channeled. And it's powerful work. I know Terrence McKenna's brother, can't remember if it's Dennis or Brian. I think it's Brian McKenna. He does a lot of ayahuasca ceremonies and stuff, and he's done a lot of studies on them to try to help bring the richness of the traditional ceremonies to the Western world.
Yeah, this has gotten a lot of acclaim of late. The use of entheogens. I think there's been a lot of misconstruction about entheogens in the media, from my personal perspective. It's once again leading to that uncarved block. Yeah. Cannabis takes you to the uncarved block. I always used to laugh when I was younger because I used to test a lot of the psychedelics that were coming into Cape Town for people that used to bring them into the country. And so I was like sort of like the local tester for psychedelics when I was young. And I always used to laugh and say, like, the only one that works is cannabis. It's the only one that works because it really brings you back to ground zero. And I think that there's something powerful about these substances, but I think like a lot of people just use them and they don't know what they are and they don't know how to use them. And so they use them to escape from reality rather than to embrace reality. And I think probably 90% of the people using entheogens are not using them properly. That's my sort of opinion, my perspective. Because they're not having, if you're using them properly, you're having God consciousness experiences, right? And you're connecting with divine realms. And it's a very profound experience that changes your whole perspective. It actually changes you to the point that you don't even necessarily need to take them. If that makes sense. Because you're sort of embracing something which is quite profound. And so yes, there's definitely something to be said about the way in which these situations are being perpetrated in the public perspective by people that are promoting them in a particular way. I think like there's so much ideas that you need to take psychedelics in a ritualistic way. And I'm not in agreement with that specifically. I think it's about timing. When you're in the right place in your life, they can be useful. If you're not in the right place in your life, they're not particularly useful. I think it's really that simple. And if you're at the right place in your life, the conditions will align and your intuition and your instincts. Like a lot of people take psychedelics in the wrong places. If you take psychedelics in nature, it's going to be a particular kind of an experience. Yeah. If you take it in a not natural environment, it's going to be different. And so there's definitely something wrong with probably the way most people take it, because you should go to nature, go camping, for example, and be in nature for like 24, 48 hours in order to get yourself ready for the experience and to be able to embrace fully what it represents. So yeah, my feelings of entheogens is quite complex.
Yeah, me too. I feel like you're totally spot on about how it's being presented can really alter how it's being interpreted by the people involved in the ceremony. I have studied like traditional shamanic practices and mysticism, ancient mysticism for many years, and so I interpret things with those eyes. And when I was in my most recent ayahuasca ceremony, I saw the great mother spider appear to me, and she conveyed to me something that's applicable for me in my life here. So it was about like getting over my ego to be able to connect to the web of life so I don't get tangled in the web. And it was a beautiful message, and it was something that's about empowering myself in this world in a divine way. Whereas other people are talking about how they got to commune with their star seed alien connections in the stars, and they can't wait to get picked up by the next UFO to go to the other world where they're from and stuff. And if things are conveyed in that way, it's going to be hard to understand what's the point. But like Law of One that was done in the 80s has a similar message where there's like otherworldly beings that are coming here to be reincarnated, but they suggest that they're actually just people from the future coming back to another time to change the timeline. They say that we're coming here and we agree to forget where we're from, and we come here to agree to go through hardship and adversity to be able to resonate with the people who are struggling and be able to overcome our suffering and help lead others into overcoming their suffering, so that we can change the timeline here and ascend people and overcome some destructive technologies that we've been using excessively and being overly reliant upon. So that, and if you're looking at things with that interpretation, you can understand like, oh, I can understand like I'm really from the future, but you understand you have a role here. It's not like some video game simulation. It's like I could just wake up from this, and then when I'm out of the simulation, I could see where I'm really at. You know, and some people see things that way. So it's your worldview is going to really interpret how you experience this entheogenic ceremony. And so a lot of people experience fear. They're going to have a hard time. Sometimes it drives them away from those kind of things because they don't actually get the divine message sometimes.
I think you hit it spot on there.
Yeah.
Please continue.
But there's like a certain courage that it takes to be able to go in there and experience that message, even though it might be intimidating, and try to take away from it something good. And that's something that happens with psychedelics. Is like somebody once told me that in LA they don't really take like crack and heroin as much as they take like mushrooms or LSD because it's cheaper and it's not addictive. So I thought that sounded like such a great idea. I'm like, it sounds like it'd be so much better for them. You know, because you experience that stuff and it can change your life. Like I know Paul Stamets, who's really a big aficionado for all types of mushrooms, psychedelic and non-psychedelic. He took psychedelic mushrooms and overcame his stutter in one night. But he ended up finding himself having climbed up a tree in the middle of a thunderstorm and was able to make it down from the tree. But he hurt himself trying to race down. Had a fear of the lightning. But he lost his stutter. So there's amazing things that can happen from even one experience of psychedelics. It doesn't have to be some kind of addiction that you're going to have to struggle with. And it's a great alternative for people that do struggle with addictions to be able to go into entheogenics sometimes. But like Franklin said, it has to be the right time in your life a lot of times because it's a very profound experience. And if you carry a lot of shame, guilt, and fear with you, it might not be the right time. If you carry a lot of blame and hatred with you, it might not be the right time. But you're going to know when it's the right time for you. You're going to be looking for something deeper. Some people don't want to look into the darkness. It's not the right time for them. And it's okay to be in that stage of denial as long as it takes for you to be in the right stage where you're ready to reach out for help and you have that support network for you there. And then you have the spiritual tools you can use and a right guide to help you with those when the time is right.
Yeah, I would say if I were to describe what entheogens do, I would say that they show you more. I'd summarize it. You just see more.
Yeah.
And of everything. And that you have to be ready within yourself to work with your shadow. Because if you aren't doing the shadow work, then you're going to be vulnerable. And whether you're using psychedelics or not, if you're opening your extrasensory perception and you haven't done your own shadow work, that can be used against you by beings that want to control you. And they can project into your consciousness in the form of Buddha, Jesus, one of the saints, extraterrestrials, your star seed brothers and sisters. They can take any form that they require in order to get into your head. And so when your ESP opens, whether it's with psychedelics or without psychedelics, if you're not ready to bear the opening of the ESP, you can let things into your headspace that can be done, damaging. And I observed it with my ex-wife. There was no ESP, there was no entheogens. We didn't use anything. We meditated and contemplated rhythm. That was it. That's all you needed. And with that, you're tripping balls 24/7 if you do it like enough. And so you can use entheogens or you can use techniques to get yourself to open to those extrasensory realities.
Yeah.
And it turned out that she was being hijacked by these creatures that weren't physical. And it was very sad. She always kept getting lured in by these extra dimensional beings. And obviously we were telepathically connected, so I could see when there was something she was communicating with. And I was always warning her, always telling her, listen, hit the brakes. Don't just get into conversations with Dick, Tom, and Harry that you meet on the astral planes, because this is not on. And it turned out that she thought that she was in communication with an angel. But she could only, this angel could only communicate with her and manifest when I wasn't around. She didn't see the red lights yet. Because I had set up all sorts of alarms on my perimeters where I was. So if anything extra dimensional wanted to come into my space, I would have psychic alarms ringing and I would know and I'd be able to face it. And so they wouldn't come near me, right? Because I was like, I didn't want anything from them. I was like, listen, I'm not into what you're selling. It's sort of like when you go to New Delhi and everybody wants to sell you the crap they're carrying in their bag. It's like, I don't want to buy what you got. I don't want to buy what you got. I didn't come here to buy that. I don't want that. I'm not shopping for that. And so I would just be like, I don't need you. There's nothing that you've got that I need. Everything I need is within me. So thanks for the offer, but you can keep it. Keep the small change. Off you go, you know? But she got enticed by these beings. And so it took her away into a field at 3 o'clock in the morning, away from me. And she was having an angel that was giving her these beautiful angelic downloads. And to summarize this story, she ended up having this amazing spiritual download. My bell rang. I came out of sleep state straight into my etheric body, saw her through the wall in the fields, jumped to her, got to her, saw the line out of her head, jumped into the line, went back to the source, saw the angel, didn't smell right, challenged the angel, it shattered into 1,000 fragments, and there were 3 beings, female beings, insectoid beings, sitting in a craft. We were above the planet. And I was just like, wow. And obviously my ex-wife, she saw me arrive because she also had the vision. She was obviously aware of the etheric and the astral planes. She saw me arrive. She saw me challenge her angel. She saw me shatter her angel, so-called angel. And then she saw these 3 beings operating technology that I had somehow short-circuited in the process of shattering the angel. And I then got them into a lock, psychic lock, which I held them in my psychic hand. And I was like stuck in this dilemma, what to do. I started drilling into them and I thought, no, my ex-wife actually said to me, well, it's telepathically asked me, like, what about free will? What are you doing? And I had to let them go for my own, conscience. But my point is, she witnessed all of this and it shattered her so badly that she never meditated again. So she went from meditating for about 5 hours a day, every day, practicing hatha yoga twice a day for about 2 hours a day, drumming every day for about 45 minutes a day, playing guitar every day for about maybe a half an hour twice a day, writing poetry every day for about half an hour, 45 minutes. So this was her daily training. So she would spend 8 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours a day training. And basically that was her day, every day. And she went from that to nothing. The very second that experience came, because it scared her so much, she just wanted to close down her psychic faculties. She crapped herself. She literally crapped herself. And so what happened was her ESP damaged her. She was getting to a very high spiritual place. She was gaining insights about the nature of people, the nature of reality, the nature of her own consciousness, the nature of her experience. And she was basically, these beings hijacked her. Now that can happen with entheogens. Just because she wasn't using entheogens, the same thing can happen with entheogens. If you aren't ready, if you open your ESP before you're ready, there's consequences. And she was scared. And I'll tell you what else happened. She was taken off of a roof of a building in front of my eyes by a flash of lightning. This was sometime later. So she had stopped all of her training, all of her meditation, all of her everything. And she didn't know what to do with herself, because I was still training, and I would train a lot. And it basically got so intense for her that she started becoming psychologically unhinged. She was very rational. She was very grounded before. She was very much just switch off these things. Once you've opened the ESP portal, you can't just switch it off. The fear had gotten into her mind, and she still had the ESP, but she was stuck in fear. And she was trying desperately to shut all of her channels, but the fear was there. And so entheogens can open a door to extra dimensionality where you can get in tune with other creatures. And for her, the thing that blew her mind was that normally people would be able to believe that it's in their mind, right? Normally you'd be able to justify it and say, oh, it's just my imagination. The only thing was I was there. And I was part of what was happening. And I was interacting with the beings that she saw. And afterwards, it was me who came running to her in the field naked. She was standing there shaking. And it was me that explained to her, like before all of this had happened, that this is the danger, Well, not that specifically. I didn't realize that there would be extraterrestrials in a craft. But so when I hear about these galactic people having these galactic brothers and sisters that want to take them away in crafts, like you say, Indy, it really hits a note within me, because I have direct experience of my ex-wife losing the plot. And it was because she thought that she was going to get a fast track. You see, she wanted to compete with me. That was her problem, her ego. Because I would meditate for like 10 hours a day. She felt that she needed to learn to meditate for like 10 hours a day, right? And she couldn't. So she had to do a lot of other things where I would sit and I'd meditate for hours and hours and hours and hours. She would reach her max. And so she felt like she wanted to keep up with me like it was a competition. And I'd explain to her, listen, I've been doing this since the 80s. Kids, it's step by step. You don't just hit the ground running. You do it step by step by step by step by step, increase. And so she wanted to catch up with me. So she always felt that like anything that happened, I would come to her and I would say, 2:00 this afternoon, you were speaking to a being. I didn't find that being healthy. Why were you talking to that being? So she used to feel that like she didn't have any privacy, right? Every thought she would think, I'd be able to come have a conversation with her about it because we were telepathically connected. So she wanted to feel like she was leading. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not really uttering this very well. But she wanted to feel like she was in her own bubble. She felt like she was in my bubble, in a sense. And I suppose, in a sense, she was, because I'd sort of I'd guided her towards this, given her the chance to experience this life with me, which was traveling and living in the wild and going to different ashrams. And we'd go to an ashram where she's like, oh, we can't get in here. And I'd go and sit outside the gate and I'd meditate for 12 hours a day for like a month, until the guru has no choice but to unlock that gate and let me in, because I will not leave that spot till he lets me into that ashram. And he realizes that I'm not going to leave. And then the gurus get respect for you. And also like all of their chilies in there start going crazy. Like, this guy's meditating outside our gates for 12 hours a day. Like, when's the Guruji going to let him in, you know? So there's like peer pressure, all sorts of stuff going on. He's got a whole big group of students that are going to like rebel against him as well. There's a lot of psychology involved with these ashrams. But so she would then get to come into these places with me, which were like secret tantric ashrams where white people don't get to go, where you get access to knowledge and tuition that you won't find in... You don't pay money to go into these ashrams. You can't just go there. If you're white, they won't let you in. You got to be prepared to say, I'm going to meditate for like 300 hours to get into your ashram. And then you'll sit there. And so the Gurujis will realize that you're sincere and you're genuine, that you're not, you will not be moved. And so that opened doors that wouldn't have ordinarily opened for her. And so she got accelerated opportunities to grow and be around adepts, real adepts. And it blew her mind wide open. And she got to live in the jungles. She got to walk through a buffalo stampede with me. That's quite a ride. A buffalo stampede. So, she was panicking, like, are we going to die? And I'm like, no, relax, just hold my hand. Just walk with me. Relax. Just wave your arm and walk with me. Just chill. We're going to be fine. So we walked through the buffalo stampede, So she got to experience all sorts of stuff, and she got to see all sorts of stuff that she wouldn't normally have seen. Like she'd see me call animals out of the wild. Big snakes, And by big, I mean like in excess of 20 feet. And would come to me, and I'd hold it in my arms, and I'd kiss it on the lips, and it would kiss me, and we'd go into a trance together, And some of the stuff was very scary for her to observe, because like, I did a lot of stuff that like was maybe dangerous for life and death. Yeah. Like I'd swim out to sea to go and swim with killer whales. And I'd be gone for hours. Like way past, like, you can't see me anymore. I'm gone. I swam out to sea. Coming back hours later. I'm swimming a kilometer and a half out to sea. I'm following the killer whales. So she got to experience all sorts of, irrational stuff that normal people wouldn't do because of the fear of death. And so she always used to want to compete with me, and she always used to shake her head at me and say, you're like the bravest man I've ever met. And I was like, no, I'm just not scared of dying. There's nothing brave about me. I just don't mind dying. I'm not that like, so what if I die, So yeah, there is something about opening our psychic centers ahead of time when we're not ready to rationalize and bring into perspective the chaotic experience What would you say about seeing too much of your shadow before you're ready to assimilate it? Because that's essentially what we're talking about here.
I don't know. It could be helpful in that it would plant seeds for like future work, but at the same time, it could be somewhat of a tease because it's like a premature awakening. You got to put yourself back to rest for a while, but you're gonna have that yearning, like, oh, I know I can do better than this. Like this, I know that I'm where I'm really at now. So a lot of people think that they're doing the best when they're like playing the game and they're playing a role and they are fitting in and they have that validation, but they know that they're not happy, but they're happy that they're making it work. And then they see people that are struggling. It's like, oh, those people are broken. But people who are really struggling are taking a step closer usually to being able to work on themselves. And a lot of times what you'll have sometimes intrusive thoughts like, oh, that time that I did this, I can't believe I did that. That was so stupid of me. Might be a reoccurring thought. It's a chance. You can interpret that as a chance to change how you interpret that situation. If you say, oh, I wish I didn't do that, it's going to keep coming back. But if you say, man, I made that mistake then, and I'm going to try not to do that again, but I need to let this go. I'm going to keep the lesson. And I'm thankful that happened to me so I could learn this. If you envision something and interpret like that, those thoughts could pass, and then it could give you tools to be able to be grateful and then have more things to be grateful for coming into your life. Because when you're in a state of resistance, like trying to push things away, what we resist persists. And so it can create a whole barrage of things to happen. What could start with mental and emotional things could lead to physical conditions. A lot of people in the spiritual world and mystical world and mystical healing understand that a lot of our physical conditions that we get and even injuries that we have can be interpreted as the emotional body crying out and making us have an accident or making us come down with this condition. So because we're not listening to our heart crying out to us, you need to heal, you need to listen, you need to let this out. You've been caging this up for too long or whatever it is. And I feel like it's true. And I have this little diagram that I found, different charts of what body parts, ailments in those areas could be interpreted as a need in the emotional body. And I try to consult this chart first when I have some kind of thing where I hurt my hand or a wrist or something. And I think, what could I do for my emotional body right now that it might be crying out for help for me? And I feel like taking that kind of interpretation of things can kind of really, help induce like the placebo effect kind of. It's like, I'm going to take this medicine for this. Like my medicine is, I'm going to be a better listener because this happened to me. And you're telling yourself like, okay, since I got the lesson, then the injury doesn't matter anymore. It can go away. And that works for me. I think it takes your core beliefs have to be aligned with that kind of thing for that to work, but that can work. And it can be powerful. One thing you can look for is the Roby chart. If you want to look for a chart, it's a ROBY. The Roby chart has some things like that. I use that one.
Well, I suppose this brings up an interesting point because we're talking about Hermes and Hermetics. And, well, it's part of this story. Like, I always see Hermetics as being the golden thread that connects all of the other systems. So, obviously, the Hermetic Kabbalah is at the core of most Western traditions of spiritual development, and that have a basis, other than just people have channeled stuff and they said, "Oh, I'm making up this," that has a basis, that has got a legacy of adepts that stood on the shoulders of adepts that stood on the shoulders of adepts that stood on the shoulders of adepts, that goes back thousands of years. So it's a fully working system. And what I noticed was I went to India and I saw like everything, everywhere, every system that I got introduced to. Before I went to India, I should probably start. If you look at theosophy and anthroposophy, they are extensions of the Hermetic system, if you really look at them. If you look at these other systems by like channeled masters, whether it's White Eagle Lodge or Aquarian Foundation, or they all seem to be very similar, based upon almost a Vedic knowledge tree, but founded and grounded within the Hermetics. If you look at it, the core pre-Egyptian school of thought, which is the land of chemia, the chemistry, alchemy comes from there. And when I went to India, I noticed, wow, this is like the most direct applicable Hermes. You got the 7 chakras, 7 spheres of Hermetics, the 7 chakras. But they're the chakras, not the spheres. And basically, what I noticed was within every system that I looked into and I got embedded and trained in and got initiated into and started gaining any kind of acumen or ability in, it was Hermetics. And so it seems that like when you look at these 7 base principles, that they are fundamentally the structure of being reflected. The system of the 7 rays is a particular doctrine, which is embodied by anthroposophists as well as theosophists, as well as most of the occult schools that I've been inducted into use these. Even schools of Western Kabbalistic leanings that go under the guise of philosophy schools. But when you go there and meet the people, you'll notice there's an inner circle. And within that inner circle is a mystery school. And they sort of choose people to secretly induct into the ranks, and it's a secret. You gotta take a vow of secrecy. You're not going to discuss it with other people or specifics or anything. So I was lucky that I got inducted to these when I was young, because I drowned. I had this natural ESP heightened in me, and I had natural Zen as a child. So when I discovered martial arts, I flew into it. And unlike other people, 3 months into my training, I was practicing meditation, like learning to connect with my chi. So, and I've trained with that meditation so hard that I didn't need the martial arts anymore. I was like, well, that other stuff's a lot of fun, but it's actually getting in the way. I'd like to really focus on this key stuff a little bit more. I'd like to actually spend more time just focusing on that, And so I had already developed the ability to manifest like physical energy from my psyche on the physical plane when I was like 14, which made me very dangerous as a fighter. It meant I could knock someone out. Like, I could hospitalize someone easily with a punch. And so that took me deeper and deeper and got me, all these gentlemen would come and find me and want to take me to their little secret little place, And I noticed the Hermes stuff came up right in the beginning. And so through a period of like quarter of a century of my journeying and traveling later on in life, everywhere I went, Tantra, yogic schools, Kendra. When I got embedded into shamanism, I was like, oh my gosh, it's the same thing all over again. I just can't escape this Hermes. Hermes is like the core. It's like, it's everything. It's the substance. And then I saw it in nature. Then I actually, it made a lot of sense to me. Why I'd always had these animals following me around on the astral plane. All these animals want to come and talk to me. I'm like, what the hell do you want? What's with these animals? And they're like a very primal part of our being, right? The chain of life is running through us, and we are an extension of the chain of life. And so there's this chain of beings that are connected through the chain of life, which is an expression of us, and that we are a whole conglomerate of beings operating in unison in order for us to exist, and that us, ourselves, is an illusion that is generated by a group of beings, then we're actually a group of beings. So when you speak about the royal we, I want you to consider what that means. Royalty speaks about the royal we, and people assume they're talking about the group of people they represent. No. When the pharaoh spoke about the royal we, the pharaoh was talking about the chain of life, because they had been initiated into this. And if you've taken enough entheogenics at the right time, you've seen it, right? That this angelic structure exists. And as we go deep into ourselves, we notice that we are a core group of beings operating in a single structure. And that all of these beings are extensions of ourselves. And when we see the serpent force flowing, the serpent force is what keeps the chain moving, keeps the chain alive, keeps the chain together, the serpent force. So the more I looked into this, I came to realize that these 7 fundamental principles are the key to the universe, and they hold within them the fundamental trinity of being, because the 7 principles are repeated in such a way as to create 9. Because there are certain points that are re-emphasized within the 7 because of the way in which the chain reacts. So the chain reaction comes from the first principle to the third principle to the second principle, back to the third principle, which is really interesting. From the third principle to the fourth principle to the fifth principle, right? And the fifth principle then moves to the seventh principle, back to the fifth principle, and into the sixth principle for the divine feminine. So this Kundalini flow, and you can understand it as this, like, okay, so the 7 principles, I'll try and very quickly. First principle is principle of all things are a mental projection, that there is a mental universe that exists in a total state of singularity where there can be no change, there can be no fluctuation, there can be no movement, there can be no subtraction, there can be nothing removed from it, there can be nothing added to it, there can be no shift. From this first principle, there is born sound, the principle of vibration. The principle of vibration is only coming into being because of the second principle, which is the principle of correspondence, which causes quantum entanglement to happen. Quantum entanglement means that parts of the first principle are able to extend themselves out of the first principle without leaving the first principle. I want you to consider what that means. Quantum entanglement, the ethers. So the first principle comes into being, projects into the third principle, but is only able to be bound into the third principle because of the second principle of correspondence. So because of correspondence, vibration is able to happen, and vibration means movement. That means movement results in polarization. because polarization is the essence of what movement is. There cannot be movement unless there's a movement between two poles. So it's one implies the other. Once we've got the poles established, we have a place where energy can exist, potential. And so we have the potential of being, which is the state of pure energy. And in the state of pure energy, we have the fourth principle of polarity, as above, so below. Now we can start to form the firmament around this polarity. And because the firmament can form around this polarity, the firmament above forms on the third principle, which is vibration. And the firmament below forms in the principle of rhythm, which is a shamanic path, is applied to the principle of rhythm. So shaman apply themselves to the fifth principle of rhythm, and they follow that principle for their lives in order to gain insights into the Lord of Time's magic, the nature of time and the flow of time, the dance, so, and the rhythm of the drum. So this polarization is binding the etheric plane with the fifth principle, and the astral plane becomes the continuum that connects it through the third principle to the causal plane. The causal plane is an extension of the first principle through its quantum entangling process to become vibration. Because of the becoming of vibration through the second principle of quantum entanglement, which is the correspondence between things, and that all things have a series of correspondence that correspond all things in the universe to other things, second mighty principle. In India, we call this the jnana. The jnana yoga is the second highest form of yoga that there is, and it's about understanding how all things relate to all other things. That's the second last school of yoga. Then, before the school of yoga, you have the mantra yoga. The mantra yoga is the mastery of the vibrational plane, vibrational field. Through the sacred syllables, one gains control of the vibrational field. And thus, one can attune to the Akashic planes, which is enter into the state of causal emanation, be able to attune to the causal body, past lives, future lives, transcend time as we know it. Then, the Raja Yoga is a yoga that governs the heart, the polarization. The Raja Yoga has 6 branches that fall into the Raja Yoga. The Raja Yoga is experiencing the control of all the energy. All the kriyas fall into the domain of the Raja Yoga. Dhyana falls into the domain of the Raja Yoga. Dhyana is meditation, sphere of the heart, polarization. Moving from there, we have the Yantra Yoga. The Yantra Yoga is learning to control the forms and the colors of energy. And so by attuning to the sphere of color and form, we are experiencing time's emanation of rhythm. Because form is a number, sacred geometry is a number. Yantra Yoga is building sacred geometric patterns and filling it with particular color codes in order to be able to meditate or focus on those color palettes that you create and use those to shift your consciousness into the etheric sphere and be able to travel the domain of the shaman. It's another form of sort of opening up the shaman gates. So that's the Yantra Yoga. Then we have the Karma Yoga. And the Karma Yoga is the yoga of consequence. That's understanding the basis of causality, of how cause and effect operate. Knowing that the actions that you create will produce a consequence, and that all the consequences that are happening are based on choices that we have made or are making in unmanifest. And that life is giving us what we need in order to find harmony and balance through the karma and the absolution of karma, the burning of the karma yoga. This is standing upon the shoulders of Hatha. Hatha is understanding that the body has intelligence and has knowledge of its own, and that by understanding the intelligence of the body and the forms of the body, we can understand the knowledge of the forms and the intelligence of the macrocosm and gain insight into the principles that we can only call sympathetic magic, if you will, through the practice of hatha, we can perfect this ability to know things on the physical form. So these are basically the structures of yoga. That is the physicalizing knowledge is a embedding, mating between wisdom and understanding, if you will. And so it is the principle of generation. That is how things are generated. That's the seventh principle of Hermes. The karma yoga is the sixth principle of causality and cause and effect. The yantra yoga is based upon the fifth principle, which is the principle of rhythm. And that the different rhythms and frequencies of color that are subjected to particular timing, bound by sacred geometric patterns, are holding the key to the structure of the rhythm of the universe. And so the lords of time operate through the sphere. And so rhythm is bound in the Manipura chakra by the vision, the ability to see. In the same way that karma yoga is the ability to taste. So the sixth principle of Hermes of cause and effect has got to do with taste. Why do some people have good taste? Because they understand cause and effect. You ever seen someone having good taste? Oh, they've got good taste in clothes. They understand cause and effect. That's why they've got good taste. People with good sense of smell are people that have great access to knowledge. That's why they can smell a fish. You can't lie to those people because they know better, right? Their smell is too sharp. That's the seventh principle of Hermes. And the fourth principle of Hermes is a principle of polarity, is a principle of feeling. Those are people that are able to feel deeply, compassion, which is a gateway to wisdom. Gateway straight to the Ajna chakra, to the second principle of quantum entangling correspondences. And so the principle of meditation takes you straight to the source of the second principle, which is why when you meditate, there's the binti and the aum. You hear the aum of the vibration when you enter into the quantum entangling principle, because it's showing you what is the nature of reality. It's a vibrational frequency, and that all things are vibrating in and out of being, quantum entangling. And so that's the fourth principle of Hermes, the principle of polarity that opens these doors. Also the substance of the astral planes. And then the third principle of Hermes is the principle of vibration, of movement, of sound, that everything is a vibrating reality. And by entering into that vibrational state, we're able to retune and change our frequencies. So all of the psychic powers live within this chakra. So the principle of vibration is where all the powers are born. So when we look at the Kabbalah, we look at the tree of life, it's expressed here. For all the powers and principalities are bound in chesed. And they are continuing and carrying all of the powers and the principalities from the first three, the major triad, manifesting into what we call the mazloth. The mazloth, or the alphanim, the wheel of turning chakra, are bound in the chesed, which is the principle of memory. So all things are a memory. Everything that we can experience is essentially a memory. And that's the closest we can get back to the primal plane of the first principle, which is why Jupiter rules over chesed, in the fourth sphere. Why the fourth sphere is so fundamental to the Kabbalists. Why the Egyptians built their pyramids based on the number 4. So all of these things can be understood by Hermes. You can decode the whole system of the Vedic cosmology, of the Tantras, of the Yogas, using the Hermetic principles. And then you can take those and you can apply those to other systems and get the same. You apply the Hermetics to the Kabbalah, you get the same result. So everything seems to come from the same place. And now you look at all these other forms of healing modalities, and they're all carrying one of these principles as an extension. And they're all basically manifesting and producing this current. For example, can you hear? You with me? Is that a hot chocolate you're drinking, by the way?
Oh no, this is some mineral water with some grapefruit juice and some superfruits.
Wow. Like when you're working with a shadow, right? If you think about it, This is like, how many different aspects of the shadow would you say you would see if you consider it?
Many, but I would think there's like two that might be strong with people would be like the child at heart and like the white wolf and the black wolf thing. But there's internal family systems. We have an understanding that there's a whole family of like other aspects of our personality. So usually the prominent ones would be the protector, the innocent child at heart one, the joker. There's different things that we have, but in the shadow, you know, it's usually for me, I struggle with suppressed anger and stuff. So it's like a beast for me. Usually I struggle with my beast within. I have a good relationship with them. I use it catharsis now. So if I have anger, I won't have to emotionally react. I can use that energy and channel it into constructive forces. Brute strength.
Yeah, I like that you bring out the other two, and that there's three. And it seems that whichever way we look at it, there's three.
Yeah.
There's three worlds of the shaman. There's the three aspects of everything. And the three makes a seven. It's math, right? If you take three and you permute them, you can permute them in 7 ways. That's just how it works. So the 7 chakras and the 7 principles of Hermes come from these three. So when we look at the shadow, there's always this three. When we look at the goddess forms, there's the crone, the queen, and the princess. Yeah, that's always how it works. The same for the horned god. There's 3 aspects to everything. There's 3 aspects to time: the past, the present, and the future. Whichever way you break it down, it comes back to 3. And so this is like the most fundamental. When you look at the Om consists of A, U, M. The A represents it's got many representatives. It's not just one thing. When you can relate it to the mental body, you can relate it. But if you want to go into the more abstract side of it, it relates to the most abstract that contains all other, the A. The U is that energizing principle that connects the most abstract that contains all other to the manifestational. The M is the manifestational engine through which the most abstract that contains all other is able to, in conduit, move through the U into the M. That's why the Om traditionally has got 3 colors: a red dot, a yellow crescent, and a blue series of 3 circles. Those 3 circles are related to the 3 aspects of mind. Once again, so then we look at even the A is broken down into 3 aspects. We look at the crescent. The crescent is broken into 3 aspects. Because if you look at what a crescent represents the moon, moving between being full or getting full or becoming unfull. Three things at work. We look at the dot. The dot represents the emanations of what is happening, the emanations of where it's happening, and the emanations of when it's happening. So, and then you put these 3 together and you end up with the number 9. And then you look at the Om. The Om fits in with the Om, Tat, Sat, which are 3 aspects again, where the Om is the manifestational 3 aspects that become now 1. And the Tat represents an abstraction through which the Om is able to manifest, but it's an active principle representing the Sat, which is a divine emanation of unchangingness. It's where things just are what they are. So there's this constant, whichever way you look at it, those three things are happening. When you look at the Hermetics, the only reason that the vibration comes into existence is because of the sphere of quantum entanglement. Because of the principle, the second principle of Hermes, the third principle comes into being. And the only reason it comes into being is because of the first principle, because it's all an emanation of the first principle of mentalism. So those three aspects are all that there is. But those three aspects reflect themselves to produce the rest of the three aspect numerations, which is 7. So there are only actually 3 principles of Hermes. But the 7 principles are what we're experiencing. But there is actually 3 things happening. And then, so you can apply this to the Kabbalah, and it breaks down in the same way. So I think, like, when we look at the body, for example, and I was talking to Mexico about this this morning. Don't know how it came up in a conversation. Oh yeah, I was talking to her about my son last night, and she practices kinesiology, and basically the yang yin came up, and the yang yin is the same thing, right? You've got the yang, you got the yin, and you got the Tao, which is yang and yin. That's 3. Same thing. And then you can look within those 3, and you can see that within the yang, there's the yang and the yin, which is another balance. Within the yin, there's the yin and the yang, which is another balance. And then within the yin yang, as relation to the yang yin, there's a balance between those 2, which is the second triad. So we've got the first triad represented and the second triad represented. And then when we look at these 2 triads, we can see that there are 3 relationships connecting those 2 triads to each other. Connecting the original yang to the relationship between yang and yin, and the original yin to the relationship between yin and yang, and the Tao to the relationship between the yang yin and the yin yang. So yeah, the yin yang sign is carrying 9 possibilities. So numerology comes from the yang yin. If you really study it, it's got 9 things going on in it. If you look at it, like, if you twist your mind into it, and then you start seeing that the same 3 principles of Hermes are being reflected here. And so you've got these 9, and when we look at the principles of Hermes, they extend themselves through the chakric body, creating 3 worlds of the shaman. So the first 3 principles, the Sasra chakra, the Ajna chakra, and the Visuddhi chakra, created first point. But then the Visuddhi chakra, the Anahata chakra, and the Manipura chakra creates the astral triangle. And then the Manipura chakra, the Svadhisthana chakra, the Muladhara chakra creates the etheric triangle. So the etheric triangle, astral triangle, and causal triangle, or the causal body, astral body, etheric body. And these all fit to contain each other. Causal containing astral, astral containing etheric, and etheric containing the physical body. So now we've got the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah being reflected. And this all comes from understanding the first 3 principles of Hermes. So it really is a decoding system that sort of opens the door to profound healing. And you look at the Reiki. You know, what is the Reiki? The Reiki is suggesting that the life force is intelligent. So the very life force that we're experiencing are these 3 principles of unmanifest coming together. And 3 principles suggests that there is a beginning, an ending, and a process, which means there's a conduit of forces that are bound through structure, which means there has to be intelligence to maintain the structure for the end and the beginning to exist. Otherwise, the causal flow of time cannot happen. So the causal body can have no expression unless there is a flow of time. And so we see that the same structure repeats itself. It's like a fractal of being, if you will. And it's bound when we understand the energetic bodies of the alchemy. And once again, in alchemy, there's 3 principles, are there not? Yeah.
Indeed.
So whichever way you look at it, it comes back. And so the alchemy was distilled from understanding the Hermetic principles and using it to make white gold, not white gold, sorry, monatomic gold, in order to make the Philosopher's Stone, which they realized they could use to bond their DNA. That's another form of healing, which is basically extracting knowledge into the generic function through all 7 points of the process, right? In order to take the 3 principles and distill it and turn it into a life-generating object. So it's a very interesting, concept if we look at how these things work. And so I see a thread that connects all systems, that connects all occult, cosmological wanderings. And it seems to me that Hermes has basically just nailed it because of the simplicity of the Hermetic cosmology. It's 7 basic principles. There's nothing to it. You can teach somebody Hermetics in about 3 minutes. It's all you need to know. These are the 7 principles. There you go. Off you go. Have fun. And with that, you can decode any system of occult thinking. Is that not quite incredible if you think about it?
Really
Like
is.
how genius were these guys?
It's incredible.
And so this is why when we look at the shadow, there's 3 aspects.
You got the
There's
arc.
that child, there's the black wolf and the white wolf.
Yeah.
And the child is what happens when the black wolf and the white wolf are not separate. There is no wolf. There's just a child.
It's true.
It's like the Matrix, yeah?
Yeah, they're just a facade. Kind of a distraction.
Yeah, and when we're not looking at the child properly, it becomes a black wolf or a white wolf.
Exactly.
And when we stop getting our focus all messed up, there's just a child. And so it comes back to like even Christian cosmology. What is this child, this inner child we're supposed to cultivate? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so all roads seem to lead to Rome. So that's why I find it like fascinating, all these different forms of I wrote them down here. Oh, I didn't mention crystals. There's an interesting one.
Well, we were talking about Reiki a little bit earlier, so
Yeah.
there's a lot to do with it. Crystals are incredible. I feel like crystals they're interpreted as possibly being living beings. Welcome back.
Welcome back, brother.
Hey, Jeremy. And crystals resonate with the human fields of energy and stuff, and they have powerful energy for us. I try to wear onyx to take down negative energies, so to speak. And recently I got some garnet and some diamonds I'm holding on to for my lady. Pretty cool. There's powerful gems. They have powerful effects on us. I have something at night in my house, and it makes it so that when I have any project I'm doing, I'll bring it to an end and not procrastinate on things. So it really helps me bring things to completion. But hey, what's going on, Jeremy? Welcome back.
Hey, not much. Not much. Talking about some crystals?
Yeah, we're talking about crystals, healing powers of crystals.
Nice. Yeah, I got these. Hold on a sec.
Cool.
Got these. I like palm stones. So I got these like round, sort of like this is I believe this is rose quartz.
Those are nice. I have a labradorite.
Nice.
It's a palm stone. It's nice.
And then this guy is just like pure quartz. Just It's just clear. And then I don't remember exactly what this one is. Kind of like,
Oh, okay.
here we go.
Let me think about this.
Fluorite.
Yes, fluorite.
Fluorite?
Or is it
Oh,
calcite? Could be fluorite or calcite.
yeah.
Calcite, but
Nice.
it's fluorite.
Could be
I just-
either.
Calcite's orange usually, or there are many colors of
Different colors.
yeah. Oh, okay. I was thinking citrine.
Yeah, this one's clear.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. I'm
Or
sure.
clear. If
Well-
it's optical calcite, when you hold it up to the light, it almost looks like there's an oil sheen on it. Does it do that?
I don't think so. I think I chose this one specifically because it's just like an ice cube. But
It could be fluorite then.
yeah, but there's like these these there's an order and sections in there, and I don't know, something just attracted me to it, so keep it around. And then it's in the
It could just be clear calcite.
yeah, it's in the eastern window of my room here, so in the morning the sunlight goes through it. It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
I've got a lot of stones.
Yeah,
Me too.
yeah. When I was a kid,
Long time.
we did a lot of quite a bit of traveling, like to different states and stuff like that. And I was constantly like looking for fossils and stones and filling my pockets and then taking them home and putting them all over my room. And I probably still have quite a few fossils from those days.
I recently got this black tourmaline.
Wow, that almost looks like what's the volcanic glass?
Obsidian.
Yeah, it almost looks like obsidian.
But it's much harder.
See those-
Tourmaline's got a hardness of like 8.
see these stripes?
7 to 8. No, it's like 8. It's quite hard.
Yeah.
And
Was
it's
it
the
one-
most piezoelectric stone that there is.
Is
If you
everyone like
heat
when
it up,
Yeah.
sorry, if you
I was
warm
gonna
it
say
up,
when you smash it together, it makes sparks. Is that what you mean?
no, that is piezoelectricity.
Okay.
But tourmaline's got the most piezoelectricity to the point where if you take a piece of tourmaline and you make it warm, right, it becomes a organic magnet.
Organic. So it'll attract metal.
No, it will attract ash, rubber, other stuff. So let's from a shamanic perspective, if you want to clean your pipe, you don't want to touch it, defile it. You take a piece of black tourmaline, you put it in the fire and the coals, you let it get hot, and then you hold it in the top of your pipe, and it becomes a magnet, and it sucks all the ash and all the organic bits out of your pipe. So you just put it in and take it out, and it cleans your pipe for you.
And this is tourmaline. Black tourmaline. Gotcha.
Especially the black one.
Now, what is that? What is that?
It's a black moonstone.
Wow. Very cool. Yeah, I got a.
That's beautiful.
Let's see. This is a smoky quartz. I love smoky quartz. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I like the smokiness. I like smoke.
it's a good one.
Yeah, smoky quartz is both awakening your energies and it's grounding at the same time. But it also is very good for shadow work.
When you say it's good for that, like what does that mean? You just have it around when you want to do something, or are you meditating on the crystal, or?
Well,
Especially.
I could say something. It's in the grounding state of it. It can kind of keep you so that you're focused and you're kind of rooted in doing the work. And then in the awakening aspect of it, quartz really helps. Just having it around you can help provide clarity for your mind, and it can help raise and ascend your consciousness to have better clarity and ascension, and you're gonna have better focus and attention, and you're going to have a little bit more higher reasoning faculties, problem solving capabilities, the ability to reason through things, see, comprehend things faster.
And this is just by having it around. Like what exactly are the mechanics?
It can be far away if it's in a large amount. Being in the mountains where I'm at right now, in the Smoky Mountains, which is the oldest terrestrial forest on the face of the earth, I think. We have a ton of quartz here, and when I came down here, I felt like there was angels in the air. I don't necessarily believe in angels. Like, I didn't really know how to communicate it. I feel like there's just like a real greater state of clarity. I feel like I have stronger intuition powers around quartz. I can see things that I wouldn't think of that just come into mind. It's like I feel like there's messages from my higher self, or something like that.
Do you think that the quartz is piezoelectric?
Yes, quartz is piezoelectric and interacts with our nervous system.
Okay.
Being around it.
Yeah.
And, I had an ayahuasca ceremony. I saw some of those ball lightning plasmoids, and that was an amazing experience. So when there's quartz around, you see a lot more ball lightning and different transluminous events. And that's how we can see that it's interacting with the field right around us. You see energy of it moving around and through us.
I'd love to take this moment to welcome Ramar Star,
Rima?
our lovely
Hey guys.
and
Hello.
super awesome sister from London. I've known her for many years. She's a very deep thinker. She's very sensitive to these not so physicalness, but also very rational as well. And she's very deeply embedded into the EFT system that was mentioned earlier. That's emotional freedom techniques. She'll tell us all about it, I hope. She's been doing it for a long time. She's been studying it and practicing it.
I don't know. I don't feel deeply embedded in it. It's just something I do. It's just something I don't really think about the mechanics.
How often do you do it? How often do you do it?
Sometimes it's every day. Sometimes it's not for a few months. Sometimes it's several times a day. It just depends. I did some the other day. Yeah.
And you've been doing it for several years, or a number of years?
Yeah, like many, many years. But I'm not like a practitioner or anything. Oh, look what I've got. Just because you were mentioning quartz, I have this amazing wand.
Nice.
That was
Beautiful.
on my desk.
Is that a double terminate?
That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not showing it to the camera properly.
Beautiful. Double
There we
terminate.
go.
Nice.
Yeah, it's quite.
And that's uncut,
big.
yeah? That's
It's on
natural.
camera. Yeah, I think so.
Beautiful.
At least one end of it is definitely natural. Yeah, I've got this other bit of quartz here with like tourmaline, a lot of tourmaline inclusion in it. I just, it's funny you guys started talking about them because I just like had that right next to me. But
Good things to have around. I try to keep.
Actually, what I was thinking about was if you guys have talked about, because I heard Franklin like briefly mentioned, and I suppose crystals probably come into this because like stone and whatever anyway, right? But if you guys talked about architecture as part of healing too, because I briefly sauntered into the room when you were mentioning something about hermetics, and then you said something about pyramids. So just architectural structures, obviously cathedrals, pyramids, domes, etc., etc. You know, geometry.
Geodomes.
Yeah, we were talking about oppositorium, the coincidentia oppositorium earlier, the integration of the two opposites, which is common in a lot of architecture, where like churches and cathedrals and stuff, where you have like 3 doors. We were talking about 3 earlier.
Oh, nice. And that's common in art as well, isn't it? Like religious art, like the triptych, right? Well, I have like 3 paintings in a row or whatever, and like religious art.
Definitely.
Cool.
The big thing.
And I briefly heard something about, I'm probably going to say it wrong, cannabinoids and plant essences and this kind of thing. And I wondered, because actually we were going to talk about it, but we never did, if Franklin wants to talk about massaging or anointing the body with like frankincense and myrrh. I have some Palo Santo oil here. I love cleaning with this. It's amazing. Just like spray your surfaces with like water and Palo Santo, or I was just cleaning my place, so it took ages to come on. I just was like spraying like my altar and surfaces in the kitchen and everything with like lavender and geranium and water, and everything smells really good. I've been anointing myself with like blue lotus and moringa oil. It's just like, oh, that's great. This is like a Chilean plant essence thing as well. So I'm just really feeling that and kind of wondering how that kind of anointing the body inside and out, right? Whether it's the plant essences or the oils, that kind of communion then with the structure of the crystals and the architecture at the same time too, because I imagine there's some kind of interconnection going on there as well with like the, I don't know, I'm probably going to say the wrong thing, but you know, like the shape of the molecules, and then you have the well, your water, you know, your blood, your saliva, and then all the shapes in the buildings and the crystals and like ancient temples. There's probably like, I wish I could put a sentence together properly. I think you know what I mean. Like there's some kind of connection going on there that I can feel it more than I can say it, if that makes sense, and I can see it sometimes.
Yes, your astral senses are so wide awake, are they not? So there's the terpenes that affect the endocannabinoid system directly, because the endocannabinoid system is very sensitive to terpenes. Food. The way in which food affects the brain is incredible. How you can get healing from food,
like
how
food magic.
Yeah. Alchemy, food alchemy.
Kitchen witchery.
How you can, you can make food that changes your state of consciousness and gives you. That's why like families used to gather around the hearth and eat, because it brought that sense of well-being, of safety, of health. Welcome back, dear cosmic brother.
Hey, what's up?
Cosmic. And there's also like music as well as food around the hearth too, and medicine. Like it was all like interwoven. I'd love to hear, because you were going to tell me before about quantities. You're like, don't do it until you've spoken to me. So if I don't, might as well just do it right now. Like about like
quantities of what? Which quantities are we talking about?
Oils.
You need to anoint my body with like oil, like some kind of base oil, and then just like frankincense and myrrh. And I was like, you're trying to turn me into a temple priestess, and you were like, yep. Yep. So I just remembered, because I've been taking your advice, like crushing frankincense and myrrh, so I just like made up some more capsules to take like for bedtime. So yeah, that was just on my mind as yeah.
So you can ingest frankincense? You can ingest frankincense and myrrh?
Yeah, it's like wow.
You should.
I can tell you, it's
You
like
should
really good for
ingest
you.
frankincense.
Where do you
Yeah, and I've just been putting it into you know, you can get those empty capsules to put whatever supplements in.
So I got frankincense, little chunks. Just eat it?
No.
Okay. You're like, no.
You've got to crush it into a powder.
Okay.
And that powder, you can put it into a capsule.
I have just swallowed a bit before you're not meant to.
Yeah, I use a bit of raw honey. So I crush I mix myrrh. Now, The research has shown, and there's been a lot of research by pharmaceutical corporations, that when you mix myrrh with the frankincense, it has double impact on your neurology. And frankincense has a huge effect in shaping the architecture of the brain. Changes the way your brain works. So you can rub it into an essential oil onto your body. You can burn it and inhale it. You can crush it into a powder and eat it. Now, frankincense you can eat a lot. It's much more safe. Myrrh, you can eat myrrh. Myrrh is good to eat, but if you eat too much myrrh, it will overstimulate your liver.
Yeah,
So you don't
but I
want to
do find it's
overstimulate.
good for sleep. Well, at least for me, for my biochemistry, having just a little bit more myrrh at nighttime. I just like it.
Myrrh is brilliant. You should use myrrh. Just when you're eating it, like the quantities of frankincense that I eat is mind-boggling. It will blow your mind how much frankincense you can eat. I can put frankincense on my body. My carrier oil is strong. I put to 100 milliliter. Okay, now don't try this at home, folks, because this is not how you're meant to do it. My skin has become a frankincense sponge. I've been using this stuff for like 3 decades, so my body is just more than 3 decades.
Just
My
eating
body
it
is
from
so
a bowl like
used
it's
to.
cereal.
Yeah, I use this stuff in bulk. My skin is like adapted. It's like it's got a frankincense valve. But so you can put it into your I use it a lot. Like me, I put like in 100 mils of carrier oil. I will put 100 drops of frankincense. Even more. Plus, I will knock in the myrrh.
How much myrrh do you put in?
Less than frankincense, probably about 50.
Because I was like, I made one of those little rollerball things ages ago. I haven't made one in a long time now, but when you were first like talking to me about this, and I put like 60 drops of each oil like into coconut like carrier oil, and I was like fine, but then I was like, oh, maybe I wasn't meant to do that. I don't know. I was just rolling it onto my wrists at nighttime before going to bed.
No, I'll make a
So,
carrier
it's
oil.
probably too much then.
I'll make a carrier oil.
I
and
put
I'll
it
put
down
like,
to 20 each after that drops.
exactly. But I've lately I use less frankincense in my oils because you see when you're eating it, if you're just using it in oil, now that the way I said it, you shouldn't. You should put about 30 drops of frankincense into 100 milliliters, or 30 drops of a combination, 20 drops of frankincense, 10 drops of myrrh. If that's comfortable, you can increase it in the same ratio.
I was just using, those really like tiny little roller bottle balls, so a lot less than 100 milliliters, and I put 60 drops of myrrh and 60 of frankincense. So I guess
but
I overdid it.
I'm talking about massage oil that you use a lot of oil on your body.
Yeah, like all, yeah. And so what's
Cover your whole rib cage, cover your face, your arms.
How does it
even the
affect
thighs,
you when you
legs.
massage this into your body
Yeah.
over time? Like what did it do with you?
Well, it's if you take a lot of frankincense, it will slow down your heartbeat quite a bit. Really great for meditation. It's a safe way to alter consciousness. Entheogens will have an effect on your heartbeat. Frankincense will have
Is it
very
something you'd recommend, like massaging the body with, like daily, if you were me,
Yeah.
or not?
Yeah. I did most of my life. I burn a lot of frankincense, so I haven't been massaging that much. So you can burn it, inhale it, you can eat it, swallow it, and you can massage it into your body. But because I burn so much of it, I burn it all the time. And when I say I burn it, I like to see it in the room. I like to see it. Like
Yeah, I know.
I'm about to see it. If I can't see it, I'm not satisfied.
You're a big
I'm not burning enough.
frankincense smoker. It goes with your name though, so it makes a lot of sense. Frankincense Bullock.
Yeah, I would recommend for people starting with like 3 drops per 10 mils, 30 drops for 100 mils. Make a massage oil. And then grade that up. Then make it a bit stronger next time. If that was good, then next time make it a bit stronger, the same ratio, 1 to 3. Or you could do it 1 to 2. But 1 to 3 is pretty good ratio for myrrh and frankincense because the frankincense has got the really nice bouquet on it. Nicer even than the myrrh bouquet. That little bit of myrrh offsets the
I like
frankincense
that kind of
terpenes.
potent, earthy scent.
Exactly. But when you put that 1 to 3, it's such a pleasant combination of the two. I find depends what frankincense you're using. You get Boswellia terifera, Boswellia certi, Boswellia serrata. Boswellia serrata is the Olabanum, that's from India. Boswellia cereti carteri, sorry, is from Somalia. Then you get the Boswellia sacca. The Boswellia sacca comes from like the Middle East.
What's the one that begins with an H or something like that?
You mean
It's like
Olbanum?
more expensive one. I can't get. It's like a green one.
The most expensive one is the Boswellia sacca.
Do you envision like the sacred geometry, the shapes, the crystalline shapes of myrrh and of frankincense? And if so, what do you see?
I haven't. I'm too
Because
absorbed in
I'm
the
just
smell.
wondering, like,
I just love the smell so much. That's all I can think about.
just thinking of like the sacred geometry of each of those, like, then what would be like good crystal combinations, you know?
Okay, so frankincense, you're going to be.
Because like imagine putting like, because some people do this with candles, don't they? Right, put little chips of, as long as they're not the type that don't deal well with liquid, right? Little crystal chips or whatever. I'm imagining that in oil as well, or maybe flower petals. So I'm thinking like different structures probably work well together better than maybe some other structures. So I would just be interested to, and then thinking of that with the architecture again too, like just be interested to think what are the structures of those oils in terms of these shapes. Just be curious.
Well, funnily enough, myrrh would go well with a number of gems. Tourmaline would be a pretty good gem to combine myrrh with.
Just like holding it, or is that one of those ones that's like not water soluble? I don't really know the measure of hardness.
Definitely not water soluble. It's one of the hardest gems.
It's one of the hardest ones. Okay.
One of the much harder of the common gems. It's not nearly as hard as a ruby or a diamond.
No.
I mean, a diamond's really hard.
Yeah,
But
that's the hardest.
tourmaline's considerably harder than quartz.
Okay, really? Wow.
Much harder, yeah.
Just when you
Quartz
see
is
it,
only
like
about 7.
the sheaths of it, you imagine like, oh, is that going to be like selenite and crumble in water? But obviously not.
Yeah, selenite is more of a lunar thing.
Yeah.
So selenite would go well
nice
with
big selenite heart
jasmine.
necklace, actually. It's lovely energy.
It's all selenite, right? This stuff.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Yeah.
wand, yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
That dissolves in
I had a
water.
lovely one that got broken by someone.
You say it dissolves in water?
Yeah.
Dissolves
Yeah.
on my. It's dissolving on my hand right now.
Yeah. You have to like the sweat. You have to be careful. But yeah, I don't know. Even just now, if any of you concentrated on frankincense or myrrh, would you get any shapes like coming into your mind's eye?
Well, personally, for me, it's the smell. I go purely into the smell, and I don't allow anything to obtrude to the smell. Because the smell is like what really brings you into your Muladhara chakra, grounds you, so that your
scent
Kundalini
is one
can
of the
awaken.
most powerful things for me as well. in general.
So, but frankincense would relate to any solar gem, so a ruby, even a garnet. Even though it's got an element of Mars, you get different kinds of garnets.
Yeah.
Even a citrine, even a topaz, depending on the color.
Topaz is nice.
So the geometry of frankincense, I would relate to the Merkaba.
Which is something that people talk about as like a vehicle for travel, which I haven't quite like wrapped my head around yet, but that's interesting.
Yeah. It's the development of the astral body. And myrrh, I would consider myrrh as being a reflection of tetrahedron.
So you're talking a bit about structure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
water can be structured, right?
Yeah.
So I've heard about putting in or vortexing water in the sun and different times of the day, and in starlight or under the moon. And earlier when we were talking about memory, and you said mem is water, and ori is the light that forms. You're saying something about the light that was bouncing off the water. My first question was, what is the water that you're referring to?
The water of form, waters of consciousness,
Waters of consciousness, right?
through which life manifests.
So that light is structuring that water.
Essentially, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting you saying that, because I was also just thinking of like if any of us have shone, like color therapy, like different lights into our oil infusions or our herbal infusions or water, or just kind of the effects of that. And obviously, like, white light, you would get like that people love to talk about. Surround yourself in white light all the time is like, obviously like all the colors. So sometimes wonder of like the structure of light, but also like when you say memory, that word always brings up the words oracle for me, the Ori, and Orion as well. And I don't know, I'm wondering what kind of effect something like Orion would have on any structure. I don't really know kind of the metaphysical essence of Orion, but wonder if that's something that I've kept meaning to like bring up, because it always pops into my head whenever we talk about memory. So wonder if anyone has any clues on that.
Well, I would say that definitely with so like in the Giza pyramids, they have those shafts that are oriented to different stars, and then there's other structures around Egypt that are oriented to different stars. I remember reading all these very like really highly technical books describing the orientations and stuff like that, but what I never encountered was someone saying that the light from those stars, the purpose of the shaft was to allow the light from the star to come in and affect something, whether it be a water or consciousness. So
sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, I assume that the light from the stars that make up a constellation certainly would certainly have an effect altogether, and even probably just individually. And I'm basing that off the what am I trying to say? The depth of knowledge spanning, all the time of humanity in relation to all the constellations.
Mm.
Like they're not just symbols with stories attached to them that we then derive meaning from, that affect our brains or our minds. But the light from the stars themselves, when meditated upon, they probably do. You can probably connect with them that
Yeah, I
way as
think
well.
so.
Like if you didn't
Yeah.
know anything about the Big Dipper or Polaris, and you just sat and you watched that star, I mean, eventually something would come to you. Because Franklin has talked about listening to silence, and
Yeah.
how eventually the planets will start singing to you.
Yeah, I remember I did that for a while. I went through a phase where, well, not exactly silence, but my meditation was just to listen, and that was it. I just closed my eyes and listened. So whether that seemed like silence or whatever sounds are around, I just listen and listen and listen. And you do. I remember reading somewhere before, what's this phrase? Kind of like the song of the world or the sound of the world or something like that. I just wanted to hear it, so I just kept listening and listening. And I can't quite put it into words, but I could definitely feel it was like shifting something inside of me. And you know what you say about the stars? I remember I had this one experience where, well, maybe it happened more than once, I don't know, but at least a couple of times, where it was, who knows, I'm not sure what moon phase, I was trying to think, I don't know, but just like having this sense of like, and it's interesting you're talking about liquid with that as well, like the stars programming liquid, whether that's within us or a lake or something, because I started to feel like I could only describe it as like, it felt like liquid, like going through my head or through my throat into my body. Like I felt like I was literally like drinking, and it felt like it was the essence of stars. And I don't know why, but it was like this silvery song or energy or essence, like moving through me. And I'd spent quite a long time just drinking it, just drinking and drinking, and like being nourished by it. And I just, who knows, right? Really, who really knows? But you know how you sometimes feel like you just know something, and that was like, that's just star language, like literally moving through my body. Like,
Wow, that's really powerful.
interesting.
You ever heard of the the breatharians? They
Yeah.
have this thing called the divine nectar. Their
Oh,
nutrients come back from the brain through the palate of the mouth, and then that's how they get their hydration and their nutrients back. It just cycles back
wow.
through their blood, through their brain, and
That's
through their
amazing.
palate. But they do a lot of like sun gazing at the twilight hours, and that's when that happens.
So they're like charging themselves up basically with solar energy, like
Yeah.
plants.
It's interesting that you say that about we said twilight sun gazing.
Mm-hmm.
When it's going down, right?
Up or down, yeah.
Up or down? Okay.
Yeah.
I've been trying to look at the sun every morning for a while now. But I used to specifically look at the sun when it's setting. And what I've noticed is that there's two different feelings. This is me, right? Subjective, is that right? In the morning, it feels like I'm being lifted.
Mm.
It's a very light and sweet energy.
Yeah.
And then but in the evening, what I've noticed is that, especially when I can get out of the desert and I can just watch it for a long, long time, it's like it's like this buzzing that I feel and like the feeling the back of my eyeballs, and it's just, it feels like it lasts so much longer than the sunset. And you can find your, and I was able to just find myself in trance, just watching the sunset and feeling this buzz in the back of my head. But do you guys also sun gaze? I really have not talked to anyone else who kind of does this.
Yeah, Franklin does. I have a little bit, but not that much. I do like that dusk light a lot. That kind of, I don't know, more I just kind of feel into like the energy of the time. Like if it's early morning, there's just a really specific energy, and if it's, you know, late at night or early hours of the morning, like middle of the night or dusk or whatever, it's just, they have such potent and specific energies. I'm sure going out at different times like awakens very different inspirations and like healing qualities in the body and the consciousness in general.
Yeah, I was definitely going to say that the sunlight itself, just full blasting sunlight, it feels like it's one of those primal medicines beyond anything else.
Yeah.
Like start with the sun. Start with the sun and probably water. Like if you have sun therapy and water therapy, you start with those. It's like that's
like experiencing the sun as well through like a secondary means I've enjoyed in the past. Like I went to like, I've only been there once, but I went to, like, my parents are Chilean, so I went to their country for like a month when I was younger. And I remember just like really wanting to like connect with the land, and I just did it in a really like physical, obvious way. I literally just one day it was just burning hot, and for some reason was going up towards like a wooded trail, and I just decided to like bury my feet in earth and start mounting it up around like my lower legs, which probably sounds batshit crazy, but you know, could feel like the sun and the earth, but then I could like feel everything that was in the earth too. And I felt like that really helped to connect me to the way the sun connected with that particular land, because I think like the energy is kind of different everywhere, right? So I can imagine that solar energy combines differently depending on where in the world it is or which body it happens to enter. So and I remember just like then visiting a national park there in a place called Villarrica, and there's a big volcano there, and kind of sitting, you know, somewhere between the forest and the volcano, and just having this experience of like looking down over the hill, over the trees, down to the lake, and looking through it. And I knew I'd seen it before, and there was a part of me that could kind of like remember it from different points in time. And I don't know if that was me having had that connection with the sun, you know, sol, as you say in Spanish, right? And obviously our soul, and the earth, you know, having had that. Oh, it felt really nice actually, having this warm earth that I put all over my feet and my legs. And if that connected to me to either past life or ancestry, like in that way. And there was something really like healing and knowing I've seen this place before, and I've seen it change over different points in history, except I don't really know that, but that was, you know, my experience. So I think it is interesting, that connection with the sun and the earth, and how like healing that can be. Or I've heard of people like burying themselves in sand. Obviously they have someone else to like dig them out or whatever, but like as a therapeutic practice, because then they have all of the sun that's gone into that into that sand or earth or whatever it is that they use. So that mixture of like light and heat, different temperatures, and earth matter.
Well, you remind me of something that I heard of, and then I practiced myself. This guy that I was listening to, he's a Ayurvedic medicine guy, practices massage, and he was talking about some of these, like as a job. Sometimes he can't ground himself by like touching the ground with his feet, or the ground is simply not has like a different charge to it that's not beneficial. And what he was saying is that he was able to project himself back to an area he had been previously that he could ground, where he could ground, and he would ground himself. And I thought that was very interesting. So
Yeah.
I went into my backyard. This is past summer, and stood out in the backyard barefoot. But I stared at my feet, and I made myself remember everything, like remember what my feet looked like, what it felt like, all the sounds and the wind, just all the awareness that I could muster. I was trying to cram into my brain. And then later, when I was massaging my wife, I would close my eyes and I would try to bring all that back, and it freaking worked. Like I was able to see my feet, and I remember my heart started pounding, because this was something new that I was doing, and the energy was shifting, and something in my body was like, oh my God. Well, you made me think about like when you were burying your feet in the water, in the earth, and you were drawn to do that in a specific place. You were connecting with something that's, like in your blood.
Yeah.
And I think when you connect with something in your blood, like whatever is happening, that energy, like you're here. And if we're thinking of linear, like this is back and this is forward, really it's spherical. That energy is going like that. And it's like reverberating. So you're sending it back to your ancestors, and they're sending it back where you're at, and you're sending it forward, and then that's sending it backward, and it's just this like, and there's a motion attached to it, and it that locks it in you, and so now you have this place inside of you can go anytime.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Sometimes we'll like meditate by just imagining, a place that I go to inside, a place, that I know what it looks like. I've been there many times. I can almost like feel it, but it's kind of like on the imaginal realm, or I don't really know. I don't really know what else, but it's something that it's kind of, I think we've mentioned on this round table before the idea of temples that are very much do exist, but they're not necessarily on the physical realm. And I think there's so much in an intention, which is really important. We can touch and do so much with intention, with just like I think you call it nous or nu, I don't know how you say it in Hermetics, the universal mind. I think there are all these threads of light and different shapes, and we can just kind of pull on them. I mean, I feel this instinctively, obviously I don't really know, but I feel we can kind of pull on these threads with our consciousness and the geometry, and I do think, there are probably a lot of almost tangible, if you know how to get there, maybe like non-physical temples in existence throughout the world, the universe, within structures of plants, within our own bodies, within all the, I don't know, realms, I guess, as people like to say. And yeah, it's interesting to think like who has access to these different temples, and maybe out like sort of how we can bring that into healing and transformation, and you know, kind of the topics of today.
I have this feeling that if you, because you mentioned plants, the way I was hearing was that there's a secret temple that is part of the plant that can be experienced.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about like a cathedral. Like you can be on the outside of it, you can be looking up at it, seeing all the designs, and then you can go inside of it. And I'm wondering if this would be a good experiment. I'm wondering if you go to a tree, or well, I thought of a tree. You go to a tree and you sit with it, with the idea of seeing a temple.
Mm.
That it may be okay. You want to see it this way, and it will show you this.
And that makes sense to me, because I like think like I'm at least here in the UK, and I've heard of this in Europe as well, in mainland Europe, where it's just like a lot of cathedrals and churches, or at least the old ones, are built on old pagan sacred sites. And so obviously tree lore and the trees themselves as vehicles in a way are like were really important to these ancient cultures. And I've definitely had an unbidden vision before of like traveling down into a tree and there being a sort of architecture, a structure underneath it, like steps. And yeah, I could definitely see that. And somehow like I was seeing like inside the plant, like the moisture and like the matrix, the kind of like structure of it as well. And I'm not talking about, I know there was some talk about magic mushrooms earlier, which I don't anymore. I have in the past a lot when I was younger, but just regular, or well, are any of them really regular? They're just, did they come from outer space? They're just amazing. Anyway, but like the consciousness of fungi is so amazing. Like I've just held like wild mushrooms just for cooking in my hands before, and felt like kundalini energy just like shoot up through me and just explode, and just feel like absolute joy just from holding some mushrooms for my dinner. And I didn't see any like architecture or secret temples or anything, but I had the feeling that, I don't know, I've always felt like there's they're not, it's amazing, they're not an animal and they're not a plant, they're like their own thing. I've always felt there's something so profoundly special. I just have this connection with like mushrooms. You know, I see these little, when I've seen like little ones in the forest, I'm like, they're kind of like the kittens of the forest, they're so cute. And then the big shelf mushrooms that have this kind of like bassy, like deep like ancient, like ancestral kind of feeling. And I wonder if connecting with that kind of consciousness could also be another route to temples, but also water, because I don't know about the rest of you, but I often get this feeling of like, not in a mainstream religious sense, but this urge to like baptize myself, and what that would bring up in my consciousness. You know, I'd love to be in a stream or a river or well, yeah, something with flowing water, probably. I like
what you said about trees as vehicles. It's a very interesting choice of words, because we can travel through trees.
Yeah, I mean, that was my experience with that vision, so that's why I said that, but I don't really kind of know the
No, I mean
Basic,
you
really.
can also travel through trees to another plane of existence.
Makes sense.
Like you can be sucked through a tree and come out somewhere else in a
Like
place where the laws of physics are different.
trees as gateways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you take
And
mushrooms and you stare at that root ball, and that thing's just gonna go.
Yeah, they're definitely temples, aren't they? They're something interesting.
well, like what we call temples are just our personification of something divine.
Yeah, exactly.
But we can actually travel into like a whole realm, which is the whole realm is a temple.
Yeah.
And like the laws of physics are different.
Is it like
And
when you were talking about like the morphogenic field before? That's kind of, I envision that kind of net of consciousness when you talk about like all of existence being like a temple potentially.
well, I mean, there are other realms in the heavens.
Hmm.
There's a whole range of heavens out there, and we call them heavens because they're like a really nice place to hang out. Like
Oh,
they're a really cool place to be. Like none of the crap that we deal with here is happening over there. It's just like it's like the best day you've ever had, and that's just like that's your average day. Just
And is
keeps happening.
that very healing?
I would say beyond healing, yeah. Like funny you talk about trees. I've got a very strong connection with trees, plants.
yeah. Same.
Like there's places where you can go where there's different orders of humans, and different humans live in different ways. So some humans will live in the earth. They'll be connected to the earth element. And so the earth will shape around their minds to give them a place to live. Some people will live on the ground in the air, and they will use the magnetic fields of the air to create environments that they like. Yeah, force fields. Then some beings will live in trees, and the tree and themselves will become one, and the tree will grow around them to form their home. Because, like, you're one of the tree. So
Yeah.
you can influence the growth of the tree, and the tree grows to become where you live. So, that's, and obviously there, like, you don't walk anywhere because you don't need to.
I've wondered before if it's possible that I could have had a past life as a tree. Like, could a human have had a past life as a tree?
I don't think so. Not anytime recent.
Well, so what does
You
it
see,
mean then if you have that in your consciousness? Does it just mean you lived around trees, or like?
no, maybe you can go inside a tree.
You know what it is? I think in the same way you can take like certain plants and minerals and you associate them with certain astrological, associations. I think we and our personalities also have kind of correspondences with certain aspects of nature, like maybe like
Yeah.
a certain plant or a certain animal is a sort of like a reflection of our own person, a symbolic representation of our own personality. And I guess it could be a connection in that way. Maybe there's like a certain tree that fits with your personality a bit more, so you're sort of drawn towards that. I think that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, like I massively connect with like coniferous trees, pines, conifers, yews. Well, they all have this kind of like similar, not exactly the same or anything, but similar kind of leaf structure, if you can call it that. Needles, some are flat, some are pointy or whatever. But I'm drawn to those kind of trees and places that have them. And
You see, the language of trees is very slow. So,
yeah.
like, if you want to listen to what the trees are saying, it's like the reason we can't hear it is because like they literally like take forever to form a syllable.
Like the Ents.
Yeah, like the ants. Love the ants.
Sorry, like?
Like the Ents from Lord of the Rings.
Tree bird.
They
Okay.
have this very slow way of talking. It's really cool.
Yeah, I love that.
I suppose that's really interesting because that guy who wrote those books knew something.
He was onto some shit, man.
He knew a lot about a lot of things. And it was when I first experienced this it was unlocked by DMT. And DMT is quite intense. You get hit by a sledgehammer. You get hit out of your body with a sledgehammer. You're like in a chair. You're like, whiz. You feel like you're sitting in a rocket chair. And you go so fast. And I denied the download. Because the download that was coming, because you're sitting inside that Sri Yantra. Yeah. You're like up there and you're sitting inside a Sri Yantra. You know the diagram of the triangles. You're sitting in the middle of one of those. In a prism. And you, funnily enough, you're in a dhyana posture. It's like you're sitting in Padmasana or something. Can't remember what posture exactly. Is it Siddhasana, Padmasana? I think it's Siddhasana, Padmasana, one of the two. You're sitting in that posture, which is fascinating because I wasn't in that posture when I smoked it. And then you're getting downloads coming, and I saw the download coming, and I was going for sneak previews of the downloads. And so I was able to split my consciousness off into lots of different pieces and split them again and split them again and have each part of my consciousness go and seek a piece of the download, and they almost like an internet security, weird concept. And I sent all these parts of me out there to search, and they were flagging up all these red doors. Like, oh, this is about the police. Oh, this is about how to behave with the government. Oh, and I was like, no. There's a lot of how I must behave in this download. I'm not having it. Yeah. And so I sort of put my mind into a blanket and I grabbed the whole download and I pushed it into a ball and I squeezed it until it imploded. And when it imploded, it created like a shockwave. And then I went into like a kind of a trance where I watched each part of my brain shut down. Slow down. Zoom, 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 zoom. My brain was like, that was it. There was nothing. And then my brain came like, and each part of my brain started to like re-engage. And slowly I became conscious again. And in this conscious state, I was like I could hear the voices of the trees. I was like, you buggers. That's why I can't hear you normally, because you talk so slowly. And they were like having a conversation with each other. And so ever since then, my connection with trees was like amplified. But my first connection is with like very powerful connection. Well, I had a lot of. I remember going to find these trees. There's like a light that they emanate, and they pull you towards them with this magnetic light, until you will come to the exact tree that's calling you. And you'll get to that tree, and you'll have to put your hands on it, and then you'll be stuck to the tree, like a magnet. You're stuck to it. It's like a reels you in like a fisherman. and you're like unwillingly almost just have to get to this tree. But when you get there, you're like stuck to it. You can't let go. And then there's this like this transference between yourself and the tree. And this would create like a real resonance of the tree. And until once I actually traveled through a tree. I was sitting looking, it wasn't a tree, it was a plant. Sorry, it wasn't even a tree, it was a plant. And I was looking at this plant and I was meditating on this plant. And then I went inside the plant. I was inside it. And then I was like, well, let's keep going. And then I was somewhere else. And it was like somewhere where I'd been before, where I came from. And it was like, dang, this place is cool. Like it's like a it's some kind of a heaven. That's all I can say. It's like an amazing place to live. You spend your time contemplating like the existence. It's what you do. Remembering everything, like the whole universe. Expanding from yourself, expanding from yourself, expanding from yourself. And the tree law is what the law that I'm. And there were all these different tribes where I lived in this place. There was the tribes, like I was mentioning, different tribes that have different powers or different whatever that they use to live with. But we all float around. Not float, but we sort of entrain ourselves to where we want to be, consciousness-wise. And so that's like a trip into the divine plane because of the rhythm of the vibration of the tree. So if you concentrate on the vibration of the plant, it'll open a doorway to you. But you've got to be concentrating on the plant until you start to sense that it's vibrating. And then it's got its own pitch. And if you can tune into that frequency, then you go inside the plant. So that idea of like the temple might be how you see, which is the driving force of how that would be where you go to find the nexus to other places. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Like maybe not on a conscious level, but you can kind of feel it. That makes sense.
Well, the temple has like a temple on earth, right? It always has the holy of holies, right? There's that one place that's like pretty much nobody goes there, right? It's almost too sacred, except for the least profane to go in there, and that's like that nexus, you know.
Yeah.
I know there's like stargates at certain temples where people say they can go through there. They can like astrally project through these stargates. It's just a door, like there's no opening door, but your spirit can go through that door. And you see a lot of those in ancient megalithic ruins and stuff.
Yeah, in Peru.
Yeah, in Peru.
Yeah.
Egypt.
That's what I remember. I'd be watching YouTube videos about that, and they'd be like, "Oh, there are doors that go to nowhere." I'm like, I don't know. You sit in front of those things at nighttime on, you probably see something.
I think they have those in Petra too.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think that's definitely a thing.
That's fine. That's my daughter.
I can't remember which novel it is, but one of Dion Fortune's novels where she's talking about, well, I guess it's an initiation, but she is, this old church that she's converted, that she's had to change the energy in, and she creates, this kind of, attic, what do we call it? Place to have the ceremony and temple, and it's basically like, I wish I could remember it properly. It's basically like there's one long block, like an oblong, whatever you want to call it, like 3D. What's the word? I can't think. So and then I think that's like black or something. Maybe that is for Saturn. I don't know. And then she has like the man lying on it, and there are sort of different colors in there, like silver and black, and different things that symbolize the different planets, basically. And she's helping him to sort of like astral travel and to go back to like a past life that they had together, where, you know, he did something he shouldn't have, whatever. He went into the Holy of Holies when he wasn't meant to, and she was one of the highest priestesses even then, and you know, had something to do with him in that space. But they kind of use these forms as shape and the color and like really simple, like almost nothing, to project into the astral world and into this ancient temple and actually a past life. And then they both knew it when they came into the physical, and she had to help ground him and stuff again. But makes you think of that. So that was interesting.
That sounds really cool.
Books as vehicles again, right? Because you know, I've said before here, I definitely think those books are like programs, because you can feel the shape of the energy in your body as you're reading them. Like I think she knew what she was doing with the shape of the letters and the language and the intention, the focus that she put into the words she wrote. But also, yeah, those images that you get in your mind. So it's like you can almost, you're not quite going to do it, but you can almost imagine under the right guidance that you could, well, in that temple that's almost not a temple, travel into an actual temple somewhere else, that kind of way, with the right guidance there.
No, Dion Fortune was an amazing occultist in her own right. Something that was being said earlier as well, and it sort of relates to this: sun and sunrise and sunset.
Yeah.
What you were saying earlier, Jeremy. I always was only interested in sunset my whole life, because I was so interested in the occult and death. And so I neglected the sunrise a lot. I mean, I didn't completely neglect it, but I didn't, like now, I've been watching the sunrise almost every day for like about maybe a year, without like consistently, because there's been a few days I've missed it, but a few days. And obviously you can't always see the sunrise because of weather, but I'm out there in the rain, whatever, doing my thing. I need to get an umbrella for the rainy season. It's about getting wet. But yeah, I'll be out there in the rain watching the sunrise. As hilarious as a concept as that is. Have you ever seen anybody watching the sunrise in the rain? Well, come and watch me. That's how I roll. But so the sunset is very much going to attune your senses into the astral realms. Yeah. But the sunrise is going to attune you to the etheric. And I was totally obsessed with the astral. Because that was what I was more fascinated by.
Yeah, do you see other planets during that? Like, don't they say, maybe I've got the wrong planets, but maybe they say you can sometimes see like Venus or whatever else.
You speak
like,
about that.
I'm just curious, that combination of that with the sunrise or the sunset.
Yesterday morning. Is it yesterday or still today? It's still today. Sorry, it's still today. It's 15 minutes till it's tomorrow. So this morning, which is like, many hours ago, probably like 18, 19 hours ago, 19, whatever. No, close to 20 hours, a little bit less. But anyway, Venus, I actually had to double check this. I was like, what the hell? It was dawn. Venus was so bright, I thought it couldn't be Venus. I was like, what's going on here? That's not right. Like, I was like, what is that? I was like, it looks like Venus. No, it can't be Venus. That's just not right. And I had to triple take this. And I was like, yes, it's definitely Venus. I was like, are you sure? So what happened to Venus? Why is it so bright? Bizarre. And it wasn't obviously on the sun. It was a certain distance from the sun. But obviously I see other planets as well. Not normally that I'm focused on them. Often the moon. Because wherever the moon is, But there's something about the sunrise in the way that it structures the pineal gland, and the sunset in the way that it structures the pituitary gland. And the pituitary gland is your emotional intelligence. And the pineal gland is your rational logic centers. And obviously the thalamus is what the pineal gland is attached to, and the pituitary gland is an extension of the hypothalamus.
Should you then see both to like balance it then between the emotions and the mental?
Yeah, but you've got to be in a position to be able to see both. Like, if you like just living in the most perfect place in the world, yeah, sure, damn straight. But like, you take what you can get. And so I've got a mountain between me and the sunset. But I don't mind, because I can still experience the sunset when the sun goes down with the colors.
Yeah, I can more see the sunset here than the sunrise.
But there's something about the sunrise which basically it gives you clarity. It strengthens your resolve and your purpose.
So would that be good for someone who's like experiencing depression, let's say, if we're talking about healing and transformation here?
Exactly. And to someone who's got like a deficient emotional intelligence, the sunset would be brilliant. To increase sensitivity. But the increase of sensitivity, and once again, this is what I was talking about earlier on, about having access to the etheric and astral realms before you're ready. So the sunrise prepares you for being ready.
Okay.
To be able to have those experiences, if that makes sense. And then when you have those experiences, they're just so commonplace. They're not a big deal. Because it's just, oh yeah, it's that again. Oh. But when you tuning into the sunset, you try and make them a bigger thing than what they are. It seems to me. I don't know if that makes sense.
You mean you just attach to them more, kind of thing, rather than letting them pass?
They seem so much more important.
The sunset?
When you're watching the sunset, those occult experiences seem so important.
You think?
When you're watching the sunrise, they're only relevant in as much as they affect your life. Real life.
Yeah, I often wondered what to do with those experiences, like why,
Yeah.
what's the point, why do they even happen? But that's too big a topic.
The sunrise will unlock that for you.
Is that partially because like the occult ceremonies might be associated with sacrifices, and like those are more relevant in the fall and winter and like dark times and like end times. And the sunrise represents like innocence. It's also like people do like devious things in the night. In the morning we wake up and like start fresh. New start.
It's like the night is a journey into the shadow.
Yeah.
The sunrise is like a forgiveness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
There's
a
something
clarity
so-
of mind,
Sorry.
purpose. Sorry, yeah.
No, it's okay. I maybe interrupted you. I was just going to say there's something so potent about that middle of the night energy though, like it's vibrating. There's a lot of movement in that stillness somehow. You can just feel it like bzzz, like yeah. It's like if you can kind of get a second wind sometimes where you're just, I mean, these days I actually like to go to bed early and whatever, but if for some reason I happen to find myself up at that time, 2 or 3 in the morning or whatever, it's just like, or even 1 in the morning, whatever, it's just like the energy is so different. Somehow in that silence and stillness, there's this really potent like aliveness, and it brings my spirit alive. I can't really put it into words properly. And you could almost meditate if it wasn't for the fact it would send me to sleep, but or just it's a time of the senses. You can like smelling things or having smoke or touch or whatever. There's something very kind of like enlivening and healing about that time. Like when we talked about creativity before, actually I was wondering like why different people get inspired at different times of the day, and in this case why certain times of the day, we could ask ourselves why are certain times of the day like more healing or inspiring or transmuting or spiritual, whatever, for different people. So I feel like each hour of the day almost has its guardian, doesn't it? And a different kind of like potency and energy to it, really.
I wonder if the Ayurvedic doshas like have different times of day that are better for them, because those are like very different kind of energy types and body types and stuff. So it'd be interesting. I'm a Pitta body type, which is fire. So we're usually supposed to avoid like fiery times. So maybe like it'd be best for me to like take it easy like around noontime or something and stay in. Because I like to go out and get sun too much. I get burned sometimes. I try to get sun all the time, and like I go out and try to do cold exposure and just go for walks in the wintertime. Try to get down to being shirtless so I can get like 20 minutes of sun.
Wow, in the winter, that's brave.
Yeah, it's good. Cold exposure is good to build brown fat cells, but it can damage joints and lead to arthritis and stuff.
I'm terrible with a cold. I mean, I kind of like it if it's a nice, crisp winter day and there's the sun, but if it's just like all like rain or snow and then it's like really cold as well, oh, it's just, yeah, I'm not good with that. Although I do like watching the rain.
The good thing about it is like if you do cold exposure, it gets a lot easier. Like I can go into a lot more colder environments now. I kind of crave cold. I
tried it with a shower, cold exposure, but I found I was just literally shivering for like hours and hours, pretty much for the rest of the day after it. So I just couldn't warm up. So maybe it depends how your circulation is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, my circulation is boosted. Like my hands were really cold when I first started doing this, and now they're not anymore. And now like I'll be inside and I'll be like, I need to go outside. It's just too warm here. Like I need to go out and get cold. and it wasn't cold enough, and I was like, oh no, dang it. So I think my body was prepared for like embracing it.
Take a little trip with me. He says cold is disgusting. He lives in Florida, so I'm not surprised.
I had the cold. It was a little too bad. Like when I get into the shade, it's really rough. Like when I'm in the sun, I'm okay. As soon as I hit the shade in the wind, oh god.
I've changed now that I'm older. I used to be all about like being in the sun. Like didn't matter if it was like 30 degrees, 30 something degrees. I wouldn't want or need shade. I didn't even know what sunburn felt like. Like people would always complain about it to me, and I'd be like, what are you talking about? Like one day I was at a festival and I started to get like this stinging at the end of my nose, and I was like, that's not very nice, but I think that might be sunburn. And I was like, what are they complaining about? Like, it's not that bad. Sunburn, what's the big deal? What are people going on about? But then like I went to Chile for that month.
It wasn't
And I
frostbite.
experienced like actual proper sunburn. And I was like, oh. And like a new level of like compassion for people after that. And now I don't know if it's because of like, you know, for health reasons, I've had to spend a lot of time indoors over the years. So I don't know if it's that or just aging, like my skin is getting thinner or something, but I can't handle the sun as well as I used to be able to. So that's
That can be a thing. I just try to prepare myself to like be able to get out in the sun and like jog and walk as long as I can. I get an early start now. I read a lot of like magazines about like what elderly people are supposed to do. They tend to give them actual real medicine sometimes, like as opposed to the, you know, the medicine weapon system they push on a lot of people.
yeah.
Cash cow. They actually tell older people sometimes like how to actually recover their health. So like walking is a thing that they said if it was a pill would be like the best medicine on earth.
Yeah, and there's walking meditation. It's like I used to go to this Buddhist, I'm not Buddhist, but I used to go to this Buddhist meditation group like years ago. And my favorite meditation was always walking meditation. Like you just make sure you feel like every bit of your foot like going onto the ground, and maybe walk a bit slower and feel the energy of the ground. I mean, obviously, it's you can do it indoors, which is what I did the most, but it's obviously really nice if you go to a park or you happen to live in nature or whatever. I love
Or a mountain.
meditation. Yeah, or like you have a mountain. You're so lucky. I think walking meditation is one of the best, one of my favorites.
How do you do
And
that?
of course, if you live somewhere nice and you get to like you have trees that smell nice or whatever, something like that around you, pines, cedars, that will add an extra layer to the meditation. That will factor in there as well.
Japanese forest bathing, Shinyan Roku.
Ooh.
They say that the trees release these chemicals that like induce like tranquil feelings.
That makes sense because I've heard in the past, well, I've read articles in the past about how
All kinds or something.
there are certain, I'm not sure which, but like chemical components in the earth. And so they work as like antidepressants. And so like it's actually good to do gardening without gardening gloves if you're not dealing with something prickly, because then you have contact with soil, and skin to soil is like so good for your health, like physical and mental health, immunity, like all that kind of thing. So unless there's like, sometimes there's a reason where someone has to wear gloves for protection when gardening, but mostly it's actually pretty good to like touch the soil if you can. I'm just thinking of like tree sap, and I think there was talk about like birch last week, right? So I know people drink like birch juice, or I don't know how they make that, if that's from the sap or whatever. So that's like really healing for the body and the
Take a little trip talking about similar on the screen there.
Oh, Tracy. Yeah.
Not quite what you meant, but he's getting there.
Well, you were, yeah, I did walk in earlier when you were talking about plants ejaculating on your hands, Franklin. So there you go. I guess
Look,
he's right
it's
on
the
it.
best cannabis you're ever going to get in your life. is cannabis plant ejaculations.
Well, cannabis doesn't really work for me, but mugwort maybe.
The purest.
I like. Yeah, I just
Like,
no. I'm not.
You can be getting 60%, which is just pure.
It's not.
Pollen.
I'd just do nothing. That's my personality.
Maybe
If I
more,
have
70
cannabis,
even.
I'll sit there and do nothing.
Not lavender.
I prefer like mugwort. I think.
Yeah.
I'd rather, if a plant's gonna do that on my hands, I'd rather it were mugwort or fungi. Well, it's not plant. You know what I mean? Something that I connect with more, or like a yew berry or something like that. Tree berry.
There's something quite powerful about being around trees.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, particularly like yew trees have like they treat cancer and all sorts of things with something that's in the bark.
There's the
for
mulberry.
example, the touch wood scenario.
Oh yeah.
That superstitious idea comes from they cancel out certain kinds of energies because they absorb into themselves. Trees, electrical energies. They act like a buffer, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they shield you psychically from other people's thoughts. So you're disconnected from what's going on Earth. In one way, with people, but you're connected to what's happening through the Earth.
Yeah, or even just like if you have a found piece of wood, like going around holding a small piece of wood in your hand, it's actually really therapeutic. It's so, yeah, sometimes I've just even been sat here at the laptop and I'm just holding, I have this small piece of wood that I found years ago, and for some reason I'm like obsessed with it. I love it. And it was just naturally in a arrow shape. And I just hold it sometimes, and I find that, yeah, really, really therapeutic. And also,
There's something
what do they
about
call it? Like petrified wood's pretty cool as well.
Wood that's so scared it doesn't know what to do with itself.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you'd think so if you saw a petrified wood forest. So I went with Matthew to it's like a national park in Arizona. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a petrified wood national park. And it's basically just tree stumps, tons of, like, ever, because I guess the logging industry back in the day didn't really understand you should leave these trees alone. So, but they're all, yeah, obviously like crystallized, and they're, depending on which part of the park you're in, it's like different crystal formations have been attracted to these different stumps everywhere, and they're really amazing. They're really cool.
That's incredible.
There's definitely the most powerful healing that you're going to get around trees.
Yeah.
The fact that they stimulate your organs. Like we were speaking about this, Jeremy, how you want to pee when you're near a tree. I find that. You want to pee. Yeah, like I after the sunrise.
That might be a guy thing, like mark your territory. Like,
yeah, it's so like that. Like, and I touch my tree when I come off the beach, then I have to pee. And luckily, we've got like a bee garden that
do you
connects
have
the beach to the road.
particular trees that you connect with more than others? Or are they all just like, do they all just give you a different feeling? A different
My son makes sure that I don't neglect any of them. He's like, what about that one? Okay.
Oh.
What about the palm tree, Dad? Okay. So, like, in honor of my son, I've stopped having favorites. Because he gets fussy. He's like, no, we must honor all the trees. I'm like, fair enough. How much time have we got?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's something powerful about the way trees talk to us. They're like, You come and hug a tree, and the tree's like, "Hey, psst, you got any urine?
Do you think it's a
I
bit
need a
like
bit of nitrogen.
psychic
Come on,
surgery?
come on,
There'll be
give it to
something
me.
to it, you know. The Druids worship
What
trees,
you got in your pockets, mate?
Yeah, exactly.
Take down.
and
Would
they say
Sorry,
that
go.
the trees were worshipped by the Druids. They say that they're like a channel for like the wisdom of Mother Earth, which is in the water, in the groundwater that comes down, and the trees are a channel for that, the wisdom. And so when we are near the trees, we have access to the wisdom of Mother Nature through her waters, and that's a beautiful thing right there. Different trees represent different things.
I think those trees.
There's the oak was the king, and then the birch was
Yeah.
the
I was gonna say, I think those trees, they want the whole thing. They'll take the pee, right? But
Yeah.
they're like, all right, you're not gonna, light yourself on fire right under me, and I'll suck up your ashes. But it made me think of that because the Germans, Cosmic might know this. There was that famous battle with the Romans. What was it? The Teutoburger Forest or something like that. But the Germanics, Germans, they massacred the Romans. But they also, they captured a bunch. And under this sacred oak, must have been enormous. They sacrificed the Roman warriors, and then they freaking pounded those heads onto the tree.
Wow.
And I know there's traditions of leaving carcasses or bodies or bones in trees. And I think I mentioned this a while ago. Actually, I think it was on the chat. But there's traditions of people burning their dead, taking those ashes and spreading them around the trees. Because there's like vital elements and minerals in that ash that the trees can thrive on. And then of course the trees give you all the good things that trees give you. Fruit, shade.
Yeah, plants are CO2 filters.
Yeah, medicine.
So they filter out our CO2 for us. And then they say, thanks for the CO2. Yeah, take some oxygen. It's a pretty good deal for us, mammals. I've noticed that if you sleep in a forest at night, it's a little bit weird. Have you noticed?
I'm not
Like
like
your-
sleeping in one, but like being in a forest at night, the energy is like very, very
No, I
different.
love being in a forest at night, but sleeping in the forest at night, that's a pain in the butt. Because there's so much CO2. So you get a little bit of CO2 poisoning and you wake up in the morning and you're a bit groggy. It's because you've got CO2 poisoning.
Wow.
Increased
slept
amounts of CO2
Near like
in
a
your blood.
stream
Yeah.
with lots of trees, like near Snowdonia in Wales. But I don't know if that changes the energy, Franklin, does it? If there's the water as well.
If there's a what as well? Water.
If there's water as well, like there was, I sat like on a camping ground. There was basically a field, just a field that a farmer was renting out near Snowdonia, near the mountains in Wales. And there were a lot of trees around, but there was like a stream that was basically just like in front of the tent. And I wonder if that like, does that change the CO2 levels or the energy? Or the
Yeah, it's
effect on
interesting.
its health?
Do
Because
the
CO2 makes you feel tired.
Yeah,
Oxygen makes you feel awake.
but when oxygen levels go up because of the plants releasing oxygen
During the day.
during the day. Okay.
At night, They take in oxygen and they give you back CO2.
Maybe dreaming
That's
is
why
the
we're meant to
default
sleep
state
at
for
night.
plants.
Sorry?
I said maybe dreaming is the default state for plants.
Oh, interesting. Hey, look, it's Soraya.
Welcome, dear Soraya. Soraya's come to join us. Soraya's a poetess. She's also a mum and a wife. She looks after her family and her father, which is why she's only just arrived.
Oh,
And she's got a wonderful channel on Telegram where she shares a lot of her poetry and her original ideas. A lot of inspiring, uplifting content. What is the channel called? My brain is going into sleep mode. Can't think of the name right now. It's called well, welcome, Soraya. Do please introduce yourself and tell us the name of your channel again. I normally can remember it.
I think her connection is cut out. Oh, she is.
Welcome, Soraya. Are you with us, dear?
Yeah, I'm here. I pressed enter with comments for the chat, and all of a sudden I got knocked off for the internet. It was like, huh? Okay.
Franklin was asking, what was the name of your site or your channel?
Infinite Words of Love.
That's what it.
Yeah.
There you go. Infinite Words of Love. Beautiful content. If you on Telegram, go and check out Soraya's content. It will make you smile every day. She makes me smile at least 3 times a day.
Nice.
The one today that you shared was absolutely amazing. It was a little dog lifting a little kitten over a little fence. Because the cat was trying to climb over the fence.
Yeah, and
was
it couldn't.
struggling. The dog
And
came
the dog
started
was
helping him.
helping.
The dog was like, "No,
Yeah.
I'll help you." And he literally helped the cat climb over the fence. I was like,
Yeah,
it's
I
the
thought
most
it was
beautiful
adorable,
thing
so
you've
I
ever
thought
seen.
I'm gonna make a joke underneath it, as if it was like a dialogue between the two.
That was great.
Yeah.
That makes people,
What a
quite some
beautiful
people
little
laugh.
But it also shows how cooperation works. That everything wants to cooperate. Like an
Exactly.
animal would help another animal if they can. You know?
They do.
They-
Even in nature itself, they do, because certain animals, they alarm each other when a predator is coming. They'll give each other signs, certain sounds, certain movements that will make the animal that knows their predator is coming know, like, oh, wait a second, this and this animal is coming. We have to hide.
Birds do that a lot as well.
Yeah. Smaller
But they have
birds
no
and
reason to do
small
it.
mammals, they have
Because
a
they're
way
safe.
to alarm each other when a giant animal comes and wants to eat one of them. And then they'll make a certain call that will trigger everyone to know, like, okay, now it's the time to hide.
Yeah, or like for like adverse weather or like natural disasters. Like I heard that birds and mammals and things will just they'll have certain signals that if someone knows how to read it correctly, then you can kind of see what's coming. as well.
Exactly.
So yeah, we've been touching onto a lot of the issues of the spiritual guidance, of the transformation, the healing of trees, the healing of extra dimensionality, the healing of the sun, the moon, obviously getting in rhythm with our hormonal systems, very powerful. Not much we need to say about that because we did do a full discussion on the moon. And we know that the moon is powerful, powerful magic. What we haven't really looked at in too much depth is the New Age movement. And I say that, when I say that, I think of someone on the porcelain throne. sorry to all those New Agers out there, but that's what went through my mind. The New Age movement. It's never, every time I hear those words from now on, that's what I want to think, you know. It's so cheeky, I know, but that's sort of what the question is that's running through my brain. Is like, there's obviously positive parts of it because it's put yoga on the map. It's put yoga into people's homes. It's put a lot of really positive things into people's homes, right? It's got people surrounded with crystals. It's got people practicing yoga and other forms of positive disciplines that are going to change their lives for the better. But what is the dark side? We started to touch onto it. Indy started mentioning before about
How would you
know,
define the New Age in comparison to like other spirituality?
that's a brilliant
To start.
question.
Actually
How
even
would we
stay
define
much
it?
longer, but I'm curious.
How would we define it?
I can sense it more than I can define it. So I'm really curious what people will say.
I would define it in terms of this. New channeled content or new ideas that aren't based on any particular. So, okay, New Age fighting form, MMA. Karate's not. Kung Fu's not. Tai Chi's not.
But would
Boxing's
that
not.
be the difference between, say, I hear what you're saying, like a pure kind of old tradition, but then, for example, like all occult is really just a secret spiritual kind of band of people, you could say, practitioners, and you could say in some way that all religions, all the major world religions, like started as cults. So what's the difference between that and the New Age? Hello, cutie.
Well,
yeah.
I don't think it's that different. I feel like the New Age stuff is kind
Oh, it's already melting.
there's like a progression from like angels and demons to like space angels and space demons.
Right.
It really didn't go that far. I feel like just put a new face on it.
Yeah, so I'm just because I'm trying to understand what Franklin is saying properly. I'm very sleepy right now, but because you were talking about like kind of core traditions, like the difference between a really old form of martial arts and say a modern mishmash of different martial arts put into like one thing, and then
I
that
think that's
kind of
what
being the
defines
difference.
it.
So then,
That's what defines it.
but then, as I'm saying, you could call an established ancient religion a cult as much as you could what people would call a cult, right? So then how do you differentiate?
But we're not talking about cults. We're talking about New Age.
No, I know,
It's
but
about timing.
that's just kind of my way of describing that, basically, because you're talking about some like kind of old established things, or this is what it sounded like. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Old established things and then kind of like new. I just want to understand what you're saying, basically.
Yeah. So New Age, let me break it down for you, right? MMA is different to old martial arts in that they take a little bit from this, a little bit from that, but they're like a jack of all trades but a master of none. Where in the classical old styles, you'd master one thing. So you would learn to master a punch so that punch will knock someone out. But MMA, they don't have time to master a punch because they want to just add everything to their vocabulary. So New Age is like overeating. Take this attitude, take this, add it in, take this, not really digesting what you've got necessarily, And so there's even crystals have become New Age in the way in which it's interpreted, because there's certain writers that have written the descriptions of what crystals are for, and everybody else has copied those, and those were first written within the last like 40, 50 years, 60 years, you know. And so it's part of this whole New Age thing where somebody decided this and everybody followed in the bandwagon. So it's got a lot to do with following on bandwagons. But some of the New Age, some of the stuff that's in the New Age happens to be from the Old Age. But it's a New Age interpretation of it.
Or it's just a tiny pinch, like surface level pinch of it, kind of.
New Age Buddhism, the Buddhism that we think we're hearing about is New Age stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's like the Dalai Lama's take. It's not Buddhism.
I'm not a fan.
And he's changed everything.
True Buddhism
He's
is
changed everything
different.
to be New Age, right? Which is why he has to remove Dorje Shugden practice and worship. He has to remove some of the old worship and change some of the things and take the Kala Chakra practice out, even though he's initiated into Kala Chakra practice, and remove the Dorje Shugden practice because it's not applicable. It's too shamanic. And you understand, there's a lot of...
It's controlling, though, in a way, isn't it? Because it's like he's pretty much like, yes, I've got all these trainings and this secret knowledge that I'm keeping for myself kind of underground, like a secret society would. But this is, you know, the grain of whatever that the exoteric that we give to the public kind of thing.
Well, he's removing a lot from the canon. But what he's doing as well is just a very small chunk of Buddhism. It's like a minority.
But
It's
I
not
think
really
that's
Buddhism.
why, though, because it's controlling. It's just like, here's little breadcrumbs. We secretly keep all this other stuff for ourselves. So you get the surface level, the exoteric, and we get to keep the esoteric kind of thing.
But a lot of Buddhism, like, I mean, a lot of New Age, like Indy was saying, does relate to people waiting for the star people to come and save them.
Yeah. I've heard about, what do they call it? The Galactic Federation. I've heard that so much. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, some of them are okay. That's what I'm saying. There's like within that, there's different branches. There's probably some people that are getting good benefit from something.
It's that phrase, I guess I've heard it a lot. Is the kind of, yeah.
Another New Age thing would be the people that are waiting for the Christians that are waiting for the what do you call it? New Age Christians.
Rapture?
They practice. Yes. New Age Christianity is rapture and battle
Yeah,
prayers.
rapture. It's so, oh my God. My husband was following something.
All part of the New Age.
One of those New Age Christians. And he was fully convinced that there was going to be a rapture on the 20th of September last year. So it was when it was the 23rd. Wait, the 23rd of September, 2023. So I said, so it was when it was the 23rd. I said to him, "And do you see the rapture happening?"
Mm-hmm.
No, he said. Well, then you know it's bullshit where you were looking.
Oh my God! Hello, Jenny. I've just seen Jenny's comment. My God, yes, I remember that. That was very disturbing. He's obviously wrong in more than one way. I don't even want to say it in front of a baby, but yeah, I remember that. I was just disgusted.
So there's a lot of like dangerous New Age spirituality out there, in my opinion. Like really toxically dangerous stuff.
Oh, do you know how many people were defending the Dalai Lama about this whole getting a little boy to suck his tongue? So many people on social media were like defending him, saying, oh, you know, it's just a misunderstanding, or it's just, we don't understand the context. It's like, he's getting a little boy to suck his tongue.
Can I tell you what?
Understand the context of that.
I've been saying for about 20 years that I think the Dalai Lama's a pedophile.
I've never liked him. And also I heard he eats veal. He eats, like, I know I eat meat, but he eats like literally tortured meat.
Baby.
Because he says it's, yeah, and they're kept in the dark or whatever. Like, that it's the only thing that helps him with his health or something. It's
Nonsense.
that's what they were saying when I was going to these Buddhist meditations. I was hearing like rumors about that, but then people were still praising him at the same time, even though they were all vegetarians.
Yeah, but his poo doesn't stink.
Crazy. Soraya,
Follow him
can
around
you
in the
remind
bowl.
me
You'll never
what
be
the
hungry.
rapture is? Yeah.
What do you say?
Can you, just if you could remind me what the rapture is? I don't know about that. I mean, I've heard about it before, but I don't remember.
The rapture is somebody that's speaking unsure with the words that are flowing about the end of time. Then God will come with a magic wand. He'll wave it in your face, and voila, we'll be gone.
All right, then, mate. Sounds entertaining.
Yeah, it sounds entertaining, but it's so fear embedded. As like, come on. I was like, oh my god, how can you believe this nonsense?
Wait, so let's go. It's like God's gonna take everyone away.
Basically,
I'm
God's
gonna
gonna
look
come
it up what
down.
it is.
I'll tell you.
What
I'll tell you. The Christ is going to have a second coming, and when the Christ comes back, he's going to select you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Come with me, please. The rest of you can all bloody die and go to hell. The rest of us, we're going on a journey. Come on, let's go,
This
guys.
is what they're
And off
talking
we
about
go
in the
to
New
this
Age.
new world where we're going to live in peace and harmony, and everything's going to be amazing, and all the other bad, evil people will burn in hell. That's
Yeah,
the rapture.
this is Franklin.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
same
That's the
concept.
rapture in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's the
Basically.
same concept they're talking about in the New Age. Like, oh, we're all gonna ascend to the 5th or 6th dimension or whatever it is.
It's kind of it's kind of the same as that.
It'd be like hell on earth, but it'd be like
It's the
happiness.
same. It's the same story with that the whole 3D, 5D thing.
Yeah.
Where people
It's
was
much
just stuck
more
on a few
exciting.
years ago.
It's a much better story.
It's the exact same story, with just the names are different.
Disappear into like a happy place.
Okay.
It's exciting. There's different beings. There's different extraterrestrials. There's different
The aliens are
planets.
like, we meant 5G, not
There's different
5D.
octave shifts.
Right?
Sorry?
Cosmic, yeah.
G-forces.
But maybe that's kind of happening already. I mean, not like that exactly, but you know, it's just whatever consciousness, whatever you're choosing to focus on, on some degree, is just like you can be choosing to be hiding underground, doing what some people are doing that they shouldn't be doing, like the Dalai Lama probably gets up to behind closed doors, or you can be living an authentic divine life on earth. Just, it's like a choice.
Exactly, everything is a choice.
It is. We always choose between fear and love.
That's an interesting comment from my Sherry.
Hey, little one.
Let me know if you guys resonate with anything that I'm about to say. So it seems like so the New Age, like that's not really an inversion, because it does seem like we are headed somewhere, right? Like there's a shift occurring, right? Consciousness of energy, financial systems, the way we've lived. And there's some sort of powerful, this shift, it's kind of churning along, and there's power in that. There's power for us with all this knowledge and communication that we're able to tap into. Like right now, all of us together, right? Talking together. Like when like 20 years ago, for me, this would have been impossible. To know all these different people in these different places around the world and to communicate about, what we're communicating. So there is it does seem like there's a shift in consciousness happening, and that there is an end to something else. When it comes to religion, it's like that messianic age where people are convinced that something is going to, people that are convinced that there's something outside of them that's going to save themselves, like they're stuck. They're wrong.
Yeah, it could even just be taking a pill, even if it's not like a religious thing, but it's always like something's gonna save us, or the government, or whatever.
Right. And so that's very pervasive right now, right? But the way in which you survive the shift has never been easier to access because of all the communication and information that we have. But the powers that be want to remain in power, and they want to keep us as dumb as possible, as ignorant as possible, right? And so starting
And dumb.
and dumb, yes, too much aluminum everywhere. So they have had to come up with their schemes and implement their plans, which are evil. And you take someone like the Dalai Lama, right? And you say this person's going to be a vehicle for our plan to keep people ignorant over a long period of time. It's a long con. Now, for a human being to be conning that long, you got to stoop to a really low level, right? You got to stoop to a really low level, but that low level, it has to be fed. There has to be other influences that feed that behavior, so that they can keep the Dalai Lama, who is a slave, enslaved. And I'm sure there's a certain point that you get to where you're not coming back anytime soon from that. So it seems like the new age is this long con to obfuscate and muddy and fracture that golden thread of truth that is becoming more and more, or we are becoming more and more aware of. But kind of to tie it into kind of a little bit of like what we were saying before about providing structure. You got to be able to discern which types of structures you want to build for yourself, how permeable they are, where they are coming from, information-wise, behavior-wise, who you look up to, all those sorts of things. And so people like the Pope, what's wrong, sweetie? People like the Pope and the Dalai Lama, and yes, and other such figures. They kidnap your awareness because of the illusion of their authority, and they're everywhere, right? They're everywhere. The media has put them everywhere. And so
what is kidnap? Goat sleep, baby goat sleep. Baby goat time. Losing awareness of time.
Sacrifice. Yeah.
Baby
There's self-murder as well, isn't it? What you're saying, Jeremy, like that's what they are encouraging, is to, you were saying, like, what does it take for them to stay in the long game? And obviously, we've all probably here looked into this kind of stuff before, where we know these are like ancient lines, ancient families, and they continue the work like generation after generation. Let's say, I'm sure some of them escape, get out of it, but plenty stay in this kind of tight circle.
I
Sorry.
saw it in 1978, and I was trying to explain it to the children in school when I was like a teenager, because this was before there was TVs around us, that there was no science fiction, there was no, I wasn't exposed to any of that. And I had a lot of visions of the future, stuff that has to happen. And a lot of it was like people dying, who would die, when they die, how they die, this and that, and yeah, all that kind of stuff, like more immediate. But then I had a lot of the way far future, and it was human beings that were transhumanist. They were like robotic human beings. And they were fighting machines on the streets. So what's the agenda? And I've known, and I've been waiting for this, counting the last decades towards this, watching it. And the Dalai Lama presented, first there's a site called 2025.com, 2045.com.
Oh, 2045. Okay.
And basically it's transhumanist agenda.
Yeah.
So why do they have men wanting to be women, women wanting to be men, getting operations? Here in South Africa, where I live, it's easy for a man to become a woman because you won't have to pay for the operation or the medicine. But it's harder to get cancer treatment than it is to have a sex change.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about what Jeremy was saying.
Financially, there's a huge push. Why? They want people to damage their bodies so that they can get implants.
And it can be inauthentic.
They want to get a lot of human beings because they're going to make implants for sex hormones, implants for this, implants for everything. And then you've had that implant, you may as well get this implant. Oh, you may as well get a memory upgrade. Ding. You may as well get a help your cognitive function upgrade. Ding. You may as well get a don't forget anyone's name upgrade. Ding.
Yeah, or like an injection for everything. But that's what I was going to say. I think that was the aim, is to be inauthentic, like the New Age or the Dalai Lama or whatever. What does it take for them to continue to be like that over the long game? Is to be inauthentic. It's self-murder. It's to kill what's true and real and pure in themselves and in all those they can influence all the time, over and over and over again, until that's the implant. Inauthenticity is the implant. And then, the transhumanism, like it makes so much sense.
Cherry on top. And so the 2045.com, I discovered it early in this century, like more than 20 years ago, something like that.
What do you think they want to do with the soul, though? Like the mechanism of the soul?
I'm going to
like
explain to you.
Soul technology.
I'm going to explain to you what this is all about. So a bunch of the Forbes corporations invested huge amounts of money, and I personally researched the money. This was back in the day when Google was still free, more than 20 years ago. We'll say 20, maybe close to 20 years, 18, 19, however, long time ago, before Google was what it is. And I was able to track the money, and it blew me away. How much money had been invested into this agenda to be able to take people, move their consciousness out of their bodies for a start, a robotic body. That was supposed to be able to be achieved by the 30s. Then by 35, they would be able to do hybrid bodies. And by 40, hybrid bodies would be becoming more organic than machine with genetic modification. By 2045, their goal was to be able to create a new, improved genetic body that you can slip your consciousness into,
like, secretly,
in order then not to die. So it's eternal life of the physical, negating the spiritual, just keeping your body alive, taking your consciousness out of your brain. Now, it sounds far-fetched until you see how much money they invested into this.
No, it doesn't sound far-fetched.
And the amount of money and the amount of scientists and who the scientists were. I did a bit of research many years ago. It shocked me.
But do you
Because
think it's
those
been
Forbes
achieved
guys,
already? Like on a small scale, secretly? Like, or...
No, it wasn't even secretly, but it gets better. Keep listening. It's going to get better. So the amount of money that they invested was like, in those days, hundreds of billions. These people don't throw away money. Now, suddenly Elon Musk goes from being worth 6 or 7 billion to being worth 300 billion in like 3 years. And one of his major things, other than scaling up the building of robots and producing robots on a mass scale that can go into your home and be your cleaner or whatever, is the neural implant.
Yeah, the Neuralink.
This is why Elon Musk is so rich. And these two factors.
And the uploading of consciousness on the cloud was the other thing he wants, as well as the
This
DNA
is exactly.
database of everyone
Now,
in the world.
he is a frontman instrument of the 2045 crew that have obviously met with him in a back office, and they said, look, mate, we're going to turn your billions into hundreds of billions. You play ball with us. And he's like, yeah, tell me where to hit the ball. I'll hit it. So we know who he works for. Now, the Dalai Lama is their poster boy, because he went on record saying that he doesn't see any problem, religiously or spiritually, with having his physical body killed.
Really?
Having his consciousness transferred into a different body, which is robotic, and having his physical body killed, he doesn't see a problem with that spiritually.
Oh my God.
He's on record. Go and check it out, 2045.com.
Oh, I believe you, but oh my God. That's crazy.
He's on record. There's videos of him talking about it.
Oh my God. I feel like swearing.
There's photos of him and what he says and everything. It's there. You can hear him. I've seen the videos where he's saying, well, I don't see the problem with this. Seems like an innovative idea. There's no reason. There's nothing in Buddhism that contradicts this. Even though when you think about it, it's satanic.
Yeah.
So this is the future. This is what they're aiming at. This is the goal.
But why?
Because that way, human beings can become controlled. They can give you a genetic body that has a propensity to think in a certain way, behave in a certain way.
Well, it's like
that
soul
way,
harvesting, but why do they want to control the souls? Like, what do they...
Because of the eighth sphere. Now we've got a Rudolf Steiner, the Theosophy, Anthroposophy. They all speak about the eighth sphere, the Kabbalah, the doctrine of Dwat. They all speak about the eighth sphere, about these beings that were sealed into the etheric valve of the earth, waiting for the destruction of this yuga, when they will cease to be. They will be broken down into like amoebas and have to start the process of, but their identities will be lost. Now, these beings can only exist if they can get our soul essence to feed on.
Okay. So it's like a survival thing for them, basically.
They want to hijack reality. And then the only way that they can do it is through the divine spark, which we carry. So we're carrying the divine spark, which is why they have vampirism. Why do you think vampirism is so popular on TV?
Yeah.
In Hollywood.
Right.
They're preparing us for the idea that vampirism is normal. They make lovely movies like Twilight. Oh,
I haven't seen it. I did used to read Anne Rice novels when I was a teenager, but I had to stop because they would mess with my dreams.
This is what I'm explaining to you. They put that there so that you can get accessed on the astral planes by beings. They want to open your mind to the idea of vampirism, that it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you get vampirized The vampirism causes you to behave in a different way until you get locked into the frequency and vibration of the 8th sphere, at which point, when you die, that's where you go.
Does it cause us to have vampiric qualities getting
This is what I'm
entrained by the
explaining.
energy?
This is what I'm
Okay.
explaining.
Yeah.
Those beings sit in a hierarchy. They have created their own chain of life. We are part of a divine chain of life, of beings, and the divine chain of beings is an extension of what we are. They have their own chain of life, and they want us to jump from our chain onto their chain. Like
To
they've got
feed
their own blockchain that they're offering us.
And this
Not a
is
good
what
deal.
the egregores that you talked about before. Or
Well, the
when you were talking about
egregores
the
are part of the
origins of
divine
evil.
chain. But the Gregory broke away, the 200 Gregory broke away from the divine chain of life and came down to earth, caused havoc. They realized that they were facing the wrong direction. They were moving in the wrong direction for time stream. They couldn't procreate. So they had to change their genetics. And in order to do that, they had to use the genetics of humans. So they had to have breeding programs with women. They had to have human wombs to carry their young.
Yeah,
And they created a
Tazarian
race
talks about
of hybrids. And the hybrids created a race of giants. And the
How
giants
do you
became
think they got the
deformed.
women to do this, though? Because, like, for example, Michael Tazarian always has, when he talks about the root of evil, he'll talk about this mating with beings from elsewhere, with a number of women from Earth, but then, you know, and so it's almost like he's like those women with the root of the evil because they gave in and did something unnatural that they shouldn't have. But how did that evil even get into those women in the first place? Like, what's the seed?
Why do you think there were prestigious priestess classes?
No, I mean,
begin with.
I know that.
They
But,
got given power and dominion.
but how do you think that seed of evil even gotten to them to be like, we'll do this for power and dominion?
Maybe it's part of the code.
Hold a moment.
Is it?
It says so in the Bible. It says so in the Bible.
Yeah.
The serpent approached Adam and Eve in the garden, and Eve said she would bite from the apple. Was it an apple? What fruit? From which tree? Genetic modification.
Yeah.
They were offered, we can upgrade your genetics. We can help you become more than what you are. We can help
So
you
do
be
you think
more
they
than
were
Adam.
conned? Do you think like
They
those
were
women were not
conned by
evil,
these
but they were
beings
conned?
into upgrading their genetics so that they would
Okay.
become compatible partners.
Because I've
It's a
always been like,
con. It's a con.
what is the root of evil in them? But that's it. What do you think about the genetics of people like the lines of popes or the Dalai Lama or
Bloodline.
these people who are thrust into the limelight?
Bloodlines, yeah. They've obviously got some of the lineage of these blood. Royalty, blue blood. They've obviously got the lineage of this blood.
And what about us?
We've all got it to a lesser degree, to
Hmm.
some degree. I mean, it's what we've become. We're a hybrid race to a certain degree. However, we do have the divine spark,
Which
so
allows
we
us
can
to heal.
reactivate.
Yeah, Steiner talks about this stuff too with the different ages of people, but
Yeah,
interesting.
it's been going on a long time.
I just want to say that it's that divine spark that allows us to heal.
Yeah.
Because there's all this terrible shit, right? Like that vampirism that you were talking about, and you know the way that it's so like it's so far back. It's such a long. It's been going on for so long, right? And like these control systems that they fabricate and implement, they've had so much time to, well, in every era of every era that's occurred, there's been a control structure, and it's been the best control. I can't even talk now. the best mode of control for that era. The one we're moving into right now with our electronic technology and the Neuralinks and stuff like that, that is the best way to control us. But because we have that divine spark, there's always, and that divine spark is in line with like what God, natural law, we can always attune into that.
Yeah.
And that's the way through and out every single control structure that they build. And it's always a choice.
Yeah, it makes me think of, there's that phrase people say, that I forget exactly how to say it, but the biggest trick played is making us think that the devil doesn't exist or that evil doesn't exist. But you can look at that the other way around too. Like the biggest trick on our consciousness is to make us believe that we don't have that divine spark, or that the divine doesn't exist, or we don't have that power and that beautiful like flame within us.
Yeah, it's nihilism.
That we can be in touch with like any time. Like maybe that's an even bigger trick than or they're equal to like believing that evil doesn't exist, that the divine doesn't exist, that we aren't that divine spark ourselves in some way, and we can't access that we're just dependent on I don't know, mummy and daddy government. And no wonder they've done everything they could to fracture it's so nice seeing your baby, to fracture the families, right? That's what we need to see. It's just so beautiful. Because then you've got mummy and daddy government, or mummy and daddy religion, or new age, or politics, like pop culture, whatever it is, but all these things rather than that divine spark that we have inside of ourselves, rather than that that nourishment. I think it's like a primordial seed that we've been trained to like lose our authenticity, rather than looking in the mirror and seeing that divine spark, that flame, that primordial essence in our eyes, and sensing it all around.
That's the you're describing the war. The very reason, well, for me, subjective, the very reason that we're here is like it's to experience. It's to experience. I wrote this down earlier. You will. Okay, sorry. You will be traumatized by the horror of this world. The horror is inescapable, and so is the trauma. But at each trauma, there's a choice. She's like, "Let me out."
Yeah, she's like, I have stuff to say too.
I know. We'll be done in a second.
Important things.
There's a choice, and there. So there's always a choice, right? Like what you were talking about, the devil can't. Well, the devil can't create the entropy, the evil. It can't create anything. It can only influence. I think that's been said before, right? And so you always have a choice to reject it. That was the end of that thought.
Okay, guys,
Well, yeah,
I'm so
essentially.
tired. I think I'm gonna peace out, even though I'm really enjoying the conversation. But my sister's coming over for lunch tomorrow, so I gotta have slept a bit.
Oh yeah, how is she doing?
Yeah, she's good. It's her birthday next week, so I think she's busy. So on a weekday, so I'm meeting her tomorrow. She's coming here.
Well, enjoy.
Lots
I'm
of
glad
love.
you guys are hanging
so
out.
Nice.
Take care.
To be with you guys.
Bless.
Bye.
She needs you in her life. She needs a bit of Ramar sense. Don't tell her I said that. She already has an issue with that. God bless you. Take care. Yeah, I think that's so on point, what you were saying, Jeremy, as well, because it is totally this free will that we've got, this power to choose. That's why they want us to give up our bodies, because they want us to surrender to them and say, okay, you can take my body, you can take this, you can change my DNA, you can, make me in your image. I reject the image I'm born in. And so this is what the whole transhumanist agenda is really all about. And
Exactly.
all of this wokeness is just to get us in the door.
Because you want
All
more
of this,
numbers. You want your numbers higher, right? The little numbers on the thing that you look at, it's got to get up there, and so we'll give you
and
this.
that's the thing about the little arm prick as well. The arm prick's supposed to cause a lot of illnesses that can only be cured by nanotechnology. So the nanotechnology will cure the arm prick damage, illnesses that people are going to have, neurological in their bodies, and implants and nanobots will be used to assemble within the bodies to keep the bodies healthy, even though they had the prick. So the prick was part of the stage one. And then, of course, this other, let's figure out whether we're boys and girls. The idea of getting as many people to take operations, which is why the money's all available for it, freely available. So this is one of those things. They want to get us the numbers, and once they've got the numbers, they can push it as an agenda. And then, of course, there's the chips they want to put into everybody, and the chips will be able to affect your neurology as well, your thoughts, your brain, and act as sort of receivers, so they can watch us, so that they know who to send to get out of the way. So this is very much a war for our minds. The media, the TV, and brainwashing. It's reached a new crescendo to what they're doing to the children in schools.
Hey guys, I gotta peace out here for a minute, or do the thing. I just want to say real quick my takeaway from what we've been talking about. My notes here is that healing energy that's available to us all, that's we can tap into through our divine spark that comes from source, that's always present, and it will always be present. And so no matter what what they do or what they offer, we always have the choice to align ourselves with the healing. So it's been really great talking to everybody, and I gotta get out of here.
Thanks, Jeremy. It's been great.
It's good seeing you again.
That was good. Have a great.
You've muted yourself, Franklin.
You're on mute.
I was just saying it's a challenging discussion, but it had to come out at some point. The transhumanist agenda, which has got a lot to do with why the new age is the way it is. I think
Exactly. It all has to do something with each other. So connected in some sort. Because if you look at who started the whole movement, you'll track it down to a certain group of people that have to do with a group of people that now runs everything.
absolutely, but like we were getting to a moment ago, the divine spark is our only weapon to align ourselves with that and to decide to stand firm and not allow ourselves to be changed. This was why even the arm prick, they didn't just take people and do it by force. They made people choose it. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, they constantly used mind tricks on people to get them to do it. Like here in the Netherlands, I would say you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for someone else.
I'd like to add
And that's what
that
got everybody taking it.
I believe that if they were to force it on you, your natural psychic defenses would destroy the technology that they're trying to put into the body.
Mm.
We have to choose it for it to work for them.
Yeah.
We have to say yes to the arm prick, or the arm prick wouldn't work against us. Because if they force it on us, we will resent it, and our psychic spark of light will destroy it in our bodies.
Yeah.
What a thought. You know, I just think that we're at a point now where we've got to recognize what our personal power is. We've got to take it back. And
Yeah, we do have to.
And the idea of finding what works for us spiritually and aligning with it, and making sure that it's not some escapist cosmology or philosophy that is going off to Lululand to fix something else somewhere else. It involves getting our hands dirty here, I think, and doing the work we have to do here, doing the shadow work in this world, in ourselves, and facing the shadow and looking it in the eye and accepting what we are, what's going on in the world. And even in that, finding a resolution within ourselves to stand firm. I think that's our saving grace. That's going to be my last put in here. I'd love to hear you guys putting in your last put ins here. And we're getting to 7 hours, which is great. It's less than 8 hours. Yay. It's more than 6 hours, but it's
Yeah. Somewhere in the middle.
but we seem to so please, I'd love to hear you guys putting your last thoughts out, your wrap ups for this whole topic.
Yeah, it's been a great show. I would think, yeah, there's a lot to in our transformation for healing, finding our innocence again, finding our child at heart, being able to go back to use our imagination, bring our intuition back, and start to listen to our higher self, listen to our hearts, follow our hearts in life. I think there's a big part of that is being able to look at some of your skeletons in your closet, so to speak, and dance out your demons and work through your issues and give yourself that love and forgiveness that you need, that you've been waiting for so long. And thank you guys all for being here today for this great show. Thank you for our audience and everybody that came in. Thank you so much, Franklin, for having this platform for everybody to come together at the round table. Much appreciation, many blessings, many thanks. And Om Shanti.
Thank you, brother, and bless you for blessing us with your presence. And I hope you have a great what's left of your Saturday and Sunday. Om Shanti. And Soraya, my dear, I'd love to hear your last take on this. Don't hold back. Shoot all your cannons.
I don't have cannons. I had to find them somewhere in France. Yeah. I don't know much to say actually, because I think everything has been said already.
Yeah, I thought maybe it has. I mean, I thought the last thing has to be something uplifting, you know. I don't think we're going to lose this fight.
No, we're not going to lose this fight. It's only the
Don't think we're going
beginning.
to lose this fight. I don't think they're going to get their designs. I think they're going to end up getting their own medicine. They will end up becoming enslaved and trapped by their own designs. And I have a feeling that it'll be a splitting off into two directions, evolutionary, of those that want that dark path and those that don't want that dark path. And those of us that stand together, we will find our own way. And they won't be able to be around us anymore. I think our frequencies of consciousness will repel them to the point that it'll be too painful for them to be near us. If that makes sense. Those that want to walk that path. And you're already seeing a division with the people that fell in love with the arm pricks, right? They're not all the same, are they? Like in the head, a little bit different, a little more conditioned. Those that like thought, and I'm not just saying those that got the arm pricks, I'm saying that those that fell in love with them, that ate the propaganda, like, and ate more propaganda and believed it and believed it and believed it and believed it, they're becoming disassociated from the rest of humanity already, in a sense. Because most people that you meet thought it was a load of nonsense. The majority. So we're starting to form two cliques. And so we get to choose which clique we're in. Hello, Petra. Welcome, my dear. We're just about shutting down the shop, so to speak. 7 hours in. We were aiming for 6, but we couldn't keep it in 6.
No.
But
And we did go longer.
And yeah, it could have gone to 8 or 9. But I think we've reached the conclusion of the story, which is the transhumanist agenda, where it's taking us, where it's going, why it's going, and how we're going to find our way through it, even though it seems like a quagmire of not so palatable notions. We're going to drink from the river and clean the poisons, so to speak, like Shiva on the lake by Kailash. So there's definitely a shift ahead of us. We're definitely on the route towards a powerful transformation within ourselves, because when there is need, there is power. When we need to do things, when a baby falls under a car and gets strapped, the mother can pick that car up and throw it around. You know, little lady, she's 5'4". No worries, she can pick up a car when she needs to. So necessity is the mother of invention. You know, you see a little 5'2" woman beat the crap out of a 6'4" bloke when he grabs her baby.
Yeah. Oh, motherly powers.
She'll hospitalize him with a handbag, man. She clean his clothes. He didn't know she was capable of that. Yeah, well, you grabbed her baby, dude. Do you know what I mean? So where there is the need, there is the potential. And that's how the spirit works. The spirit works with need and potential. Allow yourself to be in the position where the potential is required and you can access it. So I think this is why we're going into such a profoundly powerful cosmic shifting time for many of us, is because the need is here for us to awaken fast. And so the awakening is happening double time. That means a lot of processing of the shadow and coming to terms with the Shakti. So much love to all of you. Petra, lovely to see you. Cherry, thank you. Thank you all that have been with us, that have watched the show. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you got what you came for. We try to leave it on a positive note, even though we walked down a dark road, the dark road of transhumanism. And it all was started off by the idea of the Dalai Lama. What a way to end the show. Anyway, so much love to you. Thank you, both of you, for joining us and honoring us here, Soraya and Indy. And God bless you all. Thank you in the chat for bringing some wonderful energy to the zone. And I hope you all have an absolutely awesome weekend, what's left of it. Don't forget to smile, because smiling generates the power, realigns the bones of the skull to put just enough pressure on the pineal and the pituitary so that there's a secretion of the positive juices that can stimulate the serotonin and the dopamine receptors and produce the secretion of these particular hormones in order to produce happiness and joy in the head so that the brain works better and more profoundly positive. And sending all of you so much love. Have an absolutely gorgeous day. God bless you all. Bye-bye.